Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in our beautiful world. And welcome back to Topstep TV today, the second day of October 2025. We got a great show lined up ahead for you today on this Wednesday. I can't wait to trade with you guys. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland. To his right, JD. I'm Coach Jay. Awesome to be here with you this morning. Hoag, JD, how you guys feeling?
Hey, I'm feeling great, man. Live every day like it's your last. Let's do it. JD, how you
Let's
feeling,
do it,
pal?
Hoag.
Well said, Hoag. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to my friends and traders in the chat. Happy Thursday, everyone. As Jay said, it's the second day of October. It's also the second day of this government shutdown, and some things happen overnight. We're going to be talking about it in just a little bit. But we've got that gold poll up in the chat right now. We're asking you to get in there and vote for a 1 minute or a 5 minute opening range breakout in gold this morning. I've got that gold chart up. I'm loaded for some micros. Let's get into the markets. Gold is going to be opening in 2 minutes. 2 minutes to the gold bell. What do you guys think?
I think today's Thursday. I did say it was Wednesday. Chat always keeping me honest. It is Thursday. You know what, guys? They all blend together. We really enjoy what we do here at Topstep TV, and we're pretty close to 24/7. So sometimes I don't even look at the calendar. I just wake up. I know the charts are going to be open, and we're here. So today is Thursday. That's good to hear. 2 days left in the week. We got that poll up in the chat. Are we taking a 1 minute or 5 minute opening range trade? 47% of the vote going to the 1 minute, 53% going to the 5 minute. Gold does open up in about a minute and 15 seconds. We will be taking that trade based on the chat's vote here. Normally it's a 5 minute trade. So what we'll look for is that 5 minute range to close. Will be long above the high, short below the low of that opening range. Gold right now is trading 39.0830. I did not make a new all-time high last night. Let's see what this trade brings us.
The short side was the play yesterday. It's amazing how that worked out. Everybody was just talking about new all-time highs all morning long. We got triggered into a short trade, and it turned out to be the trade of the day. It saved us after that crude oil whipsaw. Crude oil took out the high of the opening range, the low of the opening range, wiped everybody out. We were out of that trade pretty quick. But gold saved us. Gold put us back in the green for the day. See what it does for us today.
I love gold.
I love gold.
I do too, Hoag. I love gold. All right, so gold is opening up in about 20 seconds here. Hoag, before we get into a trade, it looks like we are going to be taking that 5 minute. Why don't we go over that checklist, get us prepared for the day, make sure we do our homework.
Absolutely. Absolutely. If you don't have a checklist, we're giving you one right now, and you got to take care of business before you get to play. Pre-market research, that's what we're doing here. It's all about context, risk management, and patience. Check. Your morning checklist. Have you got your exercise? You got your water? You got your coffee? Check. Mindset check. Hopefully you're in a good place to start trading today. Check. Trade entry checklist. You've got your piece of paper. You've got your pencil. Write down those trades so you can review them in your post-market checklist. We're going to check that now. Of course, we're going to be doing that checklist after the close with Coach Jay and Coach Paul, perhaps. Always do your homework so you get to play during recess. And we are here.
Some stuff. Thank you for that, Hoag. Make sure you are prepared each and every day for trading. Makes the trading day a lot easier when you have a game plan and can follow it. Coach Hoop asked a question. I dialed into slow markets last night like a radio caller. I was driving back from Connecticut, had to pick up my younger brother, and was stuck in traffic. But it was pretty cool. It's like a throwback feeling dialing into slow markets. Caller on line one. But I am back at my desk and ready to trade it up today. Got that 1 minute opening range closed in gold. It did not trigger a trade yet. Looks like it's getting ready to trigger a short. We are taking the 5 minute.
Let's hope it's not 100 ticks like it was yesterday.
Huge range.
We only had a two
Huge
lot
range.
on because of
Right?
that huge opening range.
None of us really like that trade to the downside, but sometimes that's what happens. You know, your opinion doesn't agree with what the market is saying. But if you listen to the market, you get a pretty good trade on. How are you guys feeling about this one? Do you like a long trade here, a short trade? How are you feeling? I know we're going to get into the charts in a little bit.
I'm always
Yeah,
like, the long side when it comes to gold. None of us liked that short trade yesterday.
no.
But we lost some open interest. So we did liquidate some longs, and that long liquidation takes selling power away from the marketplace. I'm good with either side as long as we get a good chance, a good shot at it, and some small risk. I like the small risk. If we can keep this opening range relatively small, I'm going to like that.
Yeah. I wonder if there's a
The one base.
correlation. Have we studied this at all? The correlation between deeper opening ranges and trade success versus smaller opening ranges and trade success? Is there some data on that?
Good,
I'm sure Edgefeld has
good
it.
point. Yeah, Edgeful definitely
Probably.
has it. You can set when you look at the Edgeful stats, you can set the size of the opening range to a certain amount of ticks,
Mhm.
and then there's different data based on the size of that range. So I'm sure they do have it. The 1 minute did trigger a short, would be in short right now. 39.0750 last trade over there in gold. 58% long tilt. So some of our top step traders are looking for some upside in gold. Average price 39.03 and a quarter.
Basically
I just,
opened right where we did yesterday, pretty much.
Yep.
yeah.
The low end of it.
Yeah, we'll see that when we get into the
Settlement
charts.
price.
So gold likes to do this thing where it makes a new all-time high and then it consolidates for a couple of days. I wonder if that's what
Yep.
we're in right now.
That is the pattern. That has been the pattern. I've noticed that also. It likes to make a new high and pull right back off. We will see. What is the all-time high in gold? Anybody have that handy?
39.2270 happened
Yes,
night
there it is. I
before
see it.
last. Ended trading
39.2270.
hours. Yep.
It's right there on your Topstep X daily levels indicator. 39.2270. All-time high in gold.
Or you have that TopStep X daily levels indicator on your charts. Uh, all of our daily levels, value area highs, lows, Hoag's weekly kickoff levels. Not suggestions to take any trades, but areas of interest where we think the market has the potential to respond to. We got 40 seconds before this opening range closes. JD, you want to go through the realize we missed the economic calendar, but we have no 7:30 numbers. So let's get into this trade. We'll
Let's
take a
do
look
it.
at that calendar. Or you got it.
Absolutely. So I'm looking at a high of 39.09 half in the micro. You seeing the same thing in the mini? 39.0950.
940 in the minis.
40? Okay. So I'm just going to use 60 as an entry.
0640 as the low.
0640 low. We got 0620 low. Okay. So that'll be a good. Let's use 01 as an entry.
Right, so House is
least it-
looking to get into this opening range here.
So
It's
the
only
mini,
30.
did the mini trigger a short just there, Hoag?
No.
It just did.
Now it did.
39.06. House count short. 5 micro gold. 39.06. We are going to take on about $200 worth of risk on this trade. Putting the CY
Very
up at
manageable.
39.10.10.
We go. House account is short 5 micro gold from 39.06 even on this opening range trade. JD, you were talking about settlement price in gold down at 38.97 half. That'd be a nice target for this trade. We'll see what happens at 3900s if we get there.
Yes. We'll look to peel a few off if we get down there. Coming up to 39.04 right now, which on your Topstep daily levels is yesterday's value area high. Almost got there. Didn't quite make it.
Right.
All right. Yes. Let's.
It's that economic calendar. What do we have to look out for? Are there even any numbers that are being released with this government shutdown?
There are. We had a number out this morning, the Challenger job cut number. It's a corporate number, so it's not related to the federal government at all. So the Challenger job cut number came out at 6 o'clock a.m. Central Time. This is according to Econoday. This number counts and categorizes announcements of corporate layoffs based on mass layoff data from state departments of labor. But Challenger job cut. Challenger reported an actual job cut of 54,064 corporate jobs for the month of September. That's down from 85,979. So bad, but not as bad as last month, I should say. Jobless claims was due out at 7:30 this morning. That is canceled. Factory orders canceled. We do have a talking Fed at 9:30. Lori Logan will be speaking. We're still getting those natural gas supply numbers. The EIA natural gas report will be out at 9:30 a.m. Central Time also. And then we've got another talking Fed later this afternoon. Austin Goolsbee, head of the Chicago Fed, will be talking at 1:30 p.m. Central Time later today. So that's about it for the eco calendar. Pretty light due to the government shutdown. A lot of numbers canceled. What else was canceled this morning? We're supposed to get motor vehicle sales earlier today. That was canceled. Jobless claims, factory orders, and a slew of bond and bill announcements. So
A lot of
light
canceled
calendar.
numbers.
Yeah, light calendar due to the federal government shutdown.
The canceled numbers there. Hopefully they don't cancel Christmas. All right, let's JD, I know we got some news on this government shutdown. Let's run that video and then we will get into the gold charts.
Yes, the shutdown is threatening food stamps, national security, and jobs. Let's run that footage, please.
Congress's first role is to make sure the government operates.
We need to reopen the government.
Leaders of both parties say the government shutdown is bad for the country, but they don't agree on how to fix it. Democrats want a funding bill that reverses Medicaid cuts and extends expiring Obamacare subsidies.
Well, what we're doing is fighting to protect the health care of the American people.
Republicans want a fairly clean continuing resolution.
The counter proposal would add $1.5 trillion in new spending on a 7-week stopgap measure. We're not doing that.
Shuttering the government is starting to have an impact. The FBI Agents Association
Stop
that
there.
a little short. That's okay. No big deal. We'll get back to that later. Her voice is odd. It is not an AI voice that I'm aware of.
That is a real person. That is a real person. So be nice, chat. Hoag, why don't we jump into the gold charts then?
We're taking some heat on this gold trade right now. I will jump in if this runs to a stop. It's not looking pretty for us right now at the moment, though.
Okay. Thank you, JD. Thank you, Jay. As always, when we're looking at these charts, we are focusing on accurate context in these markets, always remembering risk management, and stay patient in your trading, everybody. So this is the gold daily chart. Obviously, the upside auction remains intact. We did close above that weekly kickoff high, 38.86 yesterday. Monitoring for continuation to the upside at this time. We've been doing a lot of monitoring of upside continuation in the gold market here. The market still looks very strong here on this daily chart. We did lose 5,000 in open interest yesterday, and when we see the 30-minute chart, you'll see why I'm calling that long liquidation. And on top of that, long liquidation has a tendency to remove selling power from the marketplace. ACH, everybody, anything can happen, but this upside auction is still presenting as pretty strong. Jay, what do you think?
I agree with you, Hoag. It is presenting pretty strong. We traded above those, the 3,900 level. We closed above it. Actually, did we close above it? We did not close above it. We're looking like we're close above it today. We closed right below it. But this is strong. We're not taking out prior day lows for the past 7 days. We've come down, held 50% of most of the upside that we have. I think, again, Hoag, we said it yesterday, I think this move is just getting started. With a lot of the uncertainty, the government shutdown, all of the institutional money we hear coming into gold from central banks. I think there is a lot more room to the upside in this move. 39.2270, that all-time high. Right now, we kind of have somewhat of an inside day from yesterday, but I don't want to be short for too long. I'll say that.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you, Jay. We missed that close above 3,900 by that much. That
Yep.
much. 25 ticks. Settlement 38.97 half. Let's take a look at the 30-minute. All right, all-time highs. We don't have any weaknesses in structure above. We got weaknesses in structure below, but that's only going to matter when we start heading in that direction. So far, overnight inventory is a little bit long. Here we go. Here, so starting last night at 5 o'clock Central Time, price has been moving higher ever since. We are currently up in range, but above value. We've pretty much opened right at the low end of that huge opening range yesterday. So we're looking at rejection of value from yesterday, as JD pointed out. Value high is coming in right about 39.04. We are currently above it. If these buyers do continue to come after this market, of course they can continue this move to the upside. I'm monitoring for more continuation to the upside. Yesterday, with the opening range at the dead ass high, moving price lower all day and losing open interest, that was a long liquidation event yesterday. And we'll take a look at the profile as well in a couple of minutes. Jay, we got our overnight high right up against yesterday's regular trading hour session high, and the all-time high remains in the extended trading hour session. Of course, we all know that I'm not expecting that to be a lasting high. The question is, how do we get there? Do we draw a straight line? Do we pull back and adjust some of this overnight inventory to look for better trade locations? Jay, what do you think?
Yeah, I think today may be the day we go take out that high, Hogue, that all-time high. I'm looking at this is yesterday. Looking at the 7 a.m. Central Time candle from yesterday. 39.18 is that high. In that, just looking at the volume, there was a ton of volume that traded in there on this spike up. I think we saw it yesterday, while we were doing right before the opening call. There was about 500 contracts that traded in a second there. 65% of that was positive delta. We're kind of trading back into that zone right now. So I'm looking at that and it was the high of the day so far today. There are some buyers in that, and whether they are accumulating a position lower, I think the next time we get back up there, they get what they want, and we push that high. So I am looking to the long side in this market. The question then is, where do you get in long? We are kind of extended, so I think I'd have to find it on a shorter time frame. Looking at the 30-minute, we're decently above the 20 moving average, which is about 12 points below us right now. I would love to be able to buy against that. But I am looking to the long side here, Hogue.
Yeah, settlement looks like a really kind of a interesting spot for an execution because there's confluence there. You got the 20, you got the 50, you got VWAP, all kind of bunged up right in that little area there. So I would certainly relish the opportunity to see how the market responds to that level. Just going through the profile, we did have a B-shaped, lowercase B-shaped profile. The market drove lower and then consolidated in the lower part of the profile. And that B shape is indicative and supported by a drop in open interest yesterday, long liquidation, and for longs, long liquidation takes selling power temporarily away from the market. So we're seeing the market continuing to push higher. Pretty sure we're stopped out of our trade already. JD, is that the case?
That certainly is the case, Mr. Hoagland. Down $214 in the house account to start the day.
All right.
Let's see what crude oil offers us in a little bit.
Yep. So, all right. So 0 for 1 for the opening range trades today, and that's all right. That's just part of the game of trading. So yeah, overnight inventory is long, and they're continuing to get paid. That long liquidation taking a little bit of that selling power away from the market. I am probably kind of thinking, yeah, we might have a pretty good shot at taking out that all-time high that again did occur night before last in extended trading hour session 39.2270, and that's what we're looking at here for context and gold this morning.
Thank you for that, Hoag. JD, before we get into the S&P chart, you got some news on stocks overnight and Peloton. What do we got, JD?
Yes, we do. Overnight stocks in Asia closed mostly higher. Well, they all closed higher last night. The Hang Seng Index was up 1.61%. The Nikkei up 0.87%, and the Shanghai Composite closed up 0.52%. In Europe, stocks are all trading higher this morning. Also, we've got the DAX up 1.45%, the FTSE up 0.12%, and the French CAC up 1.44%. The US dollar index down marginally, 97.64 at last check. The VIX down almost 2%, 15.99 on the VIX, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note resting peacefully at 4.11%. And yesterday you mentioned Peloton. Peloton is back in the news. They are making some big moves in AI. What are they doing? Peloton's revamping their portfolio. Let's roll that footage. So Peloton, the company, is unveiling 5 new products, including a less expensive base model and advanced versions of its bikes and treadmills. All of these items have improved Wi-Fi connectivity and upgraded speakers. In response to numerous consumer complaints, there's an improved seat for the bikes. Peloton's Plus versions of its rowing machines, treadmills, and bikes also have a feature called Peloton IQ. It's an artificial intelligence assisted feature that serves as a personal trainer, giving feedback to the user. Peloton experienced a sales boom during the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic, but since then its stock has lost more than 90% of its value. Peloton was taking a big hit, and now it's making big moves in AI. An AI personal trainer for your Peloton. Pretty incredible. Good luck to him. I was not an owner of Peloton stock. I did jump on the bandwagon, though, and I bought a stationary bike during the pandemic. I did not buy a Peloton, though. They were just too extremely overpriced at the time. They jumped from like $1,500 to $4,500 in a week.
Jeez.
They definitely did some price gouging during the pandemic.
And they make great clothes hangers too.
Absolutely.
When they come in with
Absolutely.
when they come out with AE, artificial exercise, then I'm in.
Connect your body to it, Hogan. It works out for you. I'm looking at a Peloton stock right now, and I'm looking at the highs somewhere up near $160 during the pandemic. Like you were saying, JD, a bunch of people were buying Pelotons, traded up near 160. That stock is trading at $8.67 right now. But you throw AI on it, and it could revive anything. Let's see how that works for Peloton. Hogue, let's get into the S&P chart, making new all-time highs. What are you seeing over there?
Yeah, let's do it. We're sitting here. This is of course, the daily chart. We like to look a little bit further out first before we hone down into the 30-minute chart. We did close above the weekly kickoff high yesterday, just by a little bit. Settlement was 67.61 half, 67.57 weekly kickoff high. It was basically the all-time high from last week and last week's high. I do have some models for continuation, possibly bringing price up to 68.52 and above that 69.75. Those are models that I'm kind of looking at for future weekly kickoff levels. And right now we are finding support and buying and seeing continuation above this 57.57 high. That rally yesterday was unbelievable. It was believable. It was magnanimous. It was probably aggravating for a lot of traders. We did see an increase in open interest of 8,300 contracts. Is that good for a new push to all-time highs? It's what we've got. If I'm trying to come up with some sort of an auction grade from yesterday, and I keep leaning towards C, but I'm going with a B minus because we didn't bring in a whole bunch of open interest. And open interest lately has been kind of waffling back and forth, up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next. We got 2 straight days of positive open interest activity for the last couple of days here. Oh, no, we don't. We had negative on Monday, positive yesterday, negative on Tuesday, positive yesterday. We'll see about today. Monitoring for continuation. Folks, I'm gonna be coining a new acronym for traders today. But Jay, what do you think? What kind of grade do you give the upside auction in the S&Ps as of today?
I'd give it a B minus as well, Hogue. We closed above. I like the close, right? So not only did we trade above that prior all-time high, that's our all-time high close. So that is pretty strong, in my opinion. And then looking at today's price action so far, there's no lower wick, no real lower wick on the bottom of that candle, right? So we pretty much opened up for the Globex session and continued to buy it. It's funny, we were actually talking during, and we don't know what's going to happen, right? But we were talking during At the Buzzer yesterday, and someone was asking, how do you use the daily ATR measure? And I said, well, if we open up and we don't have a lower wick, then you just take the daily ATR and you measure to the upside. It's almost what we have here, and a daily ATR would put us one daily ATR move to the upside if we don't see any pullbacks would put us at 68.11. So if we close this day with that lower wick, 68.11 is that daily ATR move to the upside. Daily ATR is 55 points on the S&P.
68.11. 68.11. This amplifier goes to 11. All right. 68.11. We're going to put this on here. Measured. I'm going to put this on here. 68.11. Whoa. All right. There it is. All right. There's Jay's target for upside continuation today. All right. So there's a lot to unpack in this 30-minute chart as well as the profiles. Starting, as usual with the overnight inventory, the market opened basically right at the weekly kickoff high. It's at 5 o'clock last night, and it's been continually pushing higher. So overnight inventory is certainly long. We are kind of looking right now at potentially opening with a session gap, yesterday's high, and we are above that. So opening with a gap, overnight inventory to the long side, gap rules are going to apply, gap guidelines. We can't close the gap relatively early. We're looking for opportunities for continuation above the gap, which would basically say we'd be looking for longs, and I don't think we're wrong in doing so. So yesterday, it was, I don't think anybody was really excited about coming into the markets yesterday. Nobody was sure what was going to be going on. We were basically in value when we opened yesterday, and we were trying to stay patient. But as the market continued to push higher and higher, it became evident that we were in a directional market. Now, here is the new trading acronym of October. It's DFADM. DFADM. You got BTFD. Now you got DFADM. Don't fight a directional market. When the market is going like this, it's so easy to try and pick tops and get run over. 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 If you sense that the market is in a directional, emotional move like it was yesterday, and it didn't even feel emotional, right? But we see emotion in the profiles and in the charts. How do we see emotion? We have 3 areas of single prints on the way up yesterday. Those single prints, some people might call them fair value gaps, but those are areas of imbalance where buyers really started to dig in and take over and take over and take over. These levels could be interesting areas for executions if price comes back to revisit them. That's why I've got them on the charts. The first line of single prints, 67.60 half. All right, 67.60 half, and then we've got 67.56 75. 56 half. The next line of single ticks lower than that, 67.51 quarter down to 67.47 half. You want to write these down, write them down. You can see them on a 30-minute chart. There's just, there's price bar overlay at the low and price bar overlay at the high, but that's what you're looking at is those people, they call them single prints in some places. Some places call them fair value gaps. The lower line of single prints, 67.38 to 67.35.75. if they are approached, they might be interesting areas for executions. No promise, no guarantees. Nothing's guaranteed in futures trading. And when you do get the right answers, the market's going to change the questions. So really looking to see if we can hold this gap and see the continuation move to the upside, so we can go and to say, great job, Jay, 68.11. There it is. You did it. And we'll see what happens. Jay, what do you think?
It would be a nice target for today in the S&P. Of course, when we get up to 6,800s, we're going to have to do a little bit of work to get through that. I am seeing some size on the order book up at 67.9475. About 400 contracts offered there, and right above it, another 150. So 6,800 is not going to be an easy level to break and sustain through, but we'll see what happens if and when we get up there. 6761 Hogue, you mentioned, I think it was the one of the first single prints you mentioned. I do see a ton of volume that traded there. I see some more volume that traded at 6744. So that could, if we do get a pullback, that could be a nice spot to look to maybe pull back, hold, and find some buyers again. Another market that feels like it's getting a little bit extended, we did hold the 20 moving average overnight. On the 30-minute, we came down, checked it a couple of times. It's at 67.70 right now. I'm just very cautious. I think we want to see upside, but we've seen this market do this a couple of different ways. Yesterday, it just rallied pretty strong, just continuation. But then we've also seen the S&P take out an all-time high. Volume comes in for the New York session, and they take profits and sell it all back down. So I want to be cautious of buying the high, especially the closer we get to 6,800. But if we can get a pullback, I am looking to potentially get into this market to the long side.
Yeah, good. I mean, you can't sell a directional market until you can, right?
Right.
The idea is where and when.
Exactly.
So, yeah, when I look at a profile, whether it's volume profile or TPO profile, when it looks toothy like this, I mean, look at the volume profile. You got low volume in the single prints, low volume. It looks like a smile that's missing teeth. That to me says emotion. And again, it took all day for this rally to kind of finish off pretty close to the high of the day. It didn't seem emotional. I didn't get emotional. But when we see these kind of single prints and these low volume nodes in a directional day, that's emotion. And I don't know about you, Jay or JD. When I'm making emotional decisions, I'm probably not making a good decision. Just keep that in mind. So I really want this market to hold the gap, not close the gap. We've got value high right at the high of the day, 67.69 approximately, right? And if we start to show signs of reacceptance in that, it could be a pretty quick move down to value low, which on this platform is now right around 67.31. We could pile through all these single prints, and that doesn't change the market state at all. It might just give us better trade location if we are in the mind of looking for longs. So be careful. DFADM, ACH, BTFD, and all of the other acronyms apply here.
Absolutely. Hogue, if you said emotions one more time, I was going to play the Bee Gees. I love that song. Famously covered by Destiny's Child as well.
It's just what that tells me is, this was an urgent move. These are all initiative buyers up here. These are all buyers buying it because they think it's going higher, or they have to get out of shorts. One of the two. We did add open interest. So this tells me these are initiative buyers continuing to push these markets higher.
Absolutely.
What do you think?
I agree with you, Hogue. I agree with you. And what could cause emotion, right? We see it in shorts trying to call the top of the market. We know that that's the fuel for markets to move higher. So that is an emotional thing. And if you were short yesterday in this market, like Hogue said, DF ADM, but these markets are meant to go higher, and they're continuing to do so. So let's see what today brings in the New York session. But getting close to this crude oil open. Getting close to this crude oil, but we have the poll in the chat. Which opening range trade are we taking in crude? Is it the 1 minute or 5 minute opening range? Crude does open up at 8 a.m. Central Time. 54% of the vote going to the 5 minute. Looks like gold just had to stop us out and come right back to our entry. 39.0780 last trade over there in gold. But JD, we got some news on climate funds before we get into the crude charts. What do you got?
Oh, we sure do. So President Trump mentioned the other day that in a federal government shutdown, he can make some moves that are pretty much irreversible. And I think he made the call last night to do just that. So the Trump admin has canceled $8 billion in state climate funding. Let's roll that footage if we can, please. So the Office of Management and Budget Director Russ Vaught made the announcement on X yesterday. He called the money green. He said the fuels left climate. It fuels the left's climate agenda and canceled $8 billion worth of funding. All but 2 of the 16 states targeted have Democratic governors. Vaught did not specify exactly which projects are being impacted, but $8 billion in green energy funds are being taken off the table. And is it an irreversible act? Kind of sounds like it, doesn't it? That was the threat that was made. And it doesn't sound like a threat anymore, does it? So they got started early. It sounds like they had an agenda, and they're just going through the list right now. What cuts are coming next? I imagine there's quite a few. We should have some headlines coming out today. We will keep one eye on the ditch for you. That is for sure. Not a lot happening on the economic calendar, but it could get noisy as people walk in front of microphones later.
Make sure you stay tuned in to TopstepTV because we will be giving you every updated headline when we can. 8 billion canceled funds. I wonder where that money goes. I'm not going to guess. Hoag, what are we seeing in the crude oil chart?
All right. So back to the daily. In so many time frames, crude oil has been range bound, short time frame controlled. We are right at the low end of the kind of medium time frame area of balance we've been in. We've been looking for a bounce that has been hard pressed to come. Open interest indicates yesterday we added about 11,700 contracts on a down day. That is new shorts coming into the marketplace. I'm going to take a quick look at the history of open interest in recent times. And since the 23rd, there's the 26th, there's the 23rd, we've had an increase in open interest that got traders too long at the top. We've got another increase in open interest yesterday, the day before yesterday, Tuesday, and yesterday. Pretty decent increases in open interest. I mean, we're talking about 34,000 contracts over 2 days added to the short side. Are we going to get too short in the hole here? Or are we going to see some new selling coming in to continue us below this swing low and this swing low? I was kind of talking about those yesterday. And on this chart, those swing lows are 61.12, 60.75. We are, currently trading below last week's low. We're looking for buyers to come in here. And if they don't come in, this market could be in for a little bit of medium time frame market state change to the downside. What do you think, Jay?
Yeah, so down here, lower extreme of this range, Hoag, what we've identified kind of in this 61 area. I was actually long crude last night from 61.66. When we go down to a 30-minute chart, we'll see why I got out of that trade. I am still holding it in a swing trade. Again, anything we say here is not trading advice for educational purposes only. I am still holding it on a swing because I do like anything above 60. But what we are seeing, Hoag, you remember last week we were talking about potentially looking at $64 as the high of the range, and then we got that extension. We might be starting a little megaphone pattern in crude oil here, where I wouldn't be surprised to see us take out those lows at what is that? From August 13th, the low is 60.76. I would not be surprised to see us take that out. We've had this pattern, 3 down days, 3 up days, really strong rejection up at the highs, up at 66. And little extension here. Crude is down 0.63% right now.
Mhm.
So we will see. I do like the longs in this area. It's been the trade patterns and patterns until they break. Let's see if they
Right.
actually want to break it. I know the president was, talking about lower crude prices somewhere down near $55 dollars a barrel. Uh, we will see. We will see.
Yeah. We're still basically in balance to breakout rules. If we're in balance, you buy the low, you sell the high. Breakout is subjective. You've got to see some participation and some movement in that direction. You want to see a sustained breakout and try and get into that sustained breakout. So let's take a look at the 30. Talk about Jay's trade last night and what we're looking at here. All right, so island top, continuation to the downside, value continuing to move lower and lower and lower. We are leaving some breadcrumbs above here in the form of naked points of control, weaknesses in structure, and we're kind of running out of them on the downside here. And we'd have to go pretty far back to find anything. Right now, we've just traded basically to a naked point of control from not too long ago, 61.34. We got one left down at 60.08. This is key here. This whole area, this last week's low, this point of control. Look at how we're just kind of barcoding between the two of them. I would, if I'm long, I want to see this. Maybe check this point of control after the open, not even check the overnight low, and then start to see this market kind of recovering back into the range from yesterday if I'm long. If I'm short, I want to see this thing kind of looking and seeing some momentum down below the yesterday's low, the IB low, 61.40 in the crude oil. Right now, it's really just kind of sitting here, seemingly looking for new information, using last week's low and yesterday's value area low as resistant for now. Point of control, yesterday's session low as possible support. Very short time frame balance here. Which one's going to break? Jay, tell us about your trade last night.
So I got in, and Hogue, we've been talking about the lower extreme of this range, looking to want to get in long. So I got in pretty heavy, to be honest, because the risk didn't have to be a whole lot. If we were back under 61.50, I wanted to be out of the trade. So I got in a long at 61.66. It was 5 minis. I was comfortable taking the risk because I was risking about 20 ticks. And looking for a push up to 63s. But if we look at that 8 p.m., 7 p.m. Central Time candle, I think that's your 100 moving average there, where there was a big spike of volume in crude oil in that 30-minute candle, and immediate rejection right at 62.50. I didn't get to see because I was trading off on my phone, so I didn't get to see what was on the order book up there. But that's a pretty strong rejection. So I took some profits at 62 and went break even with the rest of the trade because of that rejection. That's a really strong rejection in crude oil. We've seen crude respond to some of these bigger orders on the order book. Yesterday there was an order at 63.20 that showed up and kind of, pushed the market lower. So I do want to continue to buy this market if it's at the lower extreme of this range, but it has to show me that it wants to hold, right? Because if someone is continuing to sell it at some of these whole number levels, that means that there's more pressure to the downside. We're seeing crude is open right now and some more selling coming in. So something that we've seen on the order books a couple of days recently is 100 lot, 150 lot, 200 lot show up in either direction, right? On the offer or on the bid, and the market turn around from there. I'm not seeing that right now. The order book actually looks kind of thin in crude oil. So today will be an interesting day. I'm not just blind buying it anymore at the low of this range.
Sure. Well, that was a heck of a trade last night, man. That was a
Thanks,
really,
man.
really nice trade. And
I was watching it. I might have took something off at 62.50, but you had to be quick.
You were leveraged in that. That was confidence, and that was a very decisive trade, good trade. And here we are. We are open. We've got a 19 tick opening range so far, and we are trying to push the overnight low. The profile yesterday was pretty much a normal variation day with one excursion outside of the initial balance, and it was almost a normal day. And normal days usually mean that the market has kind of used up its ability to facilitate trade in that area, and it should go looking for new levels to facilitate trade, which it appears to be doing right now. So we're seeing some pretty good selling coming in. negative delta, about 600, negative 600 right now. So we're seeing some aggressive market order sellers coming in to try and catch this breakout to the downside, because this to me is breakout territory. Jay, do you agree?
If I'm not seeing a buyer step in on the books to try to save this, I don't want to be the first one, right? You said I was leveraged in that trade. Somebody needs to buy hundreds of lots to stop this pressure to the downside. That someone is not named Jay, at least not this Jay that you see on camera here. So, JP Morgan maybe, but not Jay that you see on Topstep TV. So I won't be the first one to buy it if we're continuing to sell here, and this does have the potential to break out. I know we talked about a month ago about a heavy short position in crude oil. I don't know if that still exists or not, but we're seeing some pressure here, so I'm not going to be the first one to jump in.
All right,
we are taking
38 tick opening range now. It looks like we're on the 5 minute again, right? Yep, 5 minute.
Yes, we are, Hoag. 1 minute trigger to short. See what happens at 61. We're going to end up short. Yeah.
Let's see if we can get a breakout.
Decent size at 61. 79 contracts bid at 61.
Walked right through the overnight low.
Sebastian says, please suggest a platform where I can get good visibility towards the order book. You can use TopstepX. TopstepX, the level 2 add-on on your dashboard.
Here we go.
61.13 last
3
trade
minutes
in crude. 62% long tilt.
Ooh.
Yeah. I didn't see what it was before that opening range, but we got another minute here.
They're buying it.
Average price 61.51 over there. Gold turned around again, 39.16 last trade in gold. Gold is pretty close to that all-time high, 39.2270. About 7 points off of that here. Today is going to be, I think the rest of this week, and we've been saying it, it's going to be a pretty good week to trade. A ton of opportunity in a bunch of different markets. Traders, make sure you're patient, waiting for your trades to set up. But I think we have a good week, good next 2 days here.
Guys, should we be scaling back on size on this crude oil opening range trade? We're about 35 ticks wide right now.
Yeah.
So I've got a 3-lot loaded. I'm showing a low of 61.06 in the micro. Does that add up?
Yep. Concur.
So we have our stop to honor at new lows, 61.05. And I have a high print of 61.41 on this 5-minute candle.
Wow. 61.44 in the minis.
44? Okay, so I'll put it a little farther up. We'll enter our stop above 61.45. Okay, so a little discrepancy between micros and minis there. Scale down size because it's nearly 50 ticks wide. We'll see how this plays out. It's a pretty strong downside red candle to start the day.
Percent down in crude oil for the day is 61.16, 1% from settlement. We just traded under that, saw some volume, and then a little bit of a bounce. But 61.16 is that 1%. We saw some pretty nice selling through that as well. 640 contracts traded in a second. 60% of that was negative delta. So somebody came in and hit the bid there in crude oil.
I wonder if they were puking. They were kind of recovering the overnight low there.
Right.
Maybe just some stops going off that down there, Hoag, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We shall see.
On the swing that I'm in, this is why, and I'm trading it with micros because, if you go stops just below that low, they look like, tasty targets, like you would say, Hoag. But, if crude oil trades below $60, then this is a complete change of structure from what we've seen. But, that sounds crazy because you're talking about a full dollar plus of a stop. But if you trade micros, it's a little bit more feasible. But yeah, let's see what happens here. No trigger on this trade yet. We are in the middle of this opening range. We want to get into the Nasdaq chart while we wait for a trigger.
Yeah.
JD.
Go ahead, do that.
not
Get into
seeing-
Nasdaq. What's up, Hoag?
The crude dome looks dead.
Doesn't it? It went. It just went flat
Yeah.
right after that move.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares that it's here.
Someone cared a few minutes ago, and now
Yeah.
nobody cares.
Yeah,
That's
it seems like it was
the way
there
she
was
goes,
a
right?
puke. There was a puke, and now the dome dies. I kind of like the longs here, but hey, what do I know? Let's check out the S&Ps. I mean,
We are smack dab
Nasdaq.
mid range. I'll jump in and let you guys know if we get a trigger into a trader.
awesome.
Thanks, JD.
All right. Back to context, good risk management and patience. This is not financial advice, folks. So, we closed above weekly kickoff high, 24,940, just below last week's high. We've got monitor for continuation is on both of these. On my little notes here, we're going to monitor for upside continuation. It seems to be doing pretty well. We added 7,600 contracts in open interest on the push to that high yesterday. Pretty good new buying coming in. Government shutdown. Thinking about the auction process and the grade of the auction. I'm going with a B- here again in the Nasdaq. I would have been more impressed with a little bit more open interest coming in. DFADM. Don't fight a directional market yesterday. We're going to see that again today. I've got a couple of models above for potential continuation targets, 25,534, 25,680. Those are things that I'm kind of lining up for possible weekly kickoff levels higher, because we got nothing now. We're above weekly kickoff high. What do you think, Jay? How's the auction going for you here, pal?
B plus. I'm gonna give the Nasdaq a B plus. It is looking
Nice.
pretty good. What I'm seeing to the upside though here, Hoag, and I was just gonna say, I want to watch the market's reaction similar to last week where we were watching the reaction at major levels, 25,000. Do we get volume to trade above it? Right now, with what is sitting on the order books, we are going to need to convince a ton of buyers to trade above 25,200. There is 800 contracts offered at 25,198 and another 800 offered at 25,199. So a point below that 200 level. We got about 1,600 contracts offered. Of course, when we get up there, they could pull those orders. It's not spoofing. They just changed their mind. But there's a ton of size up there sitting on the book right now. I'm curious to see the market's response to those when we get up there.
Big fat round numbers. Big fat round numbers. All right. Let's take a look at the 30. And again, we had an emotional move to the upside. It always seems that emotional moves to the upside don't really show much emotion. Emotional moves to the downside are certainly full of emotion. Look at this market. I mean, it's just keeps going and going and going. It's like the Energizer Bunny. Here's the 5 p.m. open yesterday. Here's where we are now. Obviously, overnight inventories to the long side. And quite obviously, also, we are going to be opening with a session gap. We got to go close the session gap. I mean, basically, we're looking at 25,034.75 if we're going to close it. This is just gap and go rules. We do have overnight inventory to the long side. If they start to get nervous, don't continue to see the market pushing in that direction, we could see a pretty substantial pullback, bigger than we've seen at all yesterday. We'll have to see. But again, if we can't close the gap relatively early, yes, that is a subjective term. I hate the subjective terms, but there is nothing perfect or exact in trading. So we got to see if we see the overnight inventory continuing to get paid, if we still continue to see longer time frame buying coming into this market. we're just going to have to be able to, if there's no BTFD, what you don't want to do is DFADM. No trading against directional markets. So if we were to come back into the range from yesterday, there's a lot of single prints. That's what we call them. Some people call them low volume nodes, maybe. Some people call them fair value gaps. But if we do pull into it, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 very toothy emotional profile yesterday. Very toothy and emotional profile. But again, it's only going to matter if we do come back into the range from yesterday. A move back to the gap to close the session gap brings us right to the high of value, showing signs of acceptance below value, could bring price back to the low of value, and that would take out most of those single prints. Value high, we're looking at about 25,035 on this platform, and value low all the way back down to really the IB high, a little bit below that. We're showing on this platform 24,877 is value low. But I mean, don't fight a directional market, folks. DFADM. Jay, what do you think? I know you give this a B minus, right, or a B plus?
B plus.
Yeah, you're an easier grader than I am.
Grading it on a curve, Hogue. We'll see what happens. I might change that to a D minus if buyers don't take out these 25,200s up here. Because real quick, like Dolby says, come failed moves, come fast moves. This could easily turn into a turnaround Thursday if there's no buyers up there with those major orders. But in the words of a trending chart, Hogue, you said it's just emotion taking shorts over and fueling this rally higher. It's a tough market to short, and when it is, and continuing to grind shorts, they are going to push us higher. So I would love a pullback. We got one last night. Of course, our friends in London get the best prices right off that 20 moving average and VWAP in the overnight session down at 25.50. And we're about 120 points from there now. So daily ATR on the Nasdaq 270 points so far. High to low, we have 170 points. So there's 100 points left somewhere if we see an at average day. I'm just cautious of buying the high, right? Would love a pullback to maybe somewhere near 25 115s to look for an opportunity to buy there. But we'll have to wait and see, right? Being this close to 25,200, Hogue, there's only 25 points before a major level of contention. I don't know if it's the greatest risk to reward trade buying it here. It could just continue to go, but that might have to be a trade that goes without me, right? I'd really love a pullback to get in.
Yeah, I think everybody's kind of looking forward to looking at a BTFD type of situation. But boy, we really didn't get too many of those in that directional move yesterday. It seems like it's setting up for more continuation to the upside today. I got a line up there up against your 25,270, which is basically 100 points from where we are now, which kind of gives you the average daily range at that point, right?
Yep, that would do it. 25,270.
Cool. We will keep an eye out for that. Thank you, Jay, for looking out for everybody here. And boy, oh boy, this market is so strong. It seems so strange, that's a government shutdown. Everybody buy stocks.
Yeah. Yep. Everybody buy it. Nothing matters. I mean, we heard it the last shutdown, 34 days. The S&P's rallied 10%. We're all on the way to that here, right? If anyone's keeping track, but we're about 1.5% up in the Nasdaq since the government shutdown. So find a place to buy it. It has been the call so far, and we are trading at the highs, all-time highs, 178.75 in the Nasdaq. It's sure to be a great show today. There's going to be a lot of good trading. Speaking of which, JD, why don't we go over the schedule for today? Who is trading with us on TopstepTV today?
We got another good one coming your way, folks. Coming up next in Fast Markets, we've got Braden and Dakota. They're going to be joined by Andre, Jack, and Hogue to trade it up for a couple of hours from 8:30 to 11 Central Time. At 11 o'clock, Hoag will be coming back for the morning recap. He's going to recap all the trades that we took in the opening call and in fast markets. 11:15, trade with Topstep. Coach Jay's coming back. He's going to be joined by Jason E. and Dolby Time. 12 o'clock, shoulder tap with Jack and Ben. 12:15, group coaching with me, Hoag and Hoop. 1 o'clock, more trading with Topstep, Jack Barron, and me. I just noticed I'm on the schedule for 1 o'clock. So I'll be in there trading up from 1 to 2 o'clock with Jack and Barron. Then at 2 o'clock, we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Chad, Brad, and Dolby Time. The Chad-Brad dynamic is back. That should be a great one. Those guys love to trade it up. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way, folks, right here on Topstep TV. Let's get it.
If you like markets hitting all-time highs, make sure you do us a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe as well. Hit the bell for notifications for when we are going live. We got a ton of content, starting with the opening call every day. But then Coach Paul and myself for At the Buzzer, Coach Dakota with Slow Markets, Aaron for the London Open, and D with the Euro Trade. You want to make sure you get all your notifications for when Topstep TV is going live, so you can stay up to date with the markets. We got a couple minutes before fast markets here. JD, we got one more news clip though. We heard some news on drug tariffs the other day, and those being postponed. What do you have, JD?
Yes, the Trump administration has delayed the 100% tariffs on some imported drugs. Let's roll that footage. President Trump did threaten to impose the tariffs on brand name or patented drugs last week. He said the tariffs will not apply to drug makers who are building manufacturing plants in the U.S., though. They were set to go in effect on Wednesday, yesterday, but a White House official says the tariffs will not be levied while the administration evaluates companies' proposals to reduce prices and increase U.S. manufacturing. However, that official also says the tariffs are still being worked on. A delay on pharmaceutical tariffs, trying to bring some business back to the U.S. right now. See what happens. Interesting story there.
Thank you for that, JD.
Still no trigger in this crude oil trade.
Nothing.
Right in the middle of the range.
Well,
smack that.
We have had a 1 minute opening range remain unextended for 57 minutes. That's the record for a 1 minute opening range in crude oil. Yep. 1 minute range lasting almost an hour.
What's the process, Hoag? Should I pull all these orders if we don't get triggered in before the end of fast markets? And do you want to take the trade into fast markets if we do trigger something? Or do you want me to just keep these orders in?
I don't know. What do you think?
I'll pull them. Let's put the trade on TV. How does that sound?
Okay.
Let's do it.
I think that'd be better. Everybody can see it live then.
Leave it out there. We got a question in the chat from Sage. JD, we talked about, and just, I guess it's more of an opinion than anything. We talked about the last government shutdown, the S&P rallying 10.3%. You know, sometimes traders are looking at that and saying, hey, government shutdown doesn't sound like a good thing. Why are the markets rallying? What do you guys attribute that to? I think I have my opinion, but I'm just curious. Right? You guys have probably seen more of these than me, and seeing the market rally. Why is that the case?
I don't know. Is it just indecision? I mean, there could be 100 reasons for it. I found that image that we shared yesterday, though. I'm looking at it right now. So our last government shutdown from December 21st, 2018 to January 25th, 2019 lasted a total of 22 trading days. And the average S&P return, or the S&P 500 return during that gap was 10%. 10% return. Average daily return of 0.47% during that time period. The second highest return came in 2013, from September 30th, 2013 to October 17th, total of 14 days. Total return of 3% in the S&P during that duration. What are the causes for it? Is it just indecision? I honestly don't know. When in doubt, buy it, right?
Exactly.
What's your take?
When there's no, government economic news out, there's no bad news. What do these markets do when there's no bad news? They just tend to grind to the upside. And don't forget, this is the beginning of a new month, new quarter. Probably some, allocations into 401ks came in yesterday. I mean, there's lots of reasons why we could have seen that rally yesterday, but it may just be quite as simple as, hey, there's no bad news.
10% during a government shutdown sounds dramatic, but 10% over 30 days doesn't. We see that happen all the time, right? So it kind of just sounds like a natural market move to me, where we see a 10% month. We have a couple of 10% months this year. Yeah, I think exactly what you guys said, right? The uncertainty, or hey, you know what? There's no bad news, so just buy them because that's what we're supposed to do with the equities. And we're seeing that now. 180 new all-time high in the Nasdaq, 6782 quarter new all-time high in the S&P. Both of these markets pushing up into major levels. Again, there's a ton of size right below 25,200 in the Nasdaq, so we'll see how we respond there. We also have gold pretty close to its all-time high as well. 39.2270 is that high. 39.1690 last trade in gold. We've seen all three of these markets make new all-time highs on the same day. I think we had a record 4 markets make an all-time high on September 23rd, I believe it was. Let's see what the markets present to us today. No real tilt to talk about. I guess 67% long in gold, 62% long in crude. And the equities pretty much flat right now.
Even have NVIDIA set to open at all-time highs. So it's $189.83 in pre-market right now. So everything's looking good.
And we get much higher. Looking pretty good. Hoag, JD, it's always great being on with you guys every morning for the opening call. Shout out to all of our traders listening in the chat. We appreciate you being here as well. Hoag, why don't you send us into fast markets?
All right, let's do that. JD, love spending every morning with you guys. And of course, we love spending every morning, every day, all day with all of you. Top of the chat today, Shubham, Rolling with Kevin. That's a new name. Welcome, Rolling with Kevin. Man Caves, one time. Dan Trader, Anastasios, Alex L. from Pennsylvania. Tater, good to see you, Tater. Tom, Logan, Nick Nichols. Great to see you, my old friend, as always. Remember to stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Trading is as much an art form as it is a science. Pray for peace, everyone, and we are heading into fast markets right now. I see the team chomping at the bit to get in here. Let's go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Good morning, traders. Welcome to Fast Market. Andre, did you know that there are more private equity funds in the United States than there are McDonald's?
Wow, I did not.
Okay.
Well
Fun
done.
fact. Good morning, off.
I did not. Did anyone know? Man, Jack.
No.
I did not.
didn't until yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Go for it, Andre.
Welcome to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Does anyone in the chat know that? Let's get right into lower left-hand corner. Hopefully got those meta glasses. We'll stay tuned to find out. Braden in the house. Ooh, I don't like that. Look, lower right-hand corner. Dakota in the house, Jack, as well. How's the count is flat. Let's get right into it. Braden, catch us up. Were you able to procure the meta glasses?
I think I was being a little impulsive. I decided to be a tactical buyer and wait for him to actually come out, see what people had to say about him. It looks like they're very specifically integrated with Meta platforms, so like you can only use it with Instagram, stuff like that. We'll see. We'll give it a couple days, but we'll see.
Well done. I appreciate that. Tactical buyer. I like that. All right, Dakota, how are you doing? Well, happy Thursday, day 2 of government shutdown. How's it going? Thoughts coming into this trading day?
Government shutdown. Does that mean I still have to pay taxes?
You know, Baron asked that too. You guys are onto something.
I mean, I'll vote for that one. I'll vote for that one. Hey, government shutdown. Why would we have to pay taxes when the government's not working? But no, I'm watching gold here. Looking at all-time highs in gold is just so close. Nasdaq, kind of going to stay away from Nasdaq this morning until we start to settle down. We've just been going straight up all night long. It's just been going up and up and up and up. So gold has been what I'm eyeballing this morning to see if maybe we get a little dip to buy and a push towards these all-time highs up in these 39.20s. So we'll see how gold is. Gold is just been, it's been on one, man. I had a short last night. It didn't work out. Then I ended up getting in long, and I'm up $250 to start this session.
Right, very good. Yes, new all-time highs in Nasdaq and ES, all-time highs in gold, 39.22. We're about $5 away from that. 90 seconds coming in this open, Jack. Let's take a look at the ES trade around all-time. About 2 points off all-time highs. Where do we get in? How do we get in, if at all?
First, I think I have a small mea culpa here. I think that yesterday, if you watched Shoulder Tap, I kind of deduced that we had a trader that was just buying the opening print in the NQ and letting it ride. And then I believe for my hubris, I was punished by having a day where if indeed you bought the opening print, you'd take about 8 points of heat and then be up about 175 right now. Whew. That's the Nasdaq. Yeah. ES, yep, we're grinding up. I'm going to let it open. This is melting up pretty good. Not sure what I'm going to do, but I will let you know. And we'll talk more about that private equity thing I said. It's pretty interesting.
More private equity funds in the United States than McDonald's. Okay, there you go. Learn something new every day. Braden, any prices of interest in the Nasdaq? Last trade, 25,169. Overnight highs, session highs, all-time highs, about 10 points higher. What are we thinking here? Nothing on the tilt, really. Up and away. Braden, talk to me, man. This is wild.
It can be tricky when we are so, extended to the upside. You had the rally into yesterday's New York session close, then just continuation in the overnight, which I took a long on that on my stream on my channel. So I'm up 622 if you want to update that on some NQ longs. Happy with that. So yeah, when we're breaking out of structure and breaking into the all-time highs, this is where maybe I start to look more at my EMAs. I've got the 9, the 21, and also VWAP. So those are some levels to the downside that we could maybe retest, and then once buyers see that, okay, we're kind of at more of a balanced price, look for buying back to the upside. So don't think it's too overbought. It is extended, but it can keep going up, and it most likely will, in my opinion. So we're going to be looking for some longs if we can get a pullback.
Okay. All right. Pullback indeed. 30 seconds coming into the opening bell here. Take a look at some of these other prices. Crude trading $61.24. Bottomed out at $61.06. See that big sell candle come in on the during opening call. Gold making another run here. Dakota. A lot of things happening. We'll take a look.
Air horns. The only other play, Jack. Do we short Netflix?
Why? Because they're making AI slop now.
Yeah, and Elon Musk said to cancel your Netflix subscription.
Oh, did he really? What? No Netflix and chill?
He did.
All right, we are now open. No, we are now open. A little selling coming in here in the Nasdaq. Talking about 25,147. 147.
I don't trade right out of the open like this. You guys know that. But if this selling is this week, I'm going to try to get into an early long for a rip back to all-time highs.
Okay, sounds good. You got your eye on a price, or you just going to watch price action here? Because we're selling
right here. I'm there 141. I'm long, looking for the all-time highs on a quick flip. That's really weak selling, in my opinion, for an open.
How many you get in with?
3 micros long, 141.
All right, sounds good. We got a little push lower here in the ES closing in on overnight VWAP, 67.72. A little selling here in the Dow. On gold closing in on those all-time highs as well. About $2 to go there. Crude did see a little bit of a pop. We got 70% short in the Nasdaq on the tilt right off the bat. 71% short tilt in the ES. And here goes gold. Yes, sir. Here goes gold. In 1,000 lot ES upside 67.79. 1,000 lot in the ES 3 points higher right now. Right off the bat, man. 90 seconds in, got 1,000 lot flash in there. Let's see if it is for the fill. Got 1,000 offer at 67.79. And pulled.
It's gone.
Man, that was close. They got really close for now. Interesting. Flash head in there in the first 90 seconds. Pulled. See anything on the Nasdaq, Larry? We did see the ES snap back higher. What do you have here on the Nasdaq? Nothing really on the Nasdaq right
Nvidia's
now. Gold
of 190.
Is it really?
Gold's
As a reminder,
all-time high. Is that all-time highs in gold right there?
Yes, it is. Air horn. Pew pew pew. New all-time highs in
Waka waka.
Straight up.
Auga!
There it is.
Gold-
Yep. We
Gold to
are
4,000.
I mean, we're about 80 bucks away. End of week.
Get there.
Dow caught a nice pop there, about a 100-point pop in Dow Minis. The YM topped out at 46,785. And we got ES pushing higher here. Nasdaq did take a peek to the downside and say, oh, well, if ES is going to go, we might want to go with it as well.
I added 2 more there at high 30s. So average 145 micros long.
Very good. See this. Talking about buying the dip. Right in there to buy the dip.
Well.
Yeah, how about this? See if we can pop this thing. 71% short in the Nasdaq. Jack, when those your options do populate, please let us know if you got any levels here in the futures. 67,
Might be a little bit of time before that. I mean, nothing super jumping out at me at the moment. 67.90s in the futures. I have less confidence until these things fill in, but we'll see how many calls are being bought.
All right, sounds good. Dakota perhaps looking for a pullback in gold. Any price? Anything in the Nasdaq? You look at the Nasdaq at all, or you locked in on gold right now?
I'm locked in on gold right now. I'm going to wait for a little bit on the Nasdaq, let it shake out. I'm watching gold hit all-time highs, and then thinking about getting into a short Netflix position, but it's already down 2%. So good trade doesn't last very long.
And you got the ES turn around this 5-minute candle, first 5-minute candle into the New York session. Dow is not done pushing higher here. 46,798. I do believe all-time highs in the Dow is about 47,000. Yes, 47,005. 47,005. Still got about 200 points till we get there. Right now, we've got.
By the way, folks, the power of shaping narratives and estimates. So right now, Tesla's all over the place. Tesla was trading as high as 480 in the pre-market, still up 1.5%. They announced this morning that their Q3 deliveries came in down 13% year over year. However, the estimates from Wall Street were lower, so it's spiking again.
Well done, analysts. I like that. Under promise, over deliver. Kind of something like that.
Always under promise. As we talked about, 80% of companies beat their earnings last cycle.
Love it. Absolutely love that. All right, let's see if we can continue to push this thing higher. ES did want to pop. Nasdaq holding. Where's your risk on this, Braden? You taking a little bit more risk since it is the first 5 minutes?
I've got it at VWAP. VWAP for me is 25.95. 25.095.
0.95. Roger that. Last trade, 25,124. First 5 minutes, did see a little bit of a sell candle in the Nasdaq. Sold off about 60, 70 points. Opened right around 25,164. Bottomed out 25,113. 113 is about 50, 60 points of selling there. So that short tilt looking in the ES and Nasdaq. A little bit of a pullback here. Damn, about $8 pullback in gold. Made new all-time highs, 39.23. Pull back to 39.16, Dakota. When you're watching gold, personality-wise, contrasting from the NQ to gold, Dakota, are we looking at pullbacks similar at all? If not, what do we got? We got something up here. 800 lot in the Nasdaq offered 25,140 offered 800 times.
Correct. Correct, Andre.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking at basic support and resistance. I like these 07 level. If gold could get down there, there might be an opportunity. But we did tap those all-time highs here in gold, and we rejected them. So I'm curious to see how this market reacts. We are seeing a lot of volatility here. We are now starting to sell off some more. I'm gonna watch it. Just being patient, watching gold, and I'll take a look over at Nasdaq here in a moment.
I'm going to try to hold this right now. 25,118 last trade. ES staying strong. Got Nasdaq minis and Q got a 800 lot up, offered about 25 points higher right now. 25,140. 25,140. A little deeper pullback here in gold. Gold between 39.12, $11 off those highs that we just printed. Oh, we're only 8 minutes into this New York session. Again, government shutdown day 2. No initial jobless claims. Anything we have on the docket? As Logan to speak in about an hour or so. Goolsby going to speak later this afternoon. Right.
Wow. Okay, I'm stopped out.
Okay.
What in the world is this pullback?
I mean,
Yeah.
Funny how you just melt up all night and then out of the open.
this is
Horrible
why
shift.
I have real trouble trading the melt like this, because on one hand, it's like you can just keep on buying the highs, and then you got to see what your stop's going to be, like how much pain you're going to take. Or if it does pull back, it's like, is my level even good anymore? Because now we're breaking. So I'm going to be patient. 67.50 is a good one if we get there. But if it sells off 26 points from here in the ES, it's like, well, why not a lot more?
Why not?
What is this pullback?
Go test those overnight lows.
Overnight lows. So I got 25,052. More selling here in gold. 39.10. 39.10, about $13 off those highs. More selling coming in here in the ES and the Nasdaq as well. 25,082. Nice cut there, braided.
And
They don't make
like,
it
if
easy,
you
do they?
Yeah. So, look at the big volume at the end of yesterday. We had the meld up, and then we had a lot of selling, probably more institutional stuff in this area below us, and then kind of weaker overnight action. I wouldn't be surprised to see us pull back into this range.
Gold now $14. Just printed new highs 39 to 23. Dakota, when you see this, seems like a much deeper pullback than we're accustomed to, I want to say.
I'm a lot more hesitant to get in longs right now. So I'm
Yeah.
happy with being patient. I mean, trading, like no trading is also trading. It's usually the best position is no position. So just being patient. Let's see how this shakes out. We're seeing a lot of volatility in all these markets, which is it's nice for traders, but got to be patient.
And more selling coming in here in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq down about 110 points since the New York bell did ring. ES
Top
seems
is
more
in,
selling.
boys.
Wow.
This thing is like, it's
Well, here's your
crazy.
dip.
I'm kidding.
Here's the
Yeah,
dip.
I mean, here's the dip, but it's about, well, yeah, this is heavy selling. It's totally heavy selling. Now we're testing where we had a lot of orders, kind of that 25,050, 60 area we're testing. It's just sprinting down right now. I like to trade. We opened and it was like a 30, 40 point pullback. It was a very slow, usually out of the bell, you'll see a quicker move. And so I thought maybe we could get the rip, but this is just sinking down.
Yeah, I'm not touching until 67.50 at least. Remember, that's the all-time high too in the SPX, 6,700. We went through that yesterday. I don't see why we couldn't recheck that.
Yeah, I came into the session like, okay, I want to catch this all-time high trade, but when we're coming down this fast, even though the sentiment is obviously, well, maybe not so far in the session, but we know on a higher time frame we're in an uptrend, we're bullish, breaking all-time highs, but this just kind of feels like catching a falling knife at the moment.
All right, let's see.
House count to get triggered into a long in micro crude. Long 3 micro crude from $61.46. More selling here in the Nasdaq. More selling in the ES.
Yeah.
More selling in gold too.
More selling in gold. Yes, it
It's
is.
just across the board. Across the board. You know, whether it's not. Nvidia's bouncing, or Netflix is bouncing a little bit. I like it. I like it.
And obviously, well, this is the opening bell of New York session. We all know that, but I think a lot of traders would agree there's a lot more manipulation in this session than the overnight session. Like the overnight session, took a long trade in the overnight session at 25,030. This is right at the Asia Open, and I took it into this structure in the 70s. So I caught like a nice 40-point trade, and it was way easier than trying to trade this at the moment. But it is the opening bell, so
sell it all.
Not done yet. We are continuing to push lower here in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq new session lows. New session low is 25,042.
And we're about $16 off the highs here in gold.
Yes, we are. We are moving here.
We go back to see 3,900 evens, maybe. I wouldn't mind that.
$6 away. Look at this thing go. We are seeing some sellers here in the ES now. ES down about almost about 15 points. 15 points since that New York bell rang. Hey, we're talking about 13 minutes ago. New low, session low is 67.63.
Oh, yes. Tesla now negative, someone points out. There is justice.
Wait, is it really? It was up like 3%, I thought.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that's into an illiquid market. I mean, the number's still 13% down. I mean, you can still be bullish Tesla long term, but that's not good.
More selling coming in here.
Wow.
Crazy.
This bid.
Yeah, we were up 3%. Like that's
we
that's
just
a
broke
big
the
move.
20. We just broke the 21 EMA on the hourly. Just flashed under it.
The top is in, Jack.
Whoa. In which market, Dakota? Which market?
All of them.
All famous last words.
Besides bonds.
Yes.
Take a look at the bonds, yeah.
Take a look at the bonds here. Here in a bit, but we are seeing some more selling here in the ES. ES bottom out at 67.63. When we opened, we briefly made new all-time highs, trading around 67.82. We're down about 20 points from there in the ES. Same story in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq down about 120 points or so. The first since that opening bell did ring. We were trading around 25,170 or so, and we sold all the way down to 25,036. And bringing that first trade from 141. Nice cut there. Nice cut.
It's crazy. Yeah, I felt good about it. And then I VWAP was pretty far. Obviously, the argument is, we were pretty extended in that session. Let's be real. Just to get continuation off of the previous New York session that was already 300 points higher, just on a massive trend. And then we melted up like almost another, 200? Yeah, 200 points. So pullback could make sense there. I didn't really want to see VWAP, so I just cut it under VWAP.
Right.
And like VWAP starting to dive
now.
now.
Gold. I'll get a couple of micros here in gold at 077. 077. Yep,
right.
2 micros. Yep, I'll build a position if we can continue to hold here.
We'll turn around here in the ES. Nasdaq not convinced.
Slightly, we're hanging around the highs of yesterday.
What was that? What was that? Something on the ladder in the Nasdaq, trying to turn this thing around out, seeing some buying as well. The ES pushed this thing higher right now, about a 5.5 point bounce off those lows. Currently trading 67.68. Crude on the move to the upside, trading 61.61. House count long? 61.46. 61.46.
Hoop mentioned in the chat, we got some news out of the Kremlin saying, if tomahawks are supplied by the U.S. to Ukraine, then Russia will have to give an adequate response.
Okay, very good. Well, not very good. It's things could see perhaps some of the response here in the markets. Dakota, what's your upside target on this? You caught it, caught a nice price there.
Yeah, I
Gold trading
did.
39.11.
I bought that dip right here in gold, 7.7. So 39.077. It's only 2 micros. I'm going to watch and see if we could come up and test this. I was looking for 13s. We got to 12 and we just rejected it. I'm going to continue to watch. Be patient. I might cut this a little early. We shall see.
Bouncing back up the VWAP and the ES.
Man,
the overnight.
got action right out of the gate. Right out of the gate. Yeah, those are poor wording there, Ben. Poor wording. I meant very good. Thank you for informing me, informing us, informing the royal we. Speaking of informing the royal we can inform you some Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. Yes, click on that link. Those are updated, refreshed before every New York Open. Every New York Open. Have those open on the screen. If you don't have a room on the screen, if you want to just have it on your Topstep X, click on that indicators tab at the top. Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels and type in Topstep daily levels and have those slapped overlaid on your charts. That was very redundant. I've done that much better before. Also, pin upper left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the hashtag fast markets. Hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour. We say this every morning right around this time, but for those that are new, welcome aboard. Send us some trader wins. Send us some trader station setups. Show us where you're watching Topstep TV all across the globe. Hell, even the chat. Let us know where everyone is watching from right here, right now. 4,100 people watching all across the globe. Give some shout outs in the chat. If you'd be so kind, click subscribe. We crossed 183,000 subscribers on the march to 184,000. Click thumbs up, click the bell, keep clicking and clicking and clicking. Greatly appreciate it. I know you're watching from all across the globe. I thoroughly enjoy this, and we are in.
I'm short 3 micros at 64, looking for a retest of the intraday low. Maybe a green to red flip, which would be 25,009.
064. All right, short 3 micros.
We got NVIDIA back below 190. Tesla flipped green again, just scratch. Not much doing in the other names in the Mag 7.
Gold
by the way,
look at this thing go. Gold turned around in Nasdaq. Yes, Jack.
I just want to revisit again. It was a quote from a Bloomberg summit with KKR partner Alyssa Wood saying, there are 19,000 private equity funds in the U.S. There are 14,000 McDonald's in the U.S. How are there more private equity funds than McDonald's? That's actually crazy, right? It is crazy.
Is that a good? I'm trying to figure.
No, it's not a good thing.
Is that a good? Well, which part? McDonald's
No,
number?
I think you think.
Private equity. They're both bad.
It would mean they're fighting over scraps, right? I mean, how many HVAC companies can you bundle up and give me some Wharton guy with spreadsheets?
I thought you were talking about McDonald's.
Right? I mean,
when you said fighting over scraps. Yes, I get it. Yeah, that's going to make for interesting climate there. Gold continue to sell. Braden, did you add to it? You continue to push lower here.
I'm all out. Let's click 40 points on the break at a low day.
Okay, I'll update that P&L when you have a chance. Nice trade there. First trade was long.
293.
Nice. First trade was long. Got stopped out and caught the move to the downside.
Gold selling.
Yes, it is.
Gold's back down. Yeah, my stop loss is going to be these mid 90s. We did tap 3,900 evens. 3,900 evens. We tapped
it. Yes, we did. Gold first 20 minutes of.
I'm going to just bail on that one.
38.99.
Wow.
Yeah.
Stay positive for the day.
I like that. We are seeing a continued sell-off here. Right off the bell in gold, the New York bell, I should say, for the equities, we did pop and make new all-time highs of 39.23. You heard Ho coming here with the air horn, and since then it has sold off about $23, trading 3,900 even. Nasdaq bottoming out at 25,020. Looking about a 25-point pop here. Dow's been strong throughout. And they're going to try to buy this up in the ES for the second or third time. We're about 4 points off the lows there. Trading 67.69. 66. You just sell right into it.
NQ is going to flip red here under 25,009.
When you say you flip, like pop it higher, turn this thing around.
Well, we're going to flip red, and
gotcha.
Yeah, we're 100% going to flip red. Not financial advice.
Is it really? Is it really? I got to look at this. I've been paying attention to gold. I got to see what's happening in the Nasdaq.
Getting closer in the ES. What you want to do with it's up to you. But if we get to 6750, that was the all-time high we broke yesterday in the SPX. Also a big fat round number for options.
Oh my!
And more selling coming in.
Look at this thing go.
So that's going to be. I mean, it's going to be a flip on the daily from green to red, and then all that overnight trend to the upside is going to turn into a wick now. So there you have it, and that's a very ugly look.
Who caught the short? Who caught the short in the chat? I'd like to see it. Who did catch a short in even gold or Nasdaq or ES? I'm hearing Bitcoin is absolutely cooking. Micro Bitcoin, symbol MBT.
I was trying to catch a short on Netflix, and I couldn't get in. Netflix is down 2.5.
All the Mag 7 getting smoked?
Tesla's getting smoked.
Nvidia's still up 0.75%. Meta's up 0.75%. They're being down pretty big yesterday. Broadcom's up 0.6%. Apple flat.
All right, we're holding up.
Thumbs up, Hoag.
I'm gonna get back in gold right here. See if we could hold this one.
Back in here to go. Okay.
Yeah, I'm getting back in. I'm getting back in on gold. 02.3. 3902, where I'm in at.
All right. 2?
I'm in 3 right now. 3.
Very good.
I'll build a bigger position if we could find this market structure.
All right. Rate him.
I'm short 2 micros at 45 on this retracement, looking for the green to red move. So low day again.
All right. 045. Short 2. Q from 045. All right, ES is going to try to walk this thing up again here, closing an overnight VWAP. Let's trade 67.69, about 2 points off there. We'll see what the sellers pop in again. And really, we've just seen some pretty heavy selling. First,
I jumped out from scratch.
Yeah.
I jumped out for minus $3 on that. Just not liking it. I'm going to show more patience. We're first 30 minutes in and no structure building yet.
Not yet. Wow, that's what an open. What an open here. We are about 25 minutes into this session. And we are rocking and rolling. Things are absolutely cooking. You like to bring in the one and only, Mr. John Hoagland. Come on in, man. We are long in the house account from 3 micros, 61.46, about 13 cents in the money there. But Hoag, happy Thursday, day 2 of the shutdown, and markets are cooking. Break it down. Start with gold, Hoag. Break it down. Start with gold. Just made new all-time highs.
All right.
What do we look?
Gold.
Yes.
All-time high. Regular trading hours. We did just hit it. We did leave a failed upside auction above the initial balance high, 39.1840. Initial balance high, the target's the initial balance low. We've gone past that. We're back inside the range and value from yesterday, right back down to settlement. So these markets aren't going to go in a straight line. We were saying this morning, you don't fight a directional market until it's time to fight a directional market. Not saying that it's time to do that in gold, but we needed a pretty good pullback. We did see some pullback yesterday. We lost some open interest in gold, about 5,000 contracts. So we're starting to see some long liquidation here, which is a good thing for longs, because long liquidation takes selling power out of the market. I'm looking for a place to look to see some basing here, to maybe see some opportunities to the long side here at some point in gold. Not there yet. What about the Nasdaq? Nasdaq all-time high. Right before the open, and we've been coming off, ever since. So again, with that big move to the upside yesterday, a lot of emotion in that move. We're basically right back to settlement, gap close. This is an interesting area for an execution potentially. What I don't want to see happen for long is to see acceptance back in value from yesterday, because that could take us down to value low, which is right here around 24,875. No initial balances to establish here yet in the equities. S&Ps, kind of the same thing. We got a new all-time high here. Yeah, we do. We have a new all-time high yesterday.
Yep.
New all-time high now in the overnight session, as well as the Nasdaq. Those are in the overnight session. We don't look for those to be lasting highs. Right back to settlement, right back to gap close. And again, I'd like to see this reject this area relatively quickly. Otherwise, we're going to fall into value area acceptance. And in the S&Ps, that could bring us all the way back down to 67.31 approximately. We do have some weaknesses in structure in these profiles from yesterday. We've got lots of single prints, very emotional move to the upside, initiative buying. Where are they going to protect those levels? I'd like to see it protect right here. Back to settlement, overnight inventory adjustment. If you're looking for longs, this could be an interesting area. Again, not financial advice. As far as crude is concerned, I mean, we swept the overnight low. We weren't able to hold below that. We've got initial balance low established, 61.06, looking like we were going to establish an initial balance high here up here at 61.68. But it's kind of the opposite of what we're looking for in the equities. If we're long, and we're not really seeing a whole bunch of participation or movement in gold here. But if we do start to show signs of acceptance back above value low from yesterday, 61.58, then we might see a nice little continuation move back to the upside, or up around $62. In the bigger picture, this market is hanging right near the area balance area lows. You can see we've got lows here, another low here. We've been seeing buyers here in the past. I'd like to see those buyers come back in and move price back to the upside for us in our longs. That's the story, Andre, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah. Wow. Nicholas Ranella in the chat says I want to go higher. Well, Nicholas Ranella, we're just gonna have to wait on that. Braden, I heard some action back there. Update us on that position, please.
Position's flat. I was short from the 50s, took it off 25. Once again, I'm still looking for the green to red move on the daily, and I still think we'll get it, but I did cover it. I'm just locking in profits, not trying to be too greedy with shorts.
Sure.
And I kind of expect maybe that we can trade in this range a little bit, but I do expect a push for that low of day at some point. So I kind of took profits off in hopes to maybe re-enter again on top of the range here.
News incoming. I'm seeing the chat. News.
I'm gonna get short again.
All right. What's the
Short
news?
again, 2 micros, 58.
All right.
Just stops are above VWAP.
5 25. Do we have news? Do we have news in 5 seconds? I'm looking on the calendar here. I'm not
that I see.
Am I seeing something? Chad, what do we got? News. Help us. We're all watching each other's back around here. What is the news? 9 o'clock is come and gone Central Time. Not seeing anything.
I'm not seeing
If TopstepTV doesn't have the news, I don't think we have
Braden. Braden, don't do that to us. Don't do that, Braden.
Less news. No jobless claims this morning. Our first victim of the government shutdown.
Oh, yes.
We don't have our beloved jobless claims. Which
Correct.
would have been nice because some other service that tracks private payrolls came out with like a plus 50 number after the minus 32 number from ADP yesterday. So it'd be nice to have something to break the tie.
The Challenger?
And no farm.
No, it was something I hadn't really heard of before.
I'm back in long from 99.5. 38.99.5 here on gold.
Okay.
We hit those 90s and instantly bought right back up. So
okay. How many to
see
go
if
to
these buyers
3?
should step right in.
Okay, I'll put you down for 3. I have a feeling it's 3.
Hey, to all the Nostradamus in chat, if news is incoming, tell us what it is.
Love that. Love that. I haven't seen it. Nope, nothing. And Braden just really paint us into a corner there, saying if Braden don't do that. We do at the bottom of the hour. We've got Logan. We got Logan scheduled to speak at the bottom of the hour. Jack
Scratched.
1000 Lot NQ. Thank you, Coach Jay. 1000 Lot NQ. Where are you?
I'm
I
out.
don't see that one either. Oh man. Or CL Trader. 1000 Lot. Not seeing it. Not seeing it. What price? What price? Playing games.
Yeah, when I'm streaming, there's people that come into my chat and say news. Like, I think they try to shake you out of your trade and mess with you.
I see it. I see it.
A bunch of trolls. What a bunch of
I
freaking
see the
trolls.
confusion. I see the confusion. 25090. 25090. Yes, 1000 Lot in the NQ.
Let's try to hold this 3,900 evens.
I got you, Leon. Yep, I see it on the chart. They're looking at the charts. We got that little lightning bolt at the 9 a.m. saying U.S. factory orders. Is that a government released data point?
It's not on the juice anymore.
It's on the charts. It's on the charts. I could see.
Yeah.
Could have been pulled. Could have been pulled. Suspended
A lot
due
of
to the government shutdown.
A lot of the news services had like even jobless clams on this calendar, and they just took them off this morning.
I got you. Thank you. All right, I see it. I see it. Yes. So that probably because the government shutdown. Look at us getting. We got 75% long in the tilt in Nasdaq. 75% long in Nasdaq. Braden short 2 MNQ correct? 058.
Yep, just trying to trade this range at the moment. Still looking for the green to red move. I think when we're trading this close to it with that much selling pressure, I think we're likely to get it. I don't know what the follow through looks like under it, but I do expect this daily candle flip red.
And we did briefly did flip red, correct, Braden? And
no, we didn't quite actually.
Oh, we did not. Okay.
Well, no, we didn't. We were like 5 points off.
Very good. Jack, I'm taking a quick peek here at the 10-year yield, 4.12%. Nothing really changing over there. Fed funds, 99% probability of rate cuts, 2 more rate cuts, 25 basis points October, 25 basis points in December. Is it?
Yeah, that's happening. I'm sharing the 10-year rates on my screen right now.
Look at this.
You know, we test a little bit lower beyond the first Powell resistance, but I mean, we have sort of a triple bottom just below 4.1% yields in the 10-year. So nothing cooking too much, but we're still above where we announced the rate cuts, even though we now have certainty of an October one. So
it's this far out. Yeah, that what's the date of that FOMC meeting? The 29th of October?
It is October 29th, yes.
29th, okay. Now we're pushing higher here. Hoag for the Crude trade. House accounts long 3 from 61.46.
Correct.
What are we thinking here for a push higher upside target? 62s. We have over
upside target. I'm looking for $62.
Okay. About 40 cents to go there.
Yep.
All right, I just added to this gold. Average price is 3,900 even.
I have 39. Well, 5. I'm guessing you got 5. Long 5 there, Dakota.
I got 4.
4. Thank you. Looks like that 1000 lot in the NQ has been pulled. 76% long. 76% long in the Nasdaq tilt.
I got 5 now.
5. Good.
Yep.
All right, Jack. Anything you're seeing on the options?
Pretty much what I said before. Levels are a little wide today. We don't have our call wall graphic, but I have it kind of a little bit above where we opened. I'm still looking at that 6,700 SPX, which, as I mentioned, is 6,750 or thereabouts. So a little bit below the pullback we got at the end of the day yesterday.
Wow. Buyers tried walking this thing up in the ES. Wow, absolutely.
Done trying to buy it. That we are failing to hold 3900s in gold. So that was the attempt I was looking for, but I'm done.
Gold.
Watching
Absolutely.
Nasdaq now start to find some structure to trade off of.
Gold
I
continuing
like
to sell
Braden
off.
short.
Braden short. Yeah, Braden you short still, right? Or did you?
Yep. I
Okay.
added in on that rejection of VWAP, so I'm in 4 micros at 66. So right here, I mean, still kind of holding that wick to the upside on the higher time frame. This looks good. I really wouldn't like to see this revisit VWAP, but we'll see. I've got my stock right above VWAP.
ES free wiki.
Buyers.
Man, buyers did try walking that thing up, like I was just saying, and sellers stepped right back in, right around 67, 69. So down about 3-4 points there, but some size behind it. Gold, it's and the pullback has not been easy, needless to say, in the first 50 minutes here into the New York equity session. It's gold down about $30 off those all-time highs, trading 38.96. Dow's turning around as well. Okay, Dakota. So you go back to the Nasdaq. From what I understand,
Yeah,
when you are trading,
that was my gold trade. I tried it a few different times, scalped, trying to hold these 3900s and failed. Now we have more market structure here in the Nasdaq. We sold off. It's past the first 30 minutes. So I'm okay with looking for trades on the Nasdaq again, but still I want to be more patient in the Nasdaq because of that crazy sell off. I don't want to be jumping in to anything too quick.
Right. And with the melt yesterday, I'm still very interested. Like, there was big selling at the end of the day a little bit below here. So that's the interesting level for me.
All right, Dakota, you were trading gold, right? And from what I understand, when you're trading gold, all you have up is the gold chart and the gold ladder, correct? When you're trading Nasdaq,
Correct.
you
Yeah,
only
when I'm
have...
trading something, I don't like switch over to. I try not to and just focus. I know I've got paper cut it a little bit in gold. I've tried it. I tried it 3 times. I'm down like $60. I'm down $68. $68 trying to see if gold could hold these 39s. You know, now that I'm done, it might just hold them, and we might see a rally here in gold. That I am not in it anymore. But yeah, back to the Nasdaq now that we're getting more market structure.
Well, I want to ask you about that. All right, so you haven't looked at the Nasdaq chart in the first 40 minutes or so in this New York Open. When you do pull up the Nasdaq chart, how do you try to get caught up to speed with what has happened in terms of price action? You know, obviously you heard us quoting prices and such. How do you adapt and try to feel out what your next trade may or may not be based on what you're seeing? Because all you really go off of is the chart, right? You pull it up. Okay, this is what's
Correct. Yeah,
happened.
I just go off the chart. I mean, it's morning. We don't have any news. We had this massive, was a 150 point sell off to start the New York session, and so it's just pure technicals. Pure technicals. The one thing I'm looking at right now, we broke through and broke down. These 080s was a major support resistance level, and that's starting to become resistance again. So I would not be surprised if this Nasdaq actually holds and this resistance holds and we see a push lower. But yeah, I'm just gonna watch it. Just fill it out for a little bit and see how these technicals are playing. The one thing about all-time highs, Andre, is as a technical trader, you don't really have any reference when you're trading all-time highs. You can't look to the left and you can't have like market structure to trade off of. But now that we've sold off, there's actually some market structure I could reference for managing risk.
I like that. ES looking and crude continuing to push here. Nice pop.
Yeah.
And we see
Rising gold.
ES.
Crude.
Yeah, crude pushing here. New lows Dow, new lows ES. Nasdaq's going to turn around with it. New lows
Speaker
ES.
Johnson says there's nothing to negotiate on the stopgap bill. Also, CME to offer around-the-clock trading for crypto futures and options starting in early 2026.
Ooh, right. Round the clock. Finally, it's happening. Been hearing about it for years.
Never gonna
It's
sleep again.
happening. Oh, it's happening.
For crypto,
For years.
which already exists,
Well,
right? You can trade
Sure.
Bitcoin 24/7 in the spot market.
Yeah. Look at this Nasdaq.
Big sell
Well,
order just came in there. real quick.
Mhm.
there you go, everyone. There's technicals for you, right? Looking for these 80s to hold as resistance, and sure enough, it did. Nah, it did. That was a decent trade. 75s, 80s.
Oh, to Dakota's point there, when trading technicals, we're making new all-time highs, right? There's nothing to just like go off of. When you look left, you come off your weekly kickoff highs and lows. What do you do? What do you suggest? How do you work with that? Because these are the market conditions we're in, right? Gold and
Yeah.
ES and Nasdaq, all-time highs. What do you go off of?
A lot of it's measured moves. That's really all you
yeah.
can lean on is fib extensions, that kind of stuff. Taking a look at how deep the pullbacks have been, how deep the continuations have been, and use measuring tools to come up with a level that would be logical if they were to follow the measured move. I use measured moves a lot when there's no information in the past,
Right.
Among other things. But I mean, very simply, you just get to measured moves.
Yeah.
I like it. I do that a lot, Hogue, but I have a hard time managing risk around there without the market structure to, what do they call it? The confluence? Is it confluence, right?
Yes.
Where you can
Yep.
have both will, is much better. But man, your levels, Hogue's levels, I mean, those are pretty good. Those are pretty good when you're at all-time highs.
Something to work with. Something to work with. Braden.
Yep.
You adding into that? You are sure from 25,066. Can you update the position, please?
Yeah, position is I got stopped out break even. I'm kind of trying to jump back in. I'm 5 micro short at 25,060. I'm really trying to I don't want a lot of time exposure in this short trade, and for good reason, because this market could just easily rip back to the all-time highs. So I kind of would like to be in and out. So if I need to exit and just re-enter and look for the quick move, I will. But I'm a little skeptical.
Right, your charts freak me out.
What's that? Why?
Because all I see is red.
Where? Oh, what? Like the EMAs and the ATR and
because your green candles are hollow.
Yeah, your green candles are hollow.
Yeah, they are. I don't know why I did that, but
it just looks like a very thin market to me.
Oh yeah,
very thin market.
I feel like I have been taking more shorts since I've changed the chart. Maybe it makes me think differently.
Dow just straight down since that pop off.
See green and gray on your screen.
Those that didn't know, Dakota, what color are your charts?
Well, they're green and red, but
how do you know that?
I found out last year, man. I'm colorblind.
Dakota just found out he's
and
colorblind,
so
folks.
it's just different shade. Not very dramatic, but those charts of yours, Braden, would screw with my eyes if I had them up. Yeah, those.
Do you guys remember like 5, 6, maybe it was even 10 years ago, where the NFL had those color rush jerseys where like they were all the same color pants, and there was some game where the primetime game, I think the Jets were playing the Browns or something, and it was green and just all green and all brown, and all these guys on Twitter found out they were colorblind.
No, that's how they found out.
Like what is going on in this game?
I always wonder how does one find out that they are indeed colorblind? How'd you
Yeah.
find
Test.
out?
I
Look
went-
at optometrist.
Yeah. No, what I went to the eye doctor with a friend. It was their appointment, and I was just sitting there, and I found like some colorful cards, and I was like flipping through them, and then they started reading the numbers off of them. Like, there's no numbers on these cards.
Hold up.
It's just colors.
Hold up.
And they're like,
Hold
yeah,
up.
you're colorblind. I'm like, no, you gotta take a test for that.
Chiefs Jets, red green.
Apparently, that is the test. Chiefs
I
Jets.
mean, are you
green.
shocked? Are you just like, is it a shoulder shrug? Are you shocked or what? Just
No, it was like I don't believe you because
Okay.
you can't like I didn't think you could figure out you're colorblind without some in-depth test, but apparently just looking at a few flashcards, you could tell.
less. And we'll get off on this colorblind. They say dogs are colorblind. How do they know that? What test did the dog take? Anyways,
Give 'em the same test.
oh, the dog's like, yeah, doc, I can't see this. Anyways, we're continuing to sell off here in the gold. Gold down over $30. Over $30 since we made new all-time highs. Continued grind lower. 38.92 last trade there. Coming into the bottom of the hour here in about 13 minutes. And markets are absolutely rocking. We got Logan to speak at the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, happy I bailed on gold with a small loss here, minus 68,
Yeah.
and just continue to watch the Nasdaq.
Yeah, and so the divergence between the ES and NQ that someone mentioned, I mean, Nvidia's at all-time highs right now. It's still above 190, right? You got Broadcom up 2%.
It is.
But
Wow.
specifically Nvidia up that. Just a little 75 billion in market cap today after like 150 or something yesterday.
Yeah.
First company above 4.5 trillion in market cap.
Yes,
A lot of
sir.
money. That's a lot of money. There
Who's
is a
going to be
divergence.
next?
There is a divergence, yes, indeed. We got ES trading about point and a half off of the lows, 67.61, call it, and Nasdaq holding up much better, about 50 points off the lows, trading 25,070. Was trading gold. Gold continues to sell off here. Was trading gold. Locked it up over there. Is now over to the Nasdaq. With that being said, this is day 4 of the tip of the week here on Topstep TV. Bring that in for those that are just tuning in for the first time. A reminder, yes, absolutely have a trading plan. Without it, we're flying blind. Find your goals, risk tolerance, and time horizon. I love that one. This one, Dakota really likes. Set realistic profit targets and stop loss levels. Have a trading plan. Revisit that trading plan. It is a constant. It's ever evolving. It's a living plan, Hoag, right? Your trading plan. It's never static. It's always dynamic and adapt. What happened? Now we're popping.
Yeah, I added another 3 on the rejection of VWAP there.
Short 8.
Yep, short 8.
Conversely, when you see the Dow getting killed, the highest weighted stock, 10% of the Dow is Goldman Sachs, which is down 1.3. So you're making like a rotational bet then. So S&P 500 and NQ both have Nvidia in the top spot. It's like 7 or 8% of the S&P and 14% at least of the NQ. It's in the Dow, but Nvidia is only not much. It's the 19th most weighted stock in the Dow.
Nvidia,
2.5% of the Dow. Yeah,
it's weighted by price, correct?
It's weighted by the price of the stock, which is insane, but it was hard to calculate the market cap of all those things in real time back in 1732.
So as a company, you don't want to do a stock split because then your
good point.
influence on it would be reduced. Is that
Yeah,
right?
but
ES, heads up, ES
not
new
quite.
laws, they are pushing this thing.
Because they probably don't give a rat's ass about the Dow. But in recent history, if you do a stock split, you get gangbuster bought with call options in the S&P and the NQ. Like look when like Tesla splits or Nvidia splits. There's always a pop because people can buy more options.
Oh, you're down. Crude turned around, Hoag.
Yeah.
61
failed upside auction.
Yeah. Okay. We'll talk about that.
Hey guys,
Hold up.
if I'm trying to put in a stop stop buy, and I have 8, so it's not like it's not one of these defaults like 1,
What
2, 3,
Stack
4,
them.
5. Stack them.
Do 2 of the 4.
4 and 4.
Yeah, you just stack 2 4s. That's how I do it anyway.
Is there a different way to do that? Sure that
I'm
there
not
is.
sure.
What are you trying to do, Braden?
I guess you could go
Short-
up here to stop market on the orders and put it in that way.
You're short 8, correct?
Yep. Really want to see this breakdown.
What was your average price now? You were short from 06, so you're short from a better price now.
67 is the entry, right where we're at. And we had that nice rejection of VWAP, but we continue to hold these 40s.
67. ES looking heavy. ES is struggling to find a bid. Jack, if we get down to these 50s, how do we want to play it? About 7 points to go.
The old I don't want to catch a falling knife. See if it breaks through it. Looking for like a failed breakdown there. Just an update of the sectors. What's getting whacked in the S&P right now? Utilities, real estate, consumer staples, a little bit consumer discretionary, consumer services. Energy and materials are up. Technology is up. So that explains the delta between it and the Nasdaq as well.
Couple things here. Gold back to weekly kickoff high, 38.86. We've got S&P is back to weekly kickoff high, 67.57. See if we get some response here.
So, no news. NVIDIA just bucking the trend. Still holding above 190.
Is it what's getting hammered
it's
here?
just going.
Stuff that's not
Netflix?
AI.
Yeah, Netflix.
Here goes
Man,
the Dow.
Gold?
Shit. Yeah, watch the ES. ES. And here goes Nasdaq. Nasdaq turning around. What the heck is going on? Nasdaq's turned around now.
NVIDIA's holding it up.
NVIDIA's holding everything up.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it is.
Like Atlas.
Mm-hmm.
Holding up the world.
Okay.
Designing GPUs.
Yes, indeed. ES doesn't want to really go with the Nasdaq. ES is stuck in the middle. I think Dow's selling off. I heard Jay yesterday saying Dow's kind of a blend of the ES and the Nasdaq in terms of price action. But right now, ES is stuck between what the Dow's doing and what the Nasdaq is doing.
Oh, we got some good news here. Kazakhstan shipped 180,000 tons of oil to Germany in September. Thank you, Financial Juice, for astute news like that.
Thank you. Yeah, take a look at crude 61.31.
Mm.
64% short, and the tilt's kind of flattened out. All right, Hogue, 5 minutes till the bottom of the hour. I can do this with exercise every time for hour into the equity side. What are we looking for in the next 5 minutes in terms of initial balance?
Right. So, initial balance high in the Nasdaq. Where is that going to be? That is going to be at the first hour high. So there's the 830 bar. That is the initial balance high. 25,169, my friend.
169, thank you.
Let's get the low here. 25,014. The A period, that first 30-minute, is now the entire regular trading hour session initial balance. Again, 65,169, 65,014. We've got a lot of confluence on this gap close. We've got settlement in the Nasdaq, which is 25,017 and a half. We've got value high, which is coming in just about 25,034. We got last week's high, which is 25,027 quarter. So this is a very interesting looking little spot here. We'll see if we get any play within or outside of the initial balance high and low. I'm looking for rejection of value from yesterday and a resolve back to the upside, possibly
Gold
for the
not done.
equities. Not done. Not done. Gold continuing to push to the downside.
Yeah,
Yes.
gold getting spoken. ES. What are those IB high and lows again?
All right. IB high. Let's see here. 67.80 and a quarter, Andre, and then we'll drag this up here. 67.80 and a quarter, and looks like 67. Let me make sure here. 67.57 half. 67.57 is weekly kickoff high.
Okay, very good. Gold absolutely getting gold down $40. Since making new all-time highs. Gold.
Run, man.
Yeah, it is. Gold. If I missed the New York session, gold made new all-time highs 39.23. Gold trading 38.83, down $40. Yes.
Just pow.
Some rotation into the speculative stuff here. Got the quantum stocks up 10% today.
This is where we were at last night.
Do you own any quantum stocks, Jack?
Absolutely not.
That was a definitive no.
Yeah.
Why?
Absolutely.
He's
I don't want to go too far into it, but you should be able to, if you own them, you should be able to tell what they can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. 67.63 last trade. Pushing higher here. We bounced in the ES. Brady, you get your stops all lined up there with that short. What are you looking for? You're looking to...
I want to see low day. Stops at 94. We're kind of holding this range right now. It's a slow bleed up. So that low day is holding at the moment. Kind of still rangy. It's not breaking out too much. And I think it might have some difficulty doing so with how much selling pressure we had out of the open. Buyers would have to make a statement. So kind of forming some structure here. So identifying this range could definitely be executing better. I hate to see that I'm taking a trade that is kind of holding a range or a channel, and then I'm looking at it, my entry is right in the middle.
That's good.
Got to do better on that end, but it is kind of holding range.
Yep.
Yeah, we might chop around here a little bit. Can we turn into a range trading session here? Maybe.
Range session? When will the range be set in? We have the next 30 seconds. Next 30 seconds here.
Yeah, these 80s, right? Sell these 80s and look to buy the 50s. 50s, 45s. If this is becoming a range right now, the last 20 minutes.
Okay. Sounds good. Pull back here.
Gold found some buyers at those 82s. I mean, that's where buyers stepped in last night.
Somebody else was looking at 82s there for buys in gold within the last couple of days. Was that you, Dakota?
Yeah, it was 86 is Barron, right? 86s, 82s. I think it was Barron.
86, 82. Yeah, that's right. It was Barron.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it was Barron. Yeah, Barron's been doing really well in gold.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been
yes, he has. All right, bottom of the hour has come and gone. We got those IB high and lows in there in the ES and Nasdaq. With that being said, we got some people putting up some numbers on our live leaderboard. Shout out, bring that in. Let's take a look who's doing it today. Right, nice start. Christina M up $14,000. Yay, hang up almost $12,000 in the first hour. Well, we trading anywhere across the globe, but yes. We are seeing some early profits. Nice. Hang on to those. Make sure you lock in those profits. Don't turn a winning day into a losing day.
That's a nice looking graphic.
It's production.
Kudos.
Yep. 67.64. See if we grind this thing higher.
First higher high on the 15-minute candle since the open.
We got those 50s. Try to
See
pop
if it
that thing
holds.
over above view. Where's your risk on this, Braden?
94.
Okay.
Letting it play around VWAP right now. We peaked above, but it's not a significant breakaway. It's still kind of holding under 90s. This is a range right now, or a channel, whichever you want to call it.
Oh man.
And those are common after you have a market that isn't an uptrend, but out of the opener, when we get volume in the beginning of the session, you see a strong selling move.
Sellers.
Buyers are still there in
Look at
that market
yes.
trying to hold it, right? So there's just kind of a balancing effect in play.
Sure is. ES. Wow, Jack, you saw that? They were trying to lock it up in the ES 67, 64.
Yeah, they got
Buyers.
smushed.
Yep.
Gold got smacked there too.
Yeah, it did. Any little breath, they're stepping on it.
Sure are. And there goes Crude. Crude grinding lower here at 61.17. 61.17.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed in Crude now.
What was that pop?
I've been disappointed too in Crude. I have not traded Crude for over a year.
Yeah.
It
Tough.
used to be the hot thing to trade.
Yeah.
It was
back in the day.
Before COVID, it was the most popular product trade here
Yeah.
at Topstep.
This might be my tinfoil hat thing, but I don't trade Crude because I feel like there's too many people with inside information. You know what I'm saying? They can move it.
I mean,
OPEC can
they
move
can't
it a
even
lot
count
with
their own
any
inventories.
announcement they make. You don't think they got a few futures out there? Are they going to get
Yeah,
fined by the CFTC?
I mean, you could tell by their inventory accuracy. every number is just so far off too.
Going down to
ES
low of the
look-
day.
yeah,
in the ES.
Jack, let's see what happens when we get to these 50s. It looks like we want to go gun for them.
All right, gold.
New lows, ES. New lows. Braden, you still got these 067s on?
Sure do. I'm gonna go grab
Right.
a water and step away for a second.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
I don't
Got
want
the
to keep
trade
looking
on.
at it.
Love it. Gold, absolutely. I'm saying gold not done again. Gold not done again. ES looking like it wants to go 67, 57.
Hanging right there at weekly kickoff high.
Uh-huh.
There's plenty of weaknesses in structure in the profiles from yesterday in the S&P and in the Nasdaq. I mean, a deeper pullback would not be necessarily a bad thing.
No, we're breaking through those 80s right now
Gold.
in gold.
Yep.
Gold's only down 0.4%. So there's definitely more room to the downside. The rest is kind of just mixed. Mixed in the Nasdaq right now.
Gold is absolutely getting worked right now.
Yeah, it is.
38.80. 38.80, folks. We made, again, an hour ago. We were trading $40 higher. And we are
At all-time highs.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, all-time high.
Here we go. Logan. Logan is back. Where you been, Logan? Payroll gains have declined. Jack. Logan saying
What?
Payroll gains have declined markedly. Is Logan giving us non-farm payroll
New
gains?
lows in gold. The low of day
way.
is at
Yeah,
38.77.
I see risks on both sides of the Fed's mandate. Inflation is running above target and trending higher. Uh-oh. Logan hitting the wire.
Logan
Payroll
from the
gains have
ropes.
declined markedly. Again, non-farm jobs, non-farm payrolls. Pause, suspended due to the government shutdown. Logan coming on here. Perhaps spilling the beans a little bit. I'm not sure. But gold, look at it go. We are looking at being down $50 since that.
38.77 is the low of day in gold.
Overnight low. 38.71
are not done.
is naked money control.
We got Logan. Demand
See.
remains pretty resilient. Most recent rate cut was insurance against a more rapid nonlinear decline in the labor market. There you go, Dakota. Risk management. Logan.
Non-linear.
These
You
Fed-
don't want to tempt
these
that.
Fed speakers weight words going to carry a little bit more weight since we're not getting these econ releases. Demand remains pretty resilient.
Maybe.
I don't think they know them, but what she's saying is true from the data that's public so far, right? I don't think anyone's arguing that the labor market is not declining and inflation is running above target.
Interesting.
There goes
stuff.
gold.
Gold,
Whoa.
gold.
Flushed.
Wow.
New lows, 38.73, 38.73. And not done. 38.72, 71's now print. Gold now down in the last hour. Down $53. $53 in the last hour.
Right off that
And not
all-time
done.
high.
More selling coming here. Into the 69s. 38.69. Sell 68's print. Gold absolutely getting smoked right now. Stronger dollar?
Just got
Don't do that.
hammered right there.
What do we got going on?
Wow.
I want to see if the equities
is
want to watch this. If the equities are going to see, is the dollar getting stronger? Are rates going higher?
No.
Sort of cattle.
Rates going higher, absent of like the cut, I would think would be good for gold. Okay, like maybe you'll find some resistance at like 38.60.
I like
You wanna
that.
take a-
200
Yeah, I like
session
it, too.
moving average on the 30-minute.
There's still more room too if it wanted to. It's only
Here's not
down
moving.
0.7. We could be down
Here's not
1%
moving.
pretty quick.
Boy, that thing just got smoked.
Yes, it did.
it all
Logan, not
started-
done. We must not ease too much, only to have to reverse course. We need to be very cautious about rate cuts. Policy isn't more than modestly restrictive, which is appropriate. Labor market looks fairly balanced and is only gradually slowing.
Yeah, like no rate cuts. If they were to do that, that would be not as good for gold.
We are very
mean
close
they're
to
more-
maximum employment. Gold,
Whoa. It's weird with my charts.
gold, look out below. Gold, look out below. Folks, we, again, 8:30 a.m. We're talking about an hour and 5 minutes ago. Now here goes the equities pushing higher. We just made new all-time highs hour and 5 minutes ago, just to see it sell off $50+ $50+. It was $56. Bottoming out at 38.66. Crude selling off here as well.
There's this pattern that I'm watching that could be part of it, right? We have this high, then we just tick the all-time high. Now we just broke through the support. So, I mean, you want to talk about a double top? Can we see continuation? Maybe. As soon as we broke through these 80s, it's starting to pick up that volatility.
Looks like Batman's ears.
Yeah, Batman symbol again.
New lows
Yeah.
gold.
I cut that NQ trade. We're just holding this level way too well. Way too well.
Flat. Okay, scratch that.
Yep.
Wow. I look at gold. Look at gold.
Flushing.
38.65. Now 64 is print. Anything else moving? Is anything else reacting to this? You see these big moves, you're looking for any type of correlating. What are the other metals doing? Anything silver? Any of them?
Smoked.
Absolutely crushed. Absolutely crushed. We saw this a couple
Silver's
weeks ago
same.
too.
Silver's getting cooked. Yep.
Okay. Copper.
Copper's holding up pretty good.
Leon in the chat. Love it, Leon. Please keep dumping gold. Love Leon's passion. Absolutely love it.
Yes, Jay. Jay Martin, I agree. Gold needed a healthy pullback.
Yo, Jay, yeah.
Kind of started yesterday.
I think gold could keep going. Being honest, we still have more room.
We're down 50. We're looking at down $60 in the last hour and 10 minutes. down $60. $60 in the last time. Braden, you're short. All right, you took a couple longs, you took a couple shorts. What's your P&L right now, Braden?
$27.
Okay. Oh, not bad.
I was pretty heavy size there, and I saw some green. This is a market I'm looking for the lows again. We're not getting it, at least at the moment. I need to be see profit, take profit mindset right now. And look, we might get it now, of course, now that I'm out. But I hate to see it consolidate so well around VWAP. I really don't like that. So
It chops you up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
More from Logan here. Overall, tariff effects on inflation have been more moderate than had been anticipated. Tariffs have contributed to higher inflation. Hold on, that's both sides of the mouth here. Tariffs have contributed to higher inflation recently through goods inflation, but then tariff effects on inflation have been more moderate. All right. Yeah, inflation on its way back to 2%, but there are risks. Logan. Chat is fired up right now. Absolutely. Who's catching these shorts? Who's catching the shorts to the downside in this? In gold?
I got some shorts in gold in my personal, but nothing. I'm not seeing anything else in the Nasdaq or getting into any new trades. It just keeps going.
Yeah, it sure does. We're talking $60. $60.
I'm gonna try the range trade on NQ here. 5 micros there at 70s.
Yep.
New lows gold.
Yes, there. Oh, man. Range trade, Braden, you are short from. Sorry.
No long.
Okay, long. Okay, I see the range. We are absolutely rocking right now. Absolutely rocking. We got. Is this Logan? Is this? We need to guard against the risk that inflation expectations could rise. Why isn't the 10-year moving? When we're hearing this one, these markets got to mind their own.
So, Braden, you're long now?
Yep.
Just trade the range, hopefully.
Guessing 25060.
70s. I guess that could work on the entry.
My goodness, here goes the ES.
Yeah, we're almost to the bottom of that range, like you said, Braden. Always a little bit nervous, but like this range play.
I look, yeah. New lows gold, 38.61 now. 38.61. Gold is
It just keeps
absolutely
going.
just getting smoked to the downside.
Get stopped out of our gold crude oil trade.
Yeah.
Now 172.
On 172, flat. Braden, what price you long? Nasdaq. What price you long from, Braden?
70.
Thank you. When you said you had some big size on that short, how big did it get? How heavy did you get short?
It was like 8 micros.
Oh, okay.
About 8 micros.
Headline here about energy. Colonial is said to shut the largest U.S. fuel pipeline on Thursday. Not seeing much reaction in crude. More from Logan. Even if the tariffs
coming off the highs a little bit,
have a one-time effect, the longer it takes and uncertainty continues, the higher risk to inflation expectations. We're talking about both sides of the mouth there.
I got stopped out of that.
Damn, these markets are. Each market has a mind of its own.
Yeah. Crude came and got us to the tick. Yep. Your stop is always going to be a better location.
Unreal. Look, and here goes the ES.
it did that
Jack,
yesterday too, right?
All right, we're into the 50 handle. Jack, we're closing in on these 50s, 67, 55, 54s. What are we looking at here? Nothing on the tilt, really. How do we want to play this? as we close in on these. We're closing in on these right now.
New lows gold.
New lows
Nasdaq's
gold
flushing.
38.59. Yes, 10 years. We are selling off here. We're closing on these 50s, Jack. What are we thinking here? Jack, let us know when you do want to get a play here. We're selling off in the Nasdaq now. Nasdaq selling off 25,003.
Yeah, we are.
Oh wow!
DFADM. Don't fight a directional market.
Yeah, I just overmanaged the heck out of that original trade.
Sorry, I was on mute there.
Yep. So how do you want to play these 50s, Jack? 67.51 last trade.
It's too heavy right now. If it breaks down, goes through it. I was saying that we're just a point or two above the SPX 6,700 level, and that was also the all-time high that we broke yesterday. So I'd expect, hopefully, it builds some structure here. Then I might take a shot at a long with like a stop down to the low 40s in the ES.
You said, what was that acronym you just said, Hoag?
$70. $70. 70.
DFADM. Don't fight a directional market.
Wow.
Okay.
We just coined that this morning. BTFD. DFADM.
Love it. These markets are finding a direction this morning. That's for sure.
Who's catching the short? Anyone catching the short in gold? Gold. Where else are you going to get this? What are they talking about on the other networks? They got these pre-recorded stuff. We are watching gold in an absolute free fall. In the last hour and 10 minutes, we are down $70. Yes, $70 in gold. We just made new all-time highs about hour and 10 minutes ago. Absolute just sell-off in gold. No catalyst. I'm not seeing anything. Go ahead.
This gold just keeps going, man. Hoag, I closed out of my position too early.
Nice. Well, it was probably a pretty good, tasty profit on that.
Yeah, look how we tapping all-time highs to these 852. That's 1.8%. 1.8% here in gold. And it's not news driven, is it? Is this news driven at all?
Not that I can see. Just got too long.
Just got too long.
Yes, we
700 tips.
This is a beautiful pullback. Hoag, is anything fundamental? Look at that chart. Who is that? Dakota, is that what do you got there? Is that gold?
Yeah, this is gold.
Look at that thing. Look at that thing. Is he pumping higher? That makes sense.
Yeah.
Dollar index pumping here. The 10-year's not moving too much. What's the yield on the 10-year here?
Just about 4.1.
But it's not moving. Looking for something. 4.1. So yeah, okay. We were around 4.13 or so. Did Logan get this? I'm not sure.
I mean, fundamentally, does this change anything in gold? Technically, does it change anything in gold? Not really. I mean, it's still, you look at it on the weekly, it's strong. You look at it on the daily, it's strong. It's our first kind of lower low in 6 days. Just needs a rest. Needs a break.
This is a hell of a break.
Decent.
This is a
we had a decent pullback earlier, right? On the 30th. I mean, look at this pullback here. We sold off, 2% from all-time highs, which is, $78, $79. And if we measure that high to the low, and we see at what we're doing today, like the last sell-off on the 30th, which was not too long ago. That was just the other day.
Yes, I guess.
Yeah, right.
I remember that. Yeah. So
this one's not as deep. And then what do we do after that? We just
profit taking up here.
Bought it right back up and hit all-time highs.
Could be profit. I mean, at that moment, at that exact moment.
Profit taking.
It's kind of 38.50. Bottom out. We saw that. Oh man, 38.50. Hope. When's the last time we touched 38.50? That was the number. That was the price a week and a half ago. 38.50 is where they put the floor in. It was around 38.60s and 38. Hello. Here goes ES. ES not done either.
I'm going to short 10 micros for the break low a day here.
Let's go.
29
I just
entry.
short 5 micros, Braden. Like the second you said that, like I was clicking the button. So I'm short 5 micros as well.
Price, gentlemen. Sorry. Price
29.
9.
I might cut it early if it.
You got the same price too.
029. All right, let's see this thing.
Let's get it.
029. Yes, will the ES go? Will the ES go? Will the Dow go?
I at least look for a test of settlement. So 20 points lower from here. Maybe go to that big round 25,000 number.
25. Yeah.
We got to break it first.
38.50. That was the floor they put in week and a half ago. We saw those 2 back-to-back days. What was it, last week? 2 weeks ago. Gold just kind of grinding lower. This one felt a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more conviction. The downside here is anyone catch the long off those 50s in the chat? And gold 38.50. We're now trading 38.59. Until it was pretty much 50-50 on the way down.
Traders love volatility, man. Gold has provided that today.
Just the star, the absolute MVP of 2025. Real MVP. You're the real MVP.
All right, let's get through these lower days here.
We're adding here. Adding 5 more there.
Average price?
28 or 30. Same thing, pretty much.
Total size right now?
15 micros.
Okay, stay locked in here. Top of the hour here in 6.5 minutes. 6.5 minutes. 4,028. Dakota, you short 5?
Yeah, I'm short 5 micros. I won't add until I start to see a breakdown. I see Nasdaq going to settlement where we're about 17 points away from it. 25,000 is a big round number. I want to see us test.
What's your entry price, Dakota?
I'll be beneath those. We dipped into those gold. Remember what I was just saying? I was just saying 38.59 trading in gold. $10 turnaround, just printed new lows. 38.49.
Really?
Yes. Gold an absolute savage market today. Absolute savage.
Wow.
Wow is right.
Yep.
Wow. Do you think buyers will start to step in and find some structure? But no, they failed.
50s was the price. ES.
Speaking of 50s, coming up on 67.50 in the ES.
Yup.
This is where we broke the all-time highs yesterday.
This is it. 67.50.
I added here in the Nasdaq. Average price 0.30. Short 8.
3. Short 8. New lows.
There we go. Seeing that flush. Almost a settlement now.
Let's pop this out. Let's hit this sucker. Go to short. Braided short right now. Heading into winter can 67.50 quarter.
See if we can drive it back below 6,700 SPX.
Chat is locked in on all this great stuff, chat. Everyone's staying locked in on this fantastic volatility. Price action here. I was just like falling asleep. Come on, Dow. Join the party. Crude. Hey, wow.
It's a boomer.
Okay, took a peek at the session lows in crude. $60.96. Yeah. We were just flirting with $65 in crude. There you go.
Yep.
All right.
ES. What's going to move first? Well, the ES. Nasdaq just printed new lows, 25,014. We can go test
just
those.
Add it again.
All right, go ahead. Talk to me, Dakota. Total size, 10?
Yep, at 28 3/4. Okay. See if we get this breakdown.
Braden, Dakota, they're
do a breakdown. Do
conviction. They've got conviction in these trades here. See if we can push this thing lower. 67.50 even to the tick. In ES, in the ES Nasdaq. Yeah, right around 25. Logan.
It's really taking its time, isn't it?
It is too. Yeah.
ES has been moving it. ES has been leading the way.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So we got more from Logan. My forecast is for unemployment to rise a little bit, but not too far. My forecast has been a bit slower normalization of the policy path. We are seeing a drop in demand in the labor market with uncertainty on tariff policies. We remain very data and fact-based and focused on helping ensure stable conditions over time.
If you try and low a day.
Yes, just downtick some lows there for new lows. ES.
Let's hit some stops here.
Top of the hour in 2.5
does
minutes.
what gold does.
Come on, yes. Smoke this thing. More from Logan. On the flip side, I am seeing a lot of investment in AI data centers, counterbalancing the reduction in demand in other parts of the economy. Where'd that one?
I'm out. I'm bailing out.
Man.
I hope it breaks for you, Dakota. But it's I don't like that.
Wouldn't go. Wouldn't go.
Thank you, Brady.
A little bit of a bounce, a little bit of short covering. What's Delta been on this whole move down? Delta in the ES and Nasdaq here about
ES negative 4,500. Nasdaq negative 2,700 right now.
Thank you.
Not real deep.
How about gold? You got that one handy?
Yeah, negative 2,700.
There you go. They're actually crushing this thing. Absolutely.
Nasdaq's setting up a normal trading day. We haven't been able to extend outside the initial balance.
We haven't.
Maybe now. Here we go.
NVIDIA holding us up again.
Here we go. Nasdaq. Let's get it. NVIDIA breaking, like it's now only up 0.98%. So NVIDIA is coming off its highs more. Let's get this flush.
And a $13 pop in gold right now. 38.62 last trade.
Really? Wow.
We were just trading 38.49s. I'm not trying to tempt you and entice you to go. I'm just quoting the prices. Gold, a $13 pop right there. Gold. Let's see what they do. We saw this pop. We went from 38.50.
That is a
38.59.
vicious market today.
$14 pop now.
All right, almost a settlement here in the Nasdaq. We're testing these again.
We're trying to. Oh boy. ES.
Hanging out at 020s.
Just a
little flush below, and I'll start taking some profits if we can get it.
Some stops. Yes, they're trying to hold the line in the ES 67.50.
Yeah, rock fight there. 6,700 SPX. Like I would expect it. Giving a little flush for Dakota.
Top of the hour.
Yeah, these old 20s are holding hard.
Yes, they are. 30 minutes to the bottom of the hour. 30 minutes till the euro close. Have the buyer stepped in and called the
There we
go. Yep. I'll take some profits right there in the 12s. So we got settlement. Now let's see if we get that 25,000 round number.
Pop some news. Tapped on some new lows there. 67.48. 67.48. Quarter.
Unless we hit the stops and now we pop up. Yeah, I'm out. Well, that was $100. Well, actually, 200 almost on that.
Yeah, I know, man. Twice. $18 pop. $18 pop in gold. Look at 38. All right, flat. Flat.
Yeah, flat.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Wow, look at that.
Oof.
Gold
Back
on
to
the move
all-time
higher.
highs?
Those stops. That
Yeah.
was it.
Are the
I'd be
lows
tempted to get
in?
long.
Are the lows in gold? I'm fascinated by that.
All-time highs in gold coming
I
soon.
mean, is that it? Are we just gonna treasure it? Okay, let's do a little bit of a recap here. Let's go around the horn. Everyone is flat. Take a look at gold. Gold just bottomed out 38.49. We are now trading 38.67? Question mark. Blink, it'll probably be 69s. Huge range in gold today. We are looking at the ES right now. Last trade 67.50. Stops to get popped down there at right down to 67.48. Still looking heavy over there. Nasdaq. Even down that much in Nasdaq. Feels a lot heavier. Would Nasdaq trading 25,000? 023. 023. Bottoming out 25,011. It's not crude. All right, James, catch me up to speed. James, where am I going next? Where am I going next, James? Oh, we're not done. New lows, ES. Damn.
It's like a play lower on the Nasdaq too. It's just a little difficult to get in.
No, we're not. We got to hold on that check. We're still moving. I know.
Yeah. Well, we weren't for a
Oh, we're
second
thinking-
there, Andre.
I thought we were going to
You
take
have no idea what we're
the
talking
market.
about.
No, that's okay. It really will.
490. 490. 4990 was the overnight low.
Okay.
It's going to be a level to look at. If maybe we take that, then see some reversal. But this is a deep pullback. This is pretty much giving back the entire overnight rally.
Wow.
Approaching 200 points.
Already have in the ES.
Nasdaq
Yeah, NQ's
pushing
red
lows
now.
now. Yeah, this is flush and it's never perfect, right, Braden?
All you bears, I hope all you bears are like, this is what we're looking for, right?
Well,
this is what we're looking for.
It is. It's usually perfect when you're not in the trade. When you're in the trade, it's a headache.
Yeah, when you're sidelined.
Weird to see us living at the low of days.
Yeah.
All right, I'm turning my eyes back over to gold.
Don't, Dakota.
I'm just gonna watch it.
All right. Well,
I gotta watch this. This is just some volatile stuff. I'm gonna keep an eye on my Nasdaq though.
Yeah, I'm getting interested in intraday reversal alongside.
Woo. Okay.
Maybe like a longer hold time.
In NQ or in gold?
25,000.
In Q.
Yeah. Well, if you do, I might be in there too. If we can get back to the 6750. We're just kind of
get that
drilling a little
level.
bit, right? Drill.
And there we go. Into the 24,000 handle. Making all-time highs in the session. And we are selling off. Stops just went off 67.44 quarter. New lows in the ES. Nasdaq, same story over there. Dow, same story over there. 24,994. 994.
Government shut
Man,
down
if
and
we
we're
can
having
get-
a blast in these markets.
If we can get a very extended sell-off, like a little 30, 40-point dump, I've got some limit orders in at the 60s. That was kind of previous resistance of that range just below 25,000. But this is a very extended move to the downside intraday, and so I'll try to play a reversal, but I want to see it take out. I would like to see like 30 points lower.
30 points
Yeah.
lower? Okay.
If we keep drilling, I got my eyes on 6730 in the ES. Bouncing a little bit.
Here is the balance. Well, I mean,
Yeah, but I kind of like
buyers
it though.
beware. Buyers be This is the setup, right? This is the setup. Euro close
Not
25
quite yet.
minutes.
We're just pivoting off that overnight low.
Talking about these rallies in the equities yesterday during opening call, and they were very emotional. In other words, they were very strong, very driven, and they left a lot of breadcrumbs along the ways in the form of single prints. We're already through 2 of them in the S&P as we get down through 67.35. And then we'll have cleaned up all of that mess. We've got value low at 67.30. So, Jack, I like your level down there.
Right.
And the Nasdaq is holding up much better, of course. But we do have, lots of breadcrumbs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas of single prints. Some people would call these fair value gaps. I call them single prints. Same thing. But we're starting to kind of get into those single prints, and we've got, value acceptance below value high in the Nasdaq is 35 approximately. Value low is way down here at 24,877 approximately. And we've got all of this weak structure down below. So if this was certainly an emotional move to the upside, emotional decisions tend not to be good decisions. So we're going to have to come back and fill in some of this stuff, some of these weaknesses in structure before I think we can move higher. We just kind of got into the one of the single prints in the Nasdaq. That level is 25,075
Right.
down to 24,990. We got halfway through that. Now we see some buyers coming in and a potential fail downside auction here, guys.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is what I was seeing. We've got back above
Yeah, we're back
67.50.
back in the lows of the previous range that we just broke under.
Mm-hmm.
This looks kind of solid here.
Is this it? Is that how we're putting the bottoms in? Is that the low? 67.40
micros
long 5 micro thing.
in.
Coda,
I'm gonna get long.
gold
I'm gonna get long as
from-
well. Let's. Oh,
Right.
I thought he was talking about
You
NQ.
laugh right in.
I thought we were getting long
I
on
said
NQ
funny.
together, but we're in different markets.
Oh, no, I'm
Oh,
long
you're
in
long
gold,
gold?
not the Nasdaq.
Oh, what price Dakota gold?
61.
61. All right. Braden, you are long. I think.
Yeah, we're long.
Talking about
15 micros at 33
okay.
for the bounce off that
Trading.
overnight low. See if we can reclaim the highs
like it.
of that consolidation we had in the 80s. VWAPs up there, solid.
Jack, we got that set up. Let's see the
We
push
did.
here. All good. All good.
I'll explain to you later, Andre.
All good. I see what.
We'll see.
Ooh, Braden has left. Braden has left his desk. He is long 15 micros right now, and he has
Love it.
left. I've done that before.
That's a
Put the
good
trade on some-
a good time to mention while Braden is gone.
Oh,
We
yeah.
have a little bit of announcement here. You asked, we listened. After releasing OCO brackets, some live traders also wanted the option to use position brackets. Now you have the option to toggle between position brackets and auto OCO for whatever fits your style. Super simple, by the way. If we go to my charts here, go to my settings.
Nice.
You'll see now under risk settings, you have this option to switch to position brackets. So easy. Just a button.
I like that.
Always making new things for you.
Continue to improve.
The live accounts, yes. Add alerts. That rock, says Joshua Wallace. I agree, Joshua. Russell Westbrook.
Just to answer a question that I saw in chat, I forget the name, doesn't matter. Somebody mentioned absolutely no reason why you got in the long. So for me, this is an uptrend play, and we had overnight support that delivered a 200-point bounce to the upside. We came, retested that, and got a nice response. I'm long this market and up about $500. So that's that.
Wow. Braden, is that the first time I've heard you clap back at the chat? I don't think I've ever heard you do that
I
before.
love that. I forgot the name. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I sensed something. I sensed it there. This is the man.
No, when the chat comes and we're on air taking trades live, and if there's
100%.
criticism in the comment, all for it. But sometimes it feels a little bit backhanded.
Tell him, Braden. That's right. Like when
Hurt
loud
people
wrong,
hurt
Braden.
people.
Loud wrong. You gotta be loud right, and that's what happened right there. You tell him, Braden. BRB, gentlemen. Let's see if we get this thing popping here. BRB. Hogue, you got it.
Hogue, steering the ship.
What did I do? I got it. Right.
Say gold ain't done.
So Dakota, you're still on gold, right?
From 61, yes. 5 micros.
1. Braden?
50 micros, 33.
33. All right. So I guess we're thinking the low is in, huh, guys?
Temporarily.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, we can fight. If we can fight into 60s and kind of put a couple orders through this market for an hour, consolidate a little bit, we'll reclaim the previous range. Then we can attempt VWAP. Above VWAP is kind of above the bulk 75. Of the selling. Yeah, so that could look good.
Like it.
Hanging right around the 6,700 SPX. Yields, middle range. A little bit of selling in the ES.
Coming off a little bit in gold here as well.
I'm out of that. Minus 59.
Okay. Good effort there, Dakota. Risk management.
We just couldn't hold the 60s.
Yep. We've got crude oil just basically sitting right at the initial balance low, $61. Just not a lot of activity from crude oil, and right on these lows. I kind of don't like that for shorts, but I don't get to choose direction. S&P is continuing to show some weakness here. It hasn't been able to kind of get back inside the initial balance low.
I got long 1ES 67.48 quarter, risking the for the time being 67.40 half.
Okay. I'd sure like to see it get back above that IB low. 67.57, which is weekly kickoff high.
I'd love that too.
Yeah, right. How about it?
I'm back in this gold, Hogue, from 56.9.
Okay. 5?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You are one of the masters at getting out of a trade and then saying, you know what, I still like it, I'm getting back in.
Yeah. We tried to break down, and I mean that we held, right? Run stops and back up and towards the 60s. My target's going to be up here at these mid 60s, this area.
And you're in better trade location too, so you're all right here.
Yeah. Yep. Paper cut back in.
Yep.
Still 50-50 essentially in the equities. Yeah, a little bit of the rock fight
JT
here.
asks, Jack, your daily loss limit's 50,000.
Yeah, that guy. I wouldn't worry about that guy. I've explained my thoughts on trading this before. Is that it's there, but I'm responsible for other people's money here, so I'm not gonna YOLO anything.
0, yes. Yep. This was the account I was trading last night. I was down 400, and I'm hovering around break even.
We are hanging around. I got the HVL. Sorry, I'm talking to myself. Give me a moment.
I know. Yep.
Yeah, we keep failing. We keep failing it in gold.
Yeah, Not
It's
holding
just
rallies in there, are we?
not worth the squeeze, as you would say.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold this into the end of the segment. I'm not gonna step into it.
Okay. You got your risk in, right?
Yep.
Probably what, below low of the day.
Yep. At low day, 90s.
Got it. All right. Well, you got maybe about 12 minutes to see if we're really going to leave a failed downside auction below that IB low in the Nasdaq. If you're long anything, it looks like it's the Nasdaq you want to be. Just not getting any buyers coming in that gold. I don't think that this changes the market state at all in the longer time frame. Just it looks to
I
me
don't
like
think
just
so
a
either.
needed pullback, right?
Yeah, there's no news, right?
Sure.
It's not a news driven sell off.
No.
So I don't think so. I think once we start getting the data, once the government's up and running, we'll have a more clear picture.
Hmm.
And the Dow
Hey,
just made
Andre.
new lows. Hey, and the Dow just made new lows. Euro close in 12 minutes. 12 minutes.
Really want to
Josh
last until
H.
that.
Yeah, Josh H asked a question. Can you explain IB low? We can. Let's let these markets. Oh, real quick. Explain initial balance low. Initial balance low.
Sure.
You don't mind.
Sure. So initial balance is typically going to be the first hour of the trading session. I like to look at the opening of the regular trading hour session. And the equities, that's 8:30 to 9:30. So I've got the initial balance high here in the Nasdaq, 25,169. IB low down here, 25,014. That kind of offers some references to where the market has been showing some possible signs of ranging. Okay. So the initial balance low.
Well done,
I
Hogue.
think you muted.
Yep. He unmute that.
That's
Lost the mic.
they're trying to take him off.
Sorry.
They don't want you to hear this.
Yeah. So we did take a look below the initial balance low here at 25,014. And we've come back above it. So this can be a buying tail. That's what we talk about when we talk about a failed downside auction or a failed upside auction. The initial balance kind of just gives you early reference as to where the market has been trading, and maybe comfortable trading or not comfortable trading in that first hour of trade. In the equities, it's 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. Central Time. Crude oil 8 to 9 a.m. Central Time, and gold. Most of the metals, treasuries, and currencies are 7:20 to 8:20 a.m. Central Time. You're looking to kind of keep an eye on those initial balances.
Good stuff, Hogue.
Kind of goes from the pit, everybody was always looking, the locals and the traders in the pit were always looking, okay, where's the early range and where can we kind of lean on to limit risk? Where's the early range? And that initial balance is really the early range.
Everyone flat. House account's flat, correct? I do believe house account is flat. Dakota, are you?
Sorry, I was on mute.
Flat.
We're not flat. We're long 1ES.
Excellent. What price?
67.48 quarter.
Hey. ES. Okay, let's see. See what happens here at the bottom of the hour in about 9 minutes. 9 minutes till the London close. Again, let's do a quick recap of what we've seen here in the first 2 hours of the New York session. Saw some selling. We made some all-time highs in Nasdaq, made some all-time highs in ES. Hey, gold for good measure made all-time highs as well.
Yeah.
And Dakota's laughing because it was just sell-off from there, especially in gold. Gold absolutely getting pummeled to the downside. First 90 minutes, we made new all-time highs, 39.23. And yeah, we sold off about $60, hell, $70 38.49. 38.49. Last trade 38.56. What a session. What a session. Saw someone in the chat say, looks like the market realized that there's a government
too.
Hey, we ain't done yet either, Dakota. We are not done. This has been an absolute doozy.
I feel really good about this NQ trade.
What's your Braden? What do you
want to jinx it?
It's 33s, 15 micros.
Right
Even
on.
if I get stopped out, I think I still have a smile on my face. I really, really like this trade.
You always seem to have a smile on your face. You love trading, Braden? You love this, don't you? It's the best.
Love trading.
Love it. And look at Crude. Crude trading $61 even right now. And scratch that. We are now into the $60 handle. $60.98. $60.98. 2 cents off the lows there. I swear we were just trading $65 the other day. And Hoag, is there downside? Is there room to get into the 50s? Can we see the 50 handle? Of course, anything can happen.
In Crude?
In
For sure. For sure. I'm just going to go with the daily chart here. I mean, we're right at the lows of the area of balance we've been in. This could be a decent breakout to the downside. I could certainly see us getting down to 59. Below that, maybe 57, 54.
54 evens, Hoag? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
We need to break out of this balance. We need a breakout of substantial proportions for this. But we've been range bound for so long. It could be that that substantial.
When was the last time we saw the 50 handle? 50. When I say 50 handle, last time we saw $59. 60 handles what we're in right now?
June.
June? Okay.
Yeah.
Look at the tilt here.
Projecting
It's
off
gone
that
long.
67 to 50 a little bit.
Dakota's got Dakota, you long in micro gold.
I just joined Braden in long Nasdaq from 35.
Okay, man. You guys are. You have that gold trade on still too?
No, I'm flat gold.
All right.
I'm long the Nasdaq. We got that breakout of these 35s, a pullback, and that's where I got in on that retest. So I'm going to start to take some profits, just base hit up into these 50s. If we can get it.
Yeah, you just got a free 10 points.
Braden, what
you guys
is
ever
your
see these
target?
comments well, that's a good question. I really would like to see 25,100.
Okay.
I'm going to hold it
Braden,
till
you
the
were
fast
saying.
market.
Wow, Braden, you were saying, have you ever seen what? I know where you're going with this. But
Sometimes in the comments in the YouTube, I saw a comment. Somebody said, "My trading combine, I accidentally made $25,000, and now I'm over the consistency rule."
Houseway.
I see those comments all the time. Not even in just this stream, but in my own.
That's why there's a
consistency.
I know
people.
That's why there's a consistency.
Guys, you
great
can correct
trading.
that. Here's a freebie. Here's a freebie. You can lose money on command. Just find the most illiquid market you can find. This is actual advice for the person. I presume this is fine with our terms of service. If it's not, let me know. Find an illiquid market. Find something like basically what you're going to do is find the most illiquid market with the most side you can and just hit the bid, lift the offer. You could probably do it in, NQ by hitting the reverse button. I would do bonds or like UBs or something. And you can lose as much money on command as you want.
Just that easy to lose money, huh?
It's super easy to lose money. You can do that. What do you mean, Luca? What am I doing? Like, I'm trying to help a guy out. I'm not worried about everyone losing money out there.
But yes, that's why the consistency rule is. I thought you were going to go a different direction with that, Braden. I thought you were going to go a different direction with that. Braden being more interactive with the chat today. Spicy. Very spicy today. Markets are moving. Markets are rocking here on TopstepTV. Click subscribe if you'd be so kind. Closing in on 184,000 subscribers. Wild. Click like, please. Click the bell as well. We got 4 minutes till the London close. Markets I'm going to jinx this. I'm going to bring in Dr. Volatility here. We'll get the markets coding again. Dr. Volatility, come on in. We got some announcements more coming in here on Topstep TV. Jam-packed day. What's up, James?
What's up, everybody? Yeah, it's just a couple of announcements for you. I know the markets are rocking, so I'll keep this short. First off, do you like social media? Do you like Topstep TV? Well, I got good news for you. You're going to love Topstep TV on X, formerly known as Twitter. Here on Topstep TV on X, you can follow us and you can get all the details on Topstep TV happenings that you may have missed. Is there a big announcement you want to get caught back up on? Was there a highlight from yesterday's show that you keep seeing people talk about online? Well, you can probably watch the clip they're talking about right here on our X channel. Just go to Topstep TV on X, click the follow button, and never trade alone. So be sure to do it today. We're going to drop the link in chat for you to make sure that you follow us today. We love each and every one of you, so thank you so much. Speaking of, thank you so much. Today at 12 p.m., group coaching with Hoag continues on right after shoulder tap. 12:15, group coaching with Hoag. Do you have any trading questions that have been burning in your mind? You got to get them out. You got to have somebody answer them. Well, Hoag, Hoop, and JD can just be those guys for you to answer that question. We're going to drop another link in chat. This one's going to be pinned to the chat, so you have all day to fill it out. Get your questions in for group coaching with Hoag, and then tune back in here today at 12:15 p.m. Central to see if your question is answered live. We love this segment. We hope you're loving this segment. We're going to keep doing it. So that's all I got for now. Andre, back to you guys.
Thank you, Hames Jordan. Hames Jordan. Have you seen that?
Jordan.
Have you seen that in the chat?
My Discord
I have.
name.
It's
for
Hames
James.
Jordan.
Just took a few take profit. Up
All
here.
right, well done.
Nice.
50s last trade 25,049. 2 minutes till London closes.
There's that bounce I was looking for in gold too.
Well, yeah, Hoag, I know you got your work cut out for you for morning recap, Hoag. So we're gonna let you get out of here early. But before you get out of here, Hoag, you know I gotta lean on you for some Delta updates. First, hit me with a gold Delta update. It was minus 2,700 about 30 minutes ago. What are we looking at now?
Yeah. We've leaked a little out of that. We're down about 2,000 in Delta and gold right now. Negative 2,600 in the Nasdaq. Negative $5,000 in the S&Ps.
In for a good one.
There you go.
Well,
pleasure being with everybody. See you in a few minutes.
Hoag's got some prepping to do. Hoag's got a lot of prepping to do.
The
Hoag, take care,
weapon.
man. Yeah, he's Hames Jordan in the chat. James Jordan, do you subscribe? I hope you do. You'd be letting James Harden down if you didn't. And there goes Crude. Crude just tapped on some new lows. $60.90. $60.90.
Nice trade on
How
that.
much-
On this Nasdaq, Braden.
Thank you. Hopefully it goes a lot more. I would like to see
Yeah,
this
I was
run through
gonna
the 50s and then go attempt VWAP here. VWAP here is at 70s. So 20-point breakout above 50s. Trying to work through it.
Let's not pat each other on the butts yet, though.
Look out, Crude. Crude grinding lower now. New lows. 15 seconds till London. And let's see what they want to do from here. Chat is so fired up today. It is amazing. Chat is fired up. Dawn Freeman in the chat says TSC chat is the best. Ruthless, funny, unique, genuine, and more heart. Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. Absolutely love the chat. The passion. Love. We know we're all in this together. Just continuing to try to grind and grind and grind. All right. Oh, Crude has woken up. Crude is selling off. Crude looking at a more than a $2 range. Saw a session high of $62 even. We are now beneath 61, trading $60.78. New lows. Ooh. Look, I'm watching this gold, Dakota. I'm watching this gold. Chat is absolutely fired up. But yes, get those group coaching questions in for Hoag, Hoop, and JD. I say it all the time. You're looking at, it would take 200 years of experience just in the family business. They weren't the first one. It is. I know. I keep changing the numbers. I know once it was 100 years of experience. We add up all three of them. in terms of them, their family. It was a family business. They've been around. They've seen some shit. Get those questions in there. Challenge them. Ask them why. You know, ask. Don't be afraid to ask why. When you do get an answer, you need some clarity. They will certainly clarify if you do need that. So markets have, let's take a look at the schedule, the economic schedule. If anything, we got Goolsby at 1:30 p.m. Central Time, about 3 hours from now. That's about it. Seeing some things out of the Kremlin. Talking about the main factor complicating piece is Europe, all of Europe. Okay. We got Justin in the chat saying gold still Doge, Dodgy. About to break range down. Looking for a push lower here. We'll see what we have in store. Yeah, that would be wild.
Yeah.
Some people, if you look at the 5 minute, some people are seeing a bear flag. If you look at the 5 minute here, I could see that.
Yeah.
Look at that, Dakota. It's got the chart up there. I believe that's gold.
Yeah. I mean, we keep making these lower highs here on gold. And I mean, it's very realistic. I mean, gold's only down. I don't want to say only down, but gold's down 1%. We could easily see 1.5%, maybe 2% on gold on a pullback.
Hertz Freak in the chat saying, "Come on, gold, give me a pullback." Hertz Freak, see $70 sell. I mean, we're selling off. I mean, Hertz, where do you want your pullback to? Hey, maybe you got a specific price in mind. I'm not goofing. It's just pullback. Look at that 5 minute. Look at Dakota's chart. There's your pullback. Maybe you're trying to get long from right around the 50s, 38.50. Maybe play the range if you're looking at the 5 minute. Let us know in the chat there, Hertz Freak. I love it. Come on, gold, give me a pullback. Where's Leon?
Selling again.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a breakdown on gold going into those 40s.
Overnight VWAP in Nasdaq 25,071.
Just like that.
Oh, pullback to enter short. Oh, okay. I got you. Well, pullback. Typically, when you talk about pullbacks, looking for longs, that refers to longs. Looking for a pop. You looked for a pop to sell into or a rip to sell into. I got you, though. Thank you for clarifying.
Well, we got the rock fight at this level.
Just like that.
Whether we'll be
Just
right
like
or wrong remains to be seen.
Yeah. Oh, Jack, what's the house account? What's our target to the upside? 67.40. What are the options showing you right now? The reason we got in is because why? Take us into the setup. We're looking at options. And we execute the future. So what do we see before we got in, and what are we seeing now?
There's a few things, and maybe this is Braden's looking at too in the ES. Is I figure that the 6,700 SPX is going to be an important level. It's where we broke all-time highs yesterday. The big options level, and so we're seeing like a pause right here to reassess where we're going to go. Also, provides a place to limit risk where I felt like I could do it for under 10 points. We flushed below it. Looked like some stops went out, and then we went above 67.50, which is the corresponding futures level. And that's right about the time that Braden got in. So it pulled back a little bit at a slightly better price, but that's the idea, is that it may be invalidated now if we start breaking through these new lows, but that I thought it was worth a shot at a turnaround here. And I also think it would be worth a shot at a turnaround at 67.30. So if I was going to take two shots, that's where it would be. Let's come on, buy the dip.
The dip, indeed.
Buy the dip.
Mm-hmm. 25,026. 026 ES. 2 points off the lows there. Trading 67.46. Gold in a precarious situation right now. Yeah, we popped all. We saw probably short covering. Call it. We did bottom out those 38.49s. They ran that sucker all the way back up to 69s. About $20 pop short covering, and $20 is a lot. $20 is a lot. Looking at the chart though, we're hanging out right around those 38.50s. Look at the tilt, 50-50 across the board. I completely understand why that is.
Come on, boys, load up those 0-date calls.
That's what we're
Not
looking
financial
for here.
advice.
And there goes Crude. We got more from
I am
Kremlin.
short gold
Right.
for a break of the day.
So you
From
put a
52
long
evens. Short gold.
52, 38, 52. Are you still on the Nasdaq as well?
No, nope, I'm flat.
Okay. Man, you guys are okay. Keep up. You guys stay locked in. We will follow. Keep an eye out. 38.52. Looking for a break of the lows. That would be 38.49. Dakota. Looks like we're gonna. Ooh, there we go. More selling came in there. Stops popped. 67.42.
Something happened there.
Yeah, I'm looking.
They're just all the stops that were low a day in ES.
Yeah,
I like it.
All right. Yeah, new lows, gold, new lows, crude, new lows, ES, new lows. Not that Nasdaq, not just yet. Nasdaq still 25,006.
Well, that's what I was looking for.
Here goes gold. Here goes gold, and continue accelerating to the downside. ES selling off as well. Straight.
Yeah, we're through the HVL now, so we could get. This is why there's a good stop. Like it could really run through here. So I avoided the first stops occurred below the lows. So that's a minor victory, but we're probably going to get stopped out of this.
Okay. Dakota in and Dakota out. Short from 50.
And I'm gonna go ahead and make an emotional decision here.
We're not done yet, dear Dakota. We're not.
What are you gonna do?
I know.
Lock out?
Yeah, that's my emotional decision. I got to, man. I got to.
All right, fair
These
enough.
markets
Fair
are
enough.
moving, and I'm up $200, and
we click them.
I can feel myself over trading. I can feel myself over trading right now.
Nice self awareness there. You're getting a little trigger happy there.
100%, Andre. These markets are moving, and when markets move, there's opportunity, and I'm taking too many swings at the plate. I'm up 200. I'm gonna be just call it.
Okay, well done. Good stuff. Good stuff. Gold. New lows.
I didn't get stopped, Adams.
I didn't
get stopped, Adams. Yeah, we're still in.
I almost want to add at 745 there. That was
this
like
looks
jukes.
I'm fine with it. Fine with it.
What? Okay,
this pops back above 20s, 30s. This
I
would look
see
great.
what you saw. Yeah, Brady, tell us why. Okay, you saw those stops. Did not get stopped out there. Why?
Yeah, we're still holding this level. The longer that we consolidate here, the better chance buyers are going to step into it. And if this can pop back into 20s, 30s, be a failed break of low of day, boom, you have failed selling there. We're back into the range. Then I think that could motivate buyers a little bit to work it back to VWAP. And look at this. It's trying to pop 20s. This looks good to me. If this gets back above 20s, I would add, but I can't because I'm maxed out. But this looks solid.
You take off 10 of the micros and put on a mini.
I could do that.
Whispering in your ear here.
Should I do that? Maybe I should do that. What do we want to put on? 3 minis? Let's put on 3 minis. Let's do that. Let's put on 3 minis.
Hell yeah, we're in. Hell yeah. Hit me with that price, Braden. Long 3 minis. Let's go.
Let me get them put up.
Yep.
Let's put on 3 minis. 23 is the average. Stops low day.
3 and
still looking for VWAP.
25,000. 023. Braden. 023.
Yep, another failed breakdown. We're reclaiming that range. We can pop the 50. We have equal highs to the 50s. We pop those, run for VWAP. I like it.
Okay, we have about 15 minutes here in fast markets. Markets definitely fast today. Definitely seeing some price action. We got Bray in the house, Jack in the house, Dakota as well. Dakota also the star of slow markets. Dakota, it is it's not Wednesday. It is Thursday. Thursday. Who will
yeah.
be joining you? Who's joining you on Slow Markets today? 7:30 p.m. Central. Make sure you tune in for that. But Dakota, those that haven't tuned into Slow Markets, what can they expect there? And who will be joining you? 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Topstep TV.
If you're not tuning in, you're missing out. We've been seeing seeing some amazing markets in gold, and an amazing trader who switched to gold and who's trading gold really well is Baron. Baron's going to be joining me on Tuesday. He's going to be joining me tonight on Slow Markets, 7:30 p.m. Central, and he's turning out to be one heck of a gold trader and trading it really well.
Braden, do you have okay, what can they expect on Slow Markets? They come tune in, 7:30 p.m. Central. You see Dakota. Dakota joined by a different guest, different trader. What can they expect? Why should I watch Slow Markets, Dakota?
Yeah, you tune in 7:30. I analyze the markets. I typically watch the Nasdaq gold. If I have time, we'll look at these other different markets, what's happening, preparing for the very next day. That's where I learned how to trade. Placing trades at that time, holding overnight, holding throughout the London session, the Euro session. You could see you wake up every morning in this New York session and like, wow, these markets have moved a lot. Well, there's ways to take advantage of that. And so we talk it over a lot, what the market's doing, what to prepare for, and if there's any trade opportunities, we take advantage of them.
Learning to trade in the Asian session. Here in the States, we call it the overnight. Learning to trade the overnight. In markets move, how would you say, Dakota? Markets move a little bit smoother, cleaner, not as much noise. Not, you learned in the overnight. What did you gain there that you were able to bring into the New York session? Obviously, New York session, completely different attitude, different personality.
Correct.
What did you look to establish in those Asian sessions and night sessions here to carry over into?
To be honest, man, it's not as chaotic, right? It's call it fast markets for the reason. It's called slow markets for the reason. It's not slow every single time, but the main reason why I started trading it is because I had a job during the day. Went to college, had a part-time job, and that was the only time I could trade the markets. And I've noticed that there's a lot more people in a similar situation. I got a job. I can't trade the New York session, so I'm just not going to trade. Well, that's not true. We have great examples. Baron, Jaron trades the slow markets, very successful in his live account here at Topstep as well. And I continue to see great traders find success. And Topstep's international, right? So you don't even have to say, I have to work during the day. A lot of times people are just barely waking up during that time, and they're able to just trade it. Maybe it's lunchtime, depending on where you're at from around the world.
Great stuff. Yep. When I first came into trading, we was strictly overnights. Learned to trade the overnight, the European session.
Guys, what a friggin' rock fight around the 6,700 level in the SPX.
Sure
we had those
is.
pukes down. We tried to zoom up, right back at it.
Will we see the highs?
The last few weeks, it's been volatile at slow markets. You're right, Steve R.
Of course. Oh, Steve R. We're Steve R. I'm gonna give some love to the Dow. You called me out on it the other day. Give some love to the Dow. Dow can't get to those all-time highs. All-time highs in the Dow was at 47,055, give or take. 055 have not got close. Obviously, seeing some selling in the Dow today. BK, you gone? So lame. But Dow is grinding higher here.
Wow.
46,615.
Man. Gold flushed those 40s, and we're right back at 60s.
Look at that. Look at that. Nice catch there. Yep. Nice catch to the downside there. Yes. Again, just to recap, gold. Yeah, gold in fast markets. All right, let's do the range in fast markets. We're talking about an $80 range in gold today. Again, right off at 8:30 bell in from New York. 39.23. 39.23. Those are all-time highs. And after that, the next 2 hours continue to sell, bottoming out at 38.42. Rusi just printed there. We're talking about $80. $80 in first 2 hours. It's Volatility is absolutely fantastic. The price action is fantastic. Great place to definitely learn, experience different markets as well. I got a few more minutes here on fast markets. Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic.
From all-time highs to that's insane. 800 ticks.
Yes, I say dollar. It's $80. It's 800 ticks. Yes, ticks indeed.
Yeah, it just sounds more impressive.
Dollars, 100%. That's
$8,000.
That's that
One lot,
CNBC
right?
thing. Yeah. I guess 100,000. Yes, 1,000 ounces. Absolutely. We got Coach Jay's Burner in the chat saying Braden's a dude. He's a killer trader. What's his stream link? Would love to listen to him more. All right, we'll let him focus on his trade. Let him stay locked in here. We'll get that to you here in a little bit after fast markets. At Crude with about a 20-cent pop here, bottoming out at $60.66. And pop back up to $60.84. We put the lows in gold. We put lows in gold. Can we get to all-time highs? We were talking about 4,000s. 4,000s by the end of the week. We will find out again. Government shutdown day 2. So we did not get those initial jobless claims this morning. We will not be getting non-farm payrolls tomorrow. Just typically, it's the first Friday of the trading month. First Friday of the month. We will not be getting those tomorrow. So will the effects of the government shutdown will start to creep into the markets? Will force DC's hand to kind of get their act together? We'll see. Kira in the chat says, in the overnight session, they'll take it to 4,000. Well, I'll tell you where to tune in.
Never know.
Go tune in the slow market. See if we can get done there. So I got $150 to go. $150 to go. Get up there. Hey, anything is possible in these markets. Dixie. The dollar index is getting stronger. Not seeing much movement in the 10-year yields, or the yields for that matter.
No.
Wild. It's gold move. I'm still trying to find what is the catalyst. I guess once profit taking, did see some saber rattling, if you want to call it that. From
Tesla.
Tesla.
Andre and Jack. Tesla is a mover. We're down 3% and pushing the lows.
We were up 3% just before the session. I think that's sort of maybe retail versus institutional stuff. Like, yeah, they beat it, but it's been on quite the run for a company that delivered 13% fewer cars than they did last year for the quarter.
Yeah, that's a 7.25% swing.
Is it really? Can you go around and take a look at the Mag 7? Give us a quick Mag 7 update. You'd be so kind, sir.
Me?
Tesla's down.
I can do it.
Tesla was up. Well, Jack, before we
Jack,
start, let's use Jack, you're locked in on this trade. Yeah, Jack, you're locked in on this trade. Get the code in here.
I got you. I got you on this. So we got Meta up 0.2%, Intel up 2%, Amazon break even, Microsoft down 1.3%, Tesla. We were just talking about it. We were up 3%. We're now down 3%, a little over 3%. So that was a 7% swing in Tesla. Apple is up about 0.5%. Google down 0.3%. Nvidia, we are now only up 1%, bit off its highs. Broadcom, which is Jack's new addition to the, what do we call it? The Hateful Eight.
Hateful Eight.
Up 2%.
Yeah,
up 2%. Yep. Netflix though, I've been watching Netflix. Netflix has found some buyers, but we're still down 1%.
Okay. And this thing higher again. Braden Long 3. Did you add, Braden? You went silent on me. Did you add into this?
No, I'm still in the 322. I'm looking for the break of 40s, 50s here, equal highs at 50s. Then I want to see you run up to VWAP.
Braden Long 3 NQ 3 NQ from 25,023 to 25,043 prints. Now we got the ES trying to catch a bid. Can we get some more gas in the goose to the upside?
That goose gas.
We've had multiple failed selling attempts through low a day here. Holding the overnight, previous overnight lows. We're holding the overnight lows and this key level at 25,000 and basing out, starting to build some bullish structure here off the lows. Then VWAP, because we're building structure, VWAP has come down a little bit, so it's an easier target than it was before. It was at 80s, now it's at 68. So we're looking for 20 points of upside to run into VWAP.
Nice hold on that.
Yeah, we'll want to talk about that. We saw those stops get popped on another test there. You heard Jack and Braden both at the same time say, I don't want to see how this plays out. But they had a little bit more. Jack, we had a little bit more conviction in the longs when we saw what exactly happened there. Go to your chart if we can show it. Just want to see what we liked there.
I haven't moved my stop. It's like the trade may or may not work out, but it's pretty much exactly what I wanted to see. We puked when we broke the previous low of days pretty strongly, and then it didn't quite come get us. I'm hoping we can establish some support here at 67.50, and then I'm with Braden. Like, the targets are up. Given my stop, I want at least I only have one contract on, so at least 67.60, which is just below VWAP.
Yep. Okay. Right.
I'm getting that devil on my shoulder to just like trail it, see what happens.
I will say we're gonna let this trade right out. Are you Braden? Yeah, in with 3, out with 3 in terms of managing this. How do you approach something like this?
Yeah.
Well,
if we hold the range, yeah, this is nice. So if we hold the range here, I would want to be scaling out of some of it. We're up about $1,700 on this trade. Wow. I want to see it pop through this equal high. We're getting some nice buying. And then I want to look to cover some in the mid 50s, kind of cover it as we approach upside resistance at VWAP at 68 and scale out of it, lock in some profits. When does fast markets end? Like 2 minutes? 55?
Right about now. There's a couple more minutes.
Okay, hopefully we can get out of this trade and conclude it. All right, we got 53s. We'll cover one at 53. Got an order at 57 to cover. Nice push and cute. Nice filled. And then I'll put the last order up there at VWAP.
Nice. Nailed it.
VWAP or VWAP?
Okay, started.
Either or.
And a contentious.
All right, Braden, nice trade. Braden, nice trade there. We're going to end on a strong note. Okay, with that being said, we got morning recap coming up next. Braden with a nice banger of a trade. He was in the red. Now he went to the green.
I'm all closed out.
You flat?
Just to get out of the fast market. Yeah.
What was
that one guy in chat?
$1,400 on the day. Wow. And we can always re-enter this trade.
How deep in the red were you? How deep in the red were you there, Braden?
It was that P&L right before 500. And part of that was just we exited at a loss to add back in, so 400 or 500.
Well done. Well done. Look at the chat. Shows Braden some love in the chat. Braden was clapping back in the chat. Who's talking now, Braden? No, I'm kidding. We can't get going back and forth. Get those meta glasses now. With that being said, we got morning recap coming up after this. After that, we got Jason E. joining Jay. He's also Jason E. also a member of the Lunatics. Trade with Topstep. Dolby time as well. Nice trade there, Braden. Dakota, we'll see you on slow markets. Jack, keep us posted on this house account trade, house account long from hell yes. There's so much going on here on Topstep TV. Markets are rocking right now. Topstep TV, let's go. Nice trade, Braden.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. You want soybeans?
One of my favorite new features in the Topstep dashboard is the real-time trade report processing. Traders no longer have to wait until the end of the trading day to be able to check their progress across their accounts. In addition to that, if you pass your trading combine, you can activate your Express Funded account instantly, giving you the freedom and control to decide when you are ready to take the next step in your journey with us. I think that is really cool.
All right, welcome to the morning recap. Soybeans. Anybody want to buy some soybeans? Well, we've got some buyers coming back in the equities right now. It's going to be a very interesting rest of the day. Day 2 of the government shutdown. Some really kind of cool, volatile, great opportunities in these markets. We're going to take a look at the opening range trades and the trades that our traders took during fast markets. As always, hopefully you are having a good trading day. Certainly some good opportunities. Starting with gold. What's the context? Well, opening pretty much where we opened yesterday. The house account ended up short 5 micro gold at 39.06. Weren't in those for very long. Got stopped out on those just above the opening range high, losing about $240. We put in a new all-time high, and the market has dropped drastically from there. What set that off? Well, we have the initial balance high, 39.1840. The market looked above and closed back below it. That, ladies and gentlemen, was a failed upside auction that could have signaled the short for anybody. And that short is still continuing to pay out. Now, we had Dakota trading gold today, and he was looking to the long side. And I don't say I blame him. I mean, that's the kind of the way the market has been. It's been, basically BTFD when it comes to gold. This, I think, is a pretty needed pullback. I don't view this as anything that's really going to change much as far as the longer market structure is concerned. But Dakota took a couple of longs here. Micro gold, 39.07, pretty much a scratch on those. Took 5 more longs on micros on the way down here, right around settlement, maybe kind of basing that trade about a little bit above settlement here. Got long 5 micros, 39 even, 3,900 even. Lost about 5 points on those. Excuse me. Trying longs again. Pretty much scratched these 5 micros, 38.56.90. Pretty much scratched. Finally, you got short 5 micros, and those were about 38.53. Took a nice little profit on those, locking out on the day up about $200. Nice job, Dakota. Let's take a look at the opening range trade in crude oil, which, there was a signal that we could have Lenny'd this trade, which would have been a good Lenny. Opening range 5 minute, and again, thank you all very much for voting on those. Long 3, kind of a big opening range. So it's a long 3, 61.46. Boy, it took a long time. It was well into fast markets before we started to really kind of get into anything here. We kind of were holding up against the initial balance high. We did have a failed upside auction, and the market has traded all the way back through the initial balance low, which was initially the low of the opening range, hitting our stop at 60.96, a loss of 172. In the S&Ps, I now have some information. Jack was looking to take the house account long, got long 1 ES, 67.48 1/4, and just took the profit at just under 10 points of profit, up $410. So just under 10 points on that. Basically right back to weekly kickoff high, seeing some resistance there, as well as the initial balanced low, 67.57. They are exactly the same. 67.57's weekly kickoff high, and the IB low, seeing some sellers coming in at that point. Now, Braden had a lot going on today. There's a lot to kind of unwrap here, and I'm going to put every trade on here. We would see nothing but bubbles on this chart here. So let's take a look at the 30. And again, looking at context to the market right before the open, put in a new all-time high, leaving the opening range at the dead-ass high. We saw some sellers coming in and bringing price to close the gap, close the session gap closed, settlement gap closed. Some kind of hints of reacceptance of value from yesterday in the Nasdaq, and we are kind of recovering off of that initial balance low. And the Nasdaq did put in a failed downside auction, we tried to take out that low. We were unable to do so So I think there's maybe some pretty decent recovery coming here in the equities, at least in the Nasdaq. Now let's take a closer look on the 5-minute chart. So again, opening range was the dead ass high. Braden came in really aggressively. He's usually not going to be that aggressive early in the session. Likes to let the dust settle a little bit, but he wasn't all that impressed by some of the price action, pushing price lower at this point. He came in. He was already up $662, but he ended up taking a pretty aggressive long 5 MNQ 25.145. Got out of those 25.095, so it took a little bit of a hit on those. Started looking for shorts as we were continuing to push lower. Shorted 3 here at 25.064. Got out of those at around 25.024. So easily recovering pretty much what he lost on that first trade on the next trade. Then we kind of got into a little bit of a range-bound activity here. Braden took a few shorts in this area, mostly for scratch. And then right near the end of fast markets, getting pretty close here, Braden took 3 long NQ. These are not MNQ. These are the big ones. 25.023. And right as we were getting close to the end of fast markets, getting out of them at about an average of 25.060, putting him up 1,400 on the day. He came in again up about 662. Some of the trades that he took at small losses had him down about $400 or $500, but this nice, tasty long put him right back up and up nicely on the day, $1,400. Very nice trading today, Braden, and Dakota and Jack with the house account. Great job. That's pretty much our review, our recap from the morning session. Let's take a look at the quotable quote. I'm pretty sure this one's going to be familiar for everybody, but it's one of my favorites and probably one of yours as well. So let's check out the quotable quote. All right. Hey, look at that. Look at that. Hey, group coaching. Yeah, that's in about an hour. A little more than an hour. All right, there's the quotable quote. Henry Ford told us a long time ago, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. You're right. So you got to think you can. You got to get better a little bit every day. I believe more people could be much more successful in futures trading, maybe if they just believe they can and do the work as always. So looking forward to the next segment, we are going to have a member of Jay's VIP team, the Lunatics. Jason E. is going to be here to trade it up with Topstep. We are going to have Jason with Coach Jay, of course. He's on his team. He's going to have his coach there with him, of course. And Dolby on Trade with Topstep. Folks, still lots to do on Topstep TV today. And this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome back to Topstep TV and the Trade with Topstep. I'm Jay, coach of the Lunatics. To the far right, we got Dolby Time, range trader extraordinaire, and in the middle, we got Jason of the Lunatics, season 3. Dolby Time, Jason, how you guys doing today? We'll start with you, Jason.
Hi, everybody. I'm fine. I'm happy to be here, and we're gonna have a great time together.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Dolby Time, how are you doing? We're seeing some pretty wild markets. We got gold making all-time highs and then selling off almost $100. We have the equities making all-time highs overnight and selling off as well. How are you looking at these markets, Dolby? Where's the range?
That's exactly right. It's more like where's the range? There's ranges everywhere, as always. But the trick is, what's the biggest one? And on days like today, it can be kind of tricky to find some. I personally enjoyed the 4-hour range today. I think is very interesting in the Nasdaq, which was like 25,000 ish to about 25,180. I also really enjoy the midpoints of old ranges, and we did go down and test 25,000 evens, which was the midpoint of a range on September 22nd. And if you go to a smaller time frame in the Nasdaq, we do have the hourly that is working on its third candle right now, and that would be a low of 25,000 evens up to about 25,100. And then the 30-minute and 15-minute also look range bound. So it looks like we kind of have established the range so far today for at least like the second half between 25,000s and like 25,080 or 25,000 to 100. But I think a lot of good opportunities today. I hate trading the open, Jay. So it's awful.
Saw you in the chat this morning. You said the open is trash.
It's trash.
The open is trash.
Absolute
I believe
trash.
is what you said. Quick check in on prices real quick. We got the S&P trading 67.54.75. The Nasdaq trading 25.61 quarter. Gold bouncing a little bit here. Maybe we found a low in gold. Maybe not. That's been a very hard market to be a buyer today. 38.63.80 in gold, and crude oil selling off. We talked about a potential megaphone pattern that we're seeing on the daily in crude oil. We are seeing some extension below prices we have not seen in a very long time. Crude right now trading $60.54. I do still have that swing trade on, chat. If crude trades below $60, I will lose $600 on that trade. But measured risk here. Crude is surprising me doing what it's doing right now, but that's why we measure our risk. Jason, let's talk a little bit about what you're seeing in the markets right now. I know you took some trades earlier, had some losses. Losses are a necessary part of trading, so we'll talk about those a little bit. But how are you seeing the markets right now?
Currently, I'm watching the Nasdaq, and from the initial move down of this morning, I can see there's a fair value gap on the 1 hour. So I think if price action trade into that fair value gap, I might be able to take a scalp off of it. So it might be, I have a limit order sitting at 25.91, 25.91.75.
25.91.75.
25.091.25.
For a short, right?
Oh,
You're looking to go
for sure.
Possible short. Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
A possible short. I would be comfortable taking a long at 24.972.25 because there's a 4-hour fair value gap sitting at this level. To maybe target all-time high again, or just to take a scalp off of it.
Looking to trade the range here. Potential short up near 90s, a potential long down near 25s in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq last trade 25.64, 25.66 now. Markets are pretty volatile, moving around. This gold move is absolutely insane.
Gold's out of control right now.
Absolutely insane. 39.23.30 new all-time high in gold, and almost instantly straight move to the downside. Whether you call it profit taking, shorts coming into the market. We're seeing a pretty nice bounce right here, 38.66 evens. Jason, Dolby, let us know if you get tagged into any trades here.
I got bids
But Jason,
in,
let's
or
talk.
sorry, offers.
Yeah.
You got offers in, JD? Sorry, called you JD. Dolby?
That's okay. Yeah, between 90 and 110. 5 micros.
Got you. Dolby has some offers in here in the Nasdaq, micro Nasdaq, looking to scale into a potential short up here at the highs of the range. Jason, you've been on air before. You've been on with us before. Part of the VIP program. Let's talk about that just a little bit. I know you had some trades earlier today. They were losses, which happen. I have some losing days, losing trades, losing days as well. Losing trades today. Talk to us a little bit about what happened, what you were seeing in the markets, what didn't work out, and how your day kind of went.
Today it was a pretty shitty day for me. Last week I took my second payout ever from an XFA I activated, and with part of the money I activated the two other XFA. Lost one. I lost one, so now I'm standing at two XFA, two active XFA. This morning I also hit my maximum loss limit on my VIP account because I was trying to catch the move down, and it was on me because it was out of my strategy. I was FOMOing on the move, and I lost it all.
Dolby, you ever been there before?
Oh, yeah. I've done everything, Jay, at least 100 times. Every mistake, at least 100 times. It takes a very, very long time to.
Same here, man. Same here. Yeah, where it is just the life of a trader, right? We all do similar things. We were talking to Jason in the green room before we got on here, and it's like, hey, you know what? I'm having a pretty shitty day. Took some losses outside of my plan, and those are days that are going to happen, right? We don't want to try to hide from them because if we don't acknowledge that that's a real thing, then we're not telling ourselves the complete truth when we're trading, right? Where we're just like, oh yeah, you know what? I just win all the time. That can't be the case. So first, Jason, I want to say congrats on taking your second payout ever. That's pretty awesome. Because you're putting money in your pockets, whether or not, you lose an account or not. Ideally, we want to trade where we don't, but things are going to happen.
Yeah.
We'll do a little bit of VIP coaching here. I think, and we'll call it there. Dolby, you can add in what you want here too. But because you are on the Lunatics, I would say, one of the first things we focused on when we came into the VIP season was learning how to use your shield, right? Learning how to use the risk management tools that are in the platform because we're going to have days that are losing.
Yeah.
And you had to do that in the XFAs to get to a point where you're in a payout. So don't harp too much on losing these accounts. I would say, zoom out a little bit, take some notes on why maybe you went on tilt. But then when you reset those VIP accounts, understand that this only happens because we don't manage risk, right? Every one of us is going to get trades wrong. And, the next time, as long as you manage the risk, you can come back the next day and trade those accounts again. Because you're a good trader, and we know that, right? So just keep that up.
Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, I'm not your coach, but I'll speak to myself. It's for me, if I am I think it's important to try to find your trigger of what gets you out of the best trading headspace that is for you. I know for me, it's if I start thinking about anything other than what my process is, I know that it's definitely a red flag for some bad trades that are about to take place. And that could be trying to hunt moves, trying to hit a special P&L. It could also be thinking, oh, this market is doing this one particular thing, and I'm going to take a trade that I think is supposed to align with that, but it's out of system. That's another example of maybe an indicator that you could use to be like, maybe I need to hit the pause button a little bit. It's very hard to do it in the moment, but if you can journal what maybe the thought process is in your head during that moment, in hindsight, you can go back and review it. And it can help because one of the best ways to save your P&L is by not making those kind of mistakes. try to use a bio indicator if you can.
For sure, for sure. And I also realize that, but sometimes it's hard to follow those simple rules. It's
Oh, it's not
hard.
sometimes. It's hard every time. It's
Yeah.
always hard. It's always
That's
the
a fact,
fight
Obi.
that every trader has to fight with is a level of self-awareness to know that things are not going the way they should be, or we're either too high on our horse or we're too low. We have to kind of be in the middle of carrying and not carrying. And that's very, very hard for traders.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think honestly what happens is when things are going really well, obviously it's easier to follow your rules, right? Oh yeah, I took this trade, the market's paying me for it, everything feels great. But then when it does the opposite, we get very zoomed in and it feels almost finite, right? Where Jason, you were saying with that VIP account that you traded, and I'm sure there are traders in the chat who can relate to this as well. With that VIP account you traded, you were up $2,500 on that account and then hit max loss limit in one day, right? Where you probably didn't get to that profit target in one day, but because maybe one trade or one idea that you had didn't work out, that could be a tilt trigger. And I think, like Dobie's saying, journal what those things are. And this is for all of us as traders, because that could happen to anybody, right? That could happen at a $1 million account balance. That could happen at $100,000 account balance. That one thing could trigger you. And if you're not using the risk management tools, then hey, you know what? This could be a day where we do blow an account. So,
Man, I was
thank
thinking
you for
about
coming on
this.
being honest about it.
Yeah, no, I definitely appreciate everything you're doing here, Jason. I was actually, Coach, I was thinking about this yesterday on my walk around the neighborhood and why trading is so much more from like a learning experience is so much more difficult because listen, I play drums, right? So if I go and play drums and make a
play
mistake,
bass.
you play bass. Oh.
We got a band going. We got a band going.
Yeah.
I lost your audio, Dobie.
Mute. Okay, so this analogy will actually really ring true with you then. So what makes trading so difficult is that, like, imagine we were playing drums and bass, right? And we go and practice and we play a show, but we make a mistake. We don't lose all of the ability that we built up trying to learn how to play our instrument. However, in trading, if you do make a mistake, you can lose everything. So like it's really important to maintain that consistency day to day because you can lose
improvise
everything in
with trading.
You don't want to improvise with your trading. I improvised a little bit today and obviously it did not work out. But it's the stacking factor of trading. And so we might feel really shitty as traders like hitting our daily loss limit, say 10 days in a row, but that's actually more productive than trying to make money in a cheater kind of way against your system because eventually you will lose everything and that's like not what we want. So it's so important to stack disciplined winning and losing days together because it's all cumulative.
Yeah. I think it comes from the fact that I don't like trades going against me because when the trade goes green, then it has the tendency to go under my entry. I tend to cut it and try to re-enter at the right moment. But often what happen it's that it's not the right moment, and then you keep trying and losing money.
I mean, trades going against. I have this crude oil trade on right now. I've completely accepted the risk on this trade, but it is looking like it's going to stop me out. I'm way under my entry. But one of the things that we talked about, Jason, during the VIP as well, and we see Dakota doing it on air, is position sizing. We're all going to be wrong. I don't know anyone, outside of a couple of people that we have in the chat. In chat, we love you. A couple of people in the chat have 100% win rate, but most people don't. Most people are going to lose some trades. I'm just curious, what size were you trading on those trades that you got stopped out on today?
I was trading $500 per trade.
$500 a trade. Okay.
Yeah.
What accounts? That's 150.
Using 25 points on Nasdaq.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's not too bad. Like how many trades a day though?
What?
How many trades for a $500
Usually, I
daily
only
loss
take
limit?
one trade a day.
Yeah,
I only
makes sense.
take one trade. I realized I had a good win rate ratio at the pre-market hours. So I always try to find a trade pre-market. If I don't find any, I wait fast market to take it. And if I don't find any, I walk out. I usually walk out of my day. But
That's good.
what happens on pre-market, I didn't find any. And going into fast market, as I knew my setup was I was way over my setup because the target of the day was already taken, and I was forcing the trade, and this is when it happens.
Forcing the trade.
Yeah.
Because you wanted to trade? Or
What?
you
Yeah, go
wanted
ahead,
because you wanted to trade, or you just wanted the P&L? What made you trade after you saw that you didn't have a setup?
Let's see. I think it was. I think it was. Yeah, I think it was the PNL because I was trying to take a payout on I was trying to take a payout uh at this end of the week.
Ah, there it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had my DLL set up on my XFA,
Mm-hmm.
but not on my VIP. I was locked out on my XFA at $1,000 each,
Mm-hmm.
but I kept going. I kept trading my VIP after that.
So
Yeah,
the,
okay.
the
It must
XFAs are
have
still
been
active.
Get it back.
XFAs are still active, just locked out for the day, but you did lose the VIP account. Got you.
Yeah.
Quick check-in on prices. I want to ask another question here. 67.55.50 last trade in the S&P, 25.61 last trade in the Nasdaq. Gold pulling back just a little bit, trading at right at that 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart, 38.60.80. Last trade in gold, and the crude oil, $60.45. Let's take a look at the tilt really quick. 66% long in gold. Crude is 50-50, 62% long in the S&P, sorry, in the Nasdaq, and 61% long in the S&P. So Jason, you were talking about you wanted to get to a payout because every trader has been here before. Hey, I'm gonna take a payout at the end of the week, or if I hit a $5,000 balance in my account, I'll take a payout. Or the pressure of, hey, I'm coming on Topstep TV and I'm gonna trade live and I want to show a green P&L.
Yeah.
Was any of that in the back of your mind trading, like making decisions today, or all of
All
it?
of it
All of
was
it?
in the back of my mind. All of it. I can tell you it was all of it.
Yeah, I think it's important to say that, right? Like Dolby's saying, if anything is on my mind other than, hey, I just need to execute a plan. Honestly, Dolby, if I could think of the days where I had anything else on my mind other than trading, if I just hit a lockout button before placing any trades,
better. Run away.
we'd be talking.
Way
Yeah,
better.
I don't
It
know
could be
what.
anything, man. It could be literally anything to pull you out of that headspace. It could be friends, family. It could be a wife. It could be I'm going to be on TV. It could
Projects.
be I want to pay out. I want insert anything, and any one of those is
Yep.
enough to deviate your brain from what is my plan and am I trading it? Because honestly, anything else that's in your mind at that point is getting you distracted from the most important thing, which is managing my risk and what is my plan. And if you can focus on that and that one thing and nothing else, then everything you want actually comes, which is good risk management, taking payouts, making money. But you have to be so locked into that one thing and nothing else. Nothing else.
That's true. That's true.
Very hard. And then when you're done
100%
trading, then you can think about it, but not during. Very
And
tricky.
honestly, that's why one of the things we talked about with the VIPs as well is knowing your business hours. Right, we're talking about extreme focus in doing something, and really, let's be honest with ourselves. For all of us in the chat, people think, oh, futures markets are open 23 hours a day, so that's an opportunity for me to make money anytime. Tell me one thing that you can focus on 23 hours a day and actually execute really well for 5 days a week. There isn't anything. So knowing when those hours of operation are for you, for your business, for your trading, are really important. We do TopstepTV pretty much 24/7 because there are different trading hours that work for everyone. But sitting and actively making decisions, decision fatigue is a real thing, right? So, Brad Sims, I cannot show that comment.
That's a distraction. That is a distraction.
A
Those
distraction.
distractions out of your mind.
A distraction for sure. So consider that in your own trading. I know we got some orders in here. The Nasdaq has really just gone flat here. It's really not moving at all. 25.66 last trade over there. After this aggressive sell-off that we saw early in the morning, about 150 points to the downside, we've been in a range for the last, call it 3 hours.
Oh
So
yeah,
patience here.
Nasdaq has really chilled out. It's a big range though, Jay. We've been seeing this recently. We've just big ranges nonetheless, but big. Anywhere like 70 to 100 point ranges, and that's like NQ in like its calm state. But before it used to be like 50 points. And we've seen 20 point ranges. So I'm liking this. This is nice. 100 point ranges. There's actually a
and
good question. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Jason.
VWAP is pretty much flat since 12 o'clock.
Oh, interesting. I mean, we have a very tight range right now too. In the Nasdaq, it's really slowed down like a lot since probably about 10:30, if I had to guess, looking at my chart. No, not quite. Since about top of the hour, it's been pretty slow. We still have those bids up there. Sorry, offers at the 90s. We'll see if we can get filled. Here's a good question though from Bacon in chat. How do I know when it's time to stop for the day?
Great question. It's a great
That is a
question.
great question.
I'll take that one. I think knowing what your high probability setups look like and knowing what time of day they have the highest potential to show up. Right. For me, I'm a momentum trader, and there's only one opening range breakout trade every day. So if I'm trading at this time and looking for aggressive setups, I'm trying to force an opinion on the market. Look at the first hour of the day and look at the last 3 hours. So if my trade setup and my highest probability, the trade setup that pays me the most, and for in my case, this is true. I'm usually yesterday, Dolby, I was done after 6 minutes of the market being open.
Yeah. Best trading session ever.
Right. And it's just, and it is a weird feeling, right? One of the things we talk to traders about is, everyone says that, oh, they trade for freedom, for time freedom, location freedom and things like that. But then if you don't plan what that freedom looks like, the easiest thing is just to sit there at the charts and continue to trade, right? I made $1,300 in 6 minutes. So if I stay here for 6 hours, let's just multiply that. And that's not how it works. So knowing what your setups are, where they have the highest probability to work, and knowing that there are times of the day that just don't work out for you, right? Dolby, you hate trading the open.
Awful.
Dolby's also the best range trader that we've seen on this show. When is the market more likely to range, right? It's in the middle of the day. So
9:30 to 3. Anything other than the open, though. Anything other than the open. This is a good question. I like this question a lot. So Jason, do you have a trading plan?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, I do have a trading plan. Do you want me to talk about it, or?
Well, I'm going to ask you some questions about it in relation to what Bacon said. So his question was, how do you know when you're done to stop for the day? So in your trading plan, Jason, do you have a daily loss limit, right? Because that would be one way to stop for the day. Yeah.
Yeah, I do have one. I set it up at $1,000 because I think your daily loss limit is something you should hit very rarely. So I set it up to $1,000, and that's it. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so that's one way to stop trading for the day. That's the most obvious, right? You hit your daily loss limit, you can't lose any more money. So that's the most obvious one. A slightly less obvious one is, do you have office hours, like Coach Jay said? So the times that you're supposed to be trading. Do you have office hours in the trading plan?
Yes, usually it's from 8:30 to 11:30
Perfect.
Eastern time.
So there's another way, right? You can time stop yourself for the day. A third one, which I think is maybe the most important and the sneakiest, is a when do you stop trading if you're up on the day? Do you have something like that in your trading plan?
Yeah, once I get green, I'm done.
Well, what number? Do you have like a ratio, or is it like fixed two
Usually,
to
I don't
one?
really have a number.
Oh, okay.
I usually don't have a number. Once I see green, I'm done.
Okay, so it could be like any ratio to your daily loss limit.
Yeah, even if it's not a ratio, because sometimes I tend to cut the trade early, and if I
Okay.
do, something is wrong, so I stop automatically if I'm
Okay.
green.
Cool. So that's another way, right? So it's when do I stop trading if I'm up money? I think that's a really important question, because if you don't have an answer to that, you could be trading forever, and that's not the point of trading at all. Like, so I think when I was doing trading combines, I was just like 2 to 1. If I can get 2 to 3 winning trades 2 to 1, I'm just done for the day because I hit my ratio. Or it could be, I don't know, Jay, what do you have? Do you have a rule for that, for when to stop if you're up?
If I'm up on the day and I continue to see a trade, my rule, and rules sometimes get broken, is
Mhm.
I don't want to give back more than 40% of whatever profits that I
Yeah.
made, right? So let's say I make 2 grand, right? But I think I see another good trade setup. I don't want to give back more than 40% of that. Or if you have a daily loss limit, let's say my daily loss limit is $500. I don't want to give back a daily loss limit in the middle of a profitable trading day,
Okay.
if that
Yeah.
makes
So there's
sense.
like, yeah. So Bacon, there's like three ways right there to sort of lock in. How do I know if I'm going to be done trading
Seeing
for
some
the
selling
day?
here.
Yeah, a little bit of selling. Like, yeah, I
Guys are
think kind of an Andre
down
sell off. It's like 20 points, but it's doing it.
down about 30 points in the last
Yeah.
minute or so. Trading
Very slow though.
25.43. So Dolby time, I'm seeing some comments in the chat. I know you said to Jason earlier, I'm not a coach, but with some of these questions you're asking, and Ruben says this is good stuff, Dolby. Asking myself these questions: Are we seeing a
Yeah, you
potential
should.
expansion for the VIP season 4? Are we
Yeah,
gonna get
maybe.
a Dolby time
Yeah.
team?
Yeah, maybe. I'd be down. Range traders only, though. All you momentum traders, get out of my house. I can't teach you a
Yeah,
damn thing about about momentum trading.
the
It's like,
the Power
not even
Rangers,
so.
Dolby's team.
Yeah.
I like
Power
it.
Rangers?
I
Oh, I
like it.
love that name. Yeah. But I mean, the Bacon, that's a great question. I think it's a good question, too, for like newer traders to figure out, is when do I stop trading? I think there's 3 really good examples: time stop, daily loss limit, and then take profit. And find that happy space. And if you need help finding a daily loss limit, I just say whatever makes you be able to sleep at night after a trading session. If you lost too much money and you can't sleep, then you have a lower daily loss limit than you think.
We're seeing gold for all of the at the buzzer viewers out there. You know what question I'm going to ask? What is that white line? The 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart in gold is starting to act as a support right now. That is down at 38.5960. Gold is down, pretty nicely on the day after making that all-time high. But we are seeing some support around this 200 moving average. That is not a suggestion to take a trade, but we are seeing a market response around there. Speaking of coaching, I was asking Dolby, would he be a VIP coach? We got some VIP coaches coming up for the next segment. Coach Hoop, Hoag, and JD are going to be doing group coaching, so make sure you get your questions into them. The form is pinned to the top of the chat, so make sure you get those in. Coach Hoop, Hoag, and JD for group coaching in just about a half an hour from here.
Yeah. So, Jason, is there anything that you are going to be working on for tomorrow? Obviously, today wasn't the day that you wanted to have, but is there anything for tomorrow that you're going to try to work on, maybe get 1% better at for tomorrow?
For sure, for sure. I think I'll be sizing down a little bit, and I'll be trading another combine. to see if I could see it as a study to implement my strategy and have strictly trade my strategy to see if I could improve the win rate, the average wins, and to implement all these change in my XFA and my VIP account. Because I think it could recenter my trading, because today was a big losing day for me since many days, and I really need to get recentered.
Dude, love it. Love the plan. Coach Jay, what do you say?
I like it. I like it. We got a question from Dawn, who's also a lunatic. How long have you been trading, Jason? And do you trade anything else besides the Nasdaq? And were you trading Nasdaq today or micro Nasdaq?
I was trading the Nasdaq today. Yeah.
So as a coach, can I make a suggestion? When you come back into your combines, the same suggestion we made when we started VIPs. All right.
Okay.
You got me?
Micros. That's gonna be micros.
three micros max position, right? 3 micros max position. Even if you're wrong, it should not blow your account.
More than enough. Yeah.
I'm gonna do that.
Awesome. Thank you.
I'll do that.
And how long have you been trading?
I've been trading for about 2 years now. 2 years, and I've been seeing progress since maybe the beginning of this year. And yeah, I've on May I've lost my father and lost 4 XFA, but since then I've been recovering and taking other payouts.
Good, man. 2 years taking payouts. That is, I would say that's some pretty quick progress. Some pretty quick progress.
That's very fast, actually.
Yeah. There's always still things to learn. I'm still learning things every day as a trader, but that is pretty good progress for 2 years, man. So keep going.
Thank you.
Keep going. We do have a news clip. We're going to throw it over to Gabe real quick for a news clip, and then we'll come right back for to wrap this segment. What do we got, Gabe?
Microsoft is doubling down on price increases for its Xbox video game system. The company announced on Wednesday it is raising prices for the console's top subscription tier by 50%. It brings the cost of an Xbox Game Pass Ultimate to $30 per month or $360 per year. In contrast, Sony's highest subscription tier for its PlayStation system is $160. Gamers took to social media to complain about the hike, with many saying that they are canceling. It comes as previously announced price increases for the Xbox Series X and S consoles are set to take effect this month. Raising the price of a 5-year-old video console is relatively unheard of. Typically, prices fall as machines age and become cheaper to produce.
So, prices of Xbox going up after 5 years. I wonder if that's is that a tariff effect? Are parts just becoming more expensive? Or
That's a boardroom decision right there.
We said I'm not buying it.
They're dumb. They're making so many mistakes. Xbox is totally hosed.
Yeah,
totally hosed.
I did see that Microsoft and Sony were getting rid of exclusives, right? So there's no more exclusive games for either platform. So I guess just buy whichever one you want at that point. But yeah, interesting. Raising prices on a 5-year-old system.
It's like $200 too. It's expensive.
Yeah.
Just go buy a PC or a handheld. Or your
Right.
phone. There's like good games on your phone. It's very good. I agree. It is very greedy. That is greedy stuff right there. Everything's a subscription now, Coach Jay. Everything.
Seeing some size here in this gold order book here. There's 370 contracts offered at. Okay, those just got filled. 370 contracts offered at 38.6660 in gold. Those just got filled.
We have a really good Dorito, Jay.
That's a lot of size in gold. Seen a Dorito, Dolby?
Oh, just the cleanest 5-minute Dorito you've ever seen on the micro Nasdaq. Yeah, chat's been.
Did you have bids lower or no?
No. Would it matter though? We haven't gone anywhere, Jay. I could have bids at 25,020. I don't think I'm getting filled.
Right. Let's see, we could stay here. Sometimes we come into a session where like, hey, there's a high probability that we don't stay here in this range, but we've already had, high to low for the New York session 170 points. So I would not be surprised to see us kind of settle right around these 25,000s
Mhm.
for the rest of the day. We do have government shutdown still going on. We're not getting any data. We were supposed to get NFP tomorrow. So that catalyst is kind of out of the window. The market may just need to digest what is really going on here.
It's a good range trade right now. If you like 15 to 20 points, but you can do some damage with 15 to 20 points in an E-mini. That adds up pretty fast.
Oh yeah, you can.
That adds up pretty fast. But Jason, you're normally not trading. You want to trade the open, right? That's kind of your main spot is the open.
Yeah, because I like the boost the open gives to my pre-market trades sometimes.
Got it. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Ever considered trading later in the day, or no? Have you tried?
Yes, yes,
Nice.
maybe around 12 o'clock to 1 to 2 p.m.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a whole different vibe.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's pretty rangy. I'd say.
It's very rangy. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Huge fan. Huge fan. Not everybody likes it. There's a lot of opportunity though.
I do like it though, because it's pretty simple. You just have to buy the lows, sell the highs.
Music to my ears. Buy the lows, sell the highs. Speaking of selling the highs, Nasdaq's trying to test them.
This is so that quick little flush, 25.67 last trade in the Nasdaq, kind of hanging out at this New York session VWAP, 67.56.75 last trade in the S&P. Gold pulling back just a little bit here, 38.64.60. I'm looking at this gold chart and just I'm looking at it and asking, are they asking me to buy this here? It's been a buy the dip market.
You getting
We
tempted?
could get a couple of down days, a little bit, yeah. So I did take a gold long earlier. Again, I got to give a shout out to Andre. Just hearing him call out prices in the market, I wasn't able to catch the short. But 38.50 when we got down there, I did take a long in gold off of that price. Just hey, really strong momentum move. We're down 75 points at that point. Um, you know, and just for a quick reflexive bounce. Now, if I was looking for just to be a V-shaped recovery, treasure map kind of trade back up to all-time highs, it would have been a loss. But again, tuning into Topstep TV, hearing the analysis of the markets in real time. I heard Andre say it. He's like, "Where else are you getting this? Everything else is pre-recorded." We are doing this live as the markets are presenting information to us, and you can use that information to help you make some trade decisions. So, shout out to Andre.
Goat. One of many goats actually.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And Day says daily 38.50 was one of my levels. Glad you said that. Chat, let us know. Give us a little vibe check. We heard how Jason's day was going. My day's a little back and forth. How's your day going? Who's up? Who's down? Who followed their plan? Who didn't follow their plan? What can you learn from however you traded today? And maybe you're outside on a walk already because you locked it up, which is always great to see. Let us know how you're doing in the chat. We got a couple minutes before we wrap this segment. We got a shoulder tap coming up, and then we are going to send it in to group coaching. Again, we got that form pinned to the top of the chat. So make sure you get your questions in there.
I'm flattening out these trades. I don't think we're going to be able to get filled in the next 7 minutes.
Yeah. Where was the first one, Dolby? 90?
Where was I think it was 95s.
Okay.
It was 95s. Hold on. I just canceled all of them. It started at 90. You're right. It started at 90.
Started at 90. S&P back over New York session VWAP, which was at 67.58 for the first time today. We got a settlement in the S&P 67.61 half. But this is the first time all day that we've had a 3-minute candle close above that New York session VWAP. So maybe we're seeing a little bit of a turn here. The Nasdaq's VWAP is a little more flat, so we chopped around it for a little while. That's sitting at 20.58 half. But the S&P may have found a bottom. No, Braden was in a long, which is a pretty nice trade, which looked like, under those 25,000. So it looks like we saw a flush of volume and a reversal. So we'll see what the rest of the day brings here.
We will. Well, I got this line in here at 90s. We'll see if we would have gotten filled. Trying to test the high of this Dorito pattern.
There's still
right
time,
here.
Dolby.
There's still. I don't want there to be time because I don't want to take this trade into lunch. I do not want that.
Are you on for power hour?
I am. Yes, I am on for power hour.
I mean,
We'll definitely try to
you're gonna
find
need to
something
trade for
power
power.
hour.
You're gonna need to trade for power hour, right?
That's all right. Yeah, keep the powder dry then. Keep the powder dry here.
No, I'm not going to convince you to take this trade. I do like it, upper extreme of the range, but
You
there's a
can
lot of
take
time
it?
between now and power hour. No,
Yeah.
I'm not taking it.
Okay. All right.
I'm not taking it. Seeing some more offers here
Mhm.
in gold, 38.66, another 95 offered there. Again, there was just about a 400 lot filled, a couple ticks below that price. So some interesting stuff going on in gold. After, again, making all-time highs today. Nasdaq made all-time highs, gold made all-time highs, S&P made all-time highs, and each one of those markets sold off. Tomorrow for the opening call, it should be very interesting to see where we are in relation to these all-time highs that we made. But this has been a great segment so far, Jason. We do have a Lunatics team meeting for Power Hour. So Dolby time, I'll keep
Nice.
Topstep TV on in the background watching you guys trade. But we do have a Lunatics team meeting, so we'll talk then. Dolby, thanks as always. Great questions. And we'll see you back for Power Hour.
Oh yeah.
Coming up, we got a shoulder tap. I believe we got shoulder tap coming up. And after that, we got group coaching. Again, that form is pinned to the top of the chat. Trade well, everybody. Manage your risk. I saw the vibe chat. Vibe check. Some people up, some people down, some people locked out. Enjoy the rest of your trading day. Trade well, trade smart. And we will see you soon. This is Topstep TV. Stick around. And if you haven't done so, hit that thumbs up button. Let's go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
That's Topstep TV. Let's go. All right, folks, what up? It's the afternoon. It's Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack. I'm joined by Ben. This is the segment where we're going to dive into the trading card of a featured trader, sometimes for kudos, sometimes for maybe you might want to change this a little bit. Ben, how you doing today?
I'm doing well. I'm feeling pretty good. It's finally not a million degrees outside in Texas. We get our fall temperatures now, so I'm happy to go take the dog on a walk and not come home drenched in sweat. Yeah, it's time for the summer to end, and it looks like it's finally here. So feeling good, enjoying some outdoor time, and happy to talk about the trader that we have, our trading card today. Really fantastic trader. Before we dive into that, let's talk about the live leaders for the day. Do we have that graphic we can pull up?
Boom.
There you see it. Another day. We've seen a lot of five-figure P&Ls at the very top of the leaderboards. The disparity has grown, so many more traders are in the red, it seems, over the last few days. But there's the traders that did see things well. Maybe they took one big crack at a trade. I think it's important to walk away when you're up. But the traders who have done that are taking home considerable amounts of money. We've even seen some repeat names on the leaderboards over the past few days. But shout out to Christina and Yang. Really fantastic trading from them today. And I want to make sure the risk team is in communication with them about locking in those profits to make sure that we walk away with a green day. So kudos to them. And if you're not seeing, once again, I know I said it yesterday, but if you're not seeing the markets that well, just be kind to yourself and be willing to walk away. That feeds right into our trading card, who's one of our top performing live funded traders at Topstep right now. Let's pull up the card for, Prouderin. Trading with us from Bangkok, Thailand. And this trading card, the trade report, I was really pleased with everything I've seen from it, Jack. The number one thing that I like is this trader is not trading every single day. They have taken a trade about, on average, 1 out of every 2 trading days. So they've been in the account for a total of 84 trading days completed, but they actually started in this live account back on February, the exact date, February 19th of this year. So they've been in the account for about 150 eligible trading days, and they've only traded on 84 of those. So to me, right away, anytime I see that, it just jumps off the page. This is someone who almost certainly is not trading as a single source of income or for a living, right? Like they have are either set up, they have some savings, they're not trading because they need to. And anyone who's done this for long enough will tell you it's good to not have trading. It's helpful to not have trading be your single source of income, or at least to have enough in the way of savings and expenses stored up so that you're not reliant upon any individual day, week, or month performance. Because when you find yourself in that spot, it becomes a lot more difficult. Trading's difficult enough as it is, but this trader's not trading every day, which is awesome, often going several days in a row without taking trades. So the selectivity is definitely there. And I've really liked the trajectory. If you go all the way back and sort of map out how these days have gone, Jack, it's really impressive. I think there was more volatility in the P&L earlier on. Part of that is, taking a little bit larger size, and, you have larger winning days as a result of that. You also end up hitting that daily loss summit more frequently. But since May 10th, this trader's only had 4 losing days. Just a remarkable streak of consistency over that period of time. Really fantastic. And the winning days, everything from, even in the last month, everything from a $132 winning day to a $5,600 winning day. So this trader also only traded for 4 days in September, all of which were winning days. So the level of selectivity, commitment to the strategy, the system, and just waiting, just being patient for the right opportunity is incredibly commendable. It takes a lot to sit on your hands like that. I really can't say enough about how great this trading is from this trader. The steadiness as well. We mentioned a little bit of the volatility, but overall, for the last several months, the P&L has just been stair-stepping up and to the right. There's periods of some consolidation, maybe lose a little bit, make a little bit, and then they have a winning streak, and they kind of ratchet it up higher. So net P&L in this account, this trader's profitable, almost $75,000 in the account over the life. And trading from Bangkok, that money goes quite a long way. So, this is, I think, the vision that we have for our live traders is a way to, a path to a better lifestyle, and this trader's certainly executing it. Jack, what do you think when you saw this, particularly that average daily P&L over such a long period?
Yeah, I'm gonna dive into a few places where I think this card is awesome, and it's very, very different from what we talked about yesterday. I also dived into this one here, and to give you an example, oh, there's so much to talk about here. Okay, first off, I don't know if it's mentioned in the card. I think what, like $63,000 in payouts. Very nice.
Yeah.
Okay, here's what's interesting about this card. You'll notice we don't have it on there. 77% winning trade day percentage. The average loss on a day where this person loses is the DLL. Now, usually that is a big red flag on these cards, but it's sort of the opposite here because you'll notice that 77% winning percentage. This person is very good about not letting things go in their favor and then go against them. A ton of these days that are winning days are just a couple $100. So it seems that once they're up a certain amount, they kind of pull in the positive territory and don't swing back. I didn't see any of those days where huge P&L and then swinging back to the DLL and hitting the DLL every day. It's like they have tiers of days. Like they're either going to hit their DLL or if up a certain amount, move it. Up a certain amount, move it. I think we talked yesterday about the trader we looked at having a huge percentage of their winnings coming from a couple days. All right. The top day in this account, side note, this person isn't afraid of volatility because their top day came on April 7th, which, in case you don't have time to go back, we had like a 2,000 point range in the NQ. Top day, $16,000, right? That's only 11% of their total winnings from winning days. Their top 3 days, only 25%. If you took away the top 10 winning days out of 84 days, this trader would still be at a profit. So they're not relying on that huge day. I love it.
Yeah,
Honestly,
there's several hallmarks of what I consider to be a winning mindset. You hit on several of them, which is the the unwillingness to let a profitable trade go against you and settling, right? Maybe it's in your favor, it's 70 or 80% of the way to whatever your target is. You're not going to give that up. You're going to trail that loss up or at least put it in profit and just be okay with it going back in your direction. There's a lot of different ways to manage that, but I think so often we see traders that are, they're trying to hit a particular number or a particular level in the market, and they're willing to let it go, within a few ticks or a few dollars of that level and then all the way back and end up red on them. And then that's a quick way to spiral into taking trades that you shouldn't or they're outside of your system, and you end up with a much larger losing day. So, the small winning days, like you said, likely trailing up, maybe break even, maybe it just didn't, go your way one way or the other. And then you're sticking around long enough to have, like you're saying, not be afraid of those volatile days, not be afraid of those real favorable opportunities that you see in the market. There's several days here where traders up 5, 6, $10,000, $16,000 and walking away at or very near that level. That is any of the wildly successful professional traders that you talk to that have done this for a long time are going to talk about that. They know where the bulk of their P&L came from, and it usually comes from those types of days. They planned their trade out. There was a news event or some sort of trigger that created that imbalance in the market, and they were ready for that opportunity, and then they just knocked the cover off the ball. Far too many traders are showing up looking for that kind of opportunity every single day, I think. So take some notes from this trading card and this playbook. You don't have to trade every day. Really, you just have to survive, right? You've got to stay above ground, stay above water to be there and be present and be ready for the types of opportunities where you could make a few $1,000s, or in this trader's case, 16 grand at the peak. Like you said, that didn't comprise the entirety of the P&L. They are net profitable regardless of that. But when you look back on the year, usually the P&L is going to be comprised from a handful of those opportunities that were just way better than the other ones.
Yeah. This is the best dispersion of profits. I have never seen a card quite like this where all the losses are DLLs, which I mentioned. But just to put this in perspective, 84 trading days, the 19 losing days were all DLL. However, 24 of those winning days were between $0 and $1,000. All right. Only 14 were more than $3,000. This person's just doing a fantastic job of taking the risk but controlling the losses. So yeah, I don't have too much more to say. Love it.
Yeah, same here. Lots of room to continue growing and even scaling up. This is a long enough track record, I think, that probably the next step is, if this trader is interested, is to scale up the size a little bit. They've already hit a few of the performance bonus tiers. We start knocking out the next ones, and we can expand some of the size, start, really sizing into what they view are the best opportunities. This is a trader that the firm trusts with our capital, and just as much as we want to scale people back that are, not trading well, not seeing the markets well, we want to put risk in the hands of traders that are really proving consistency and profitability over time. So, yeah, great card overall, and really happy that Ron Aaron's with us.
All right. Well, Ben, thanks for sharing. 10-year yields are below that 4.1 right now. We're still hanging out around 57.60 or thereabouts in the ES. And it's time to say goodbye to Ben and start our next segment. We got group coaching next. JD, Hoag, and Hoop are back to answer your questions and chop it up in the markets. Ben, thanks again.
Thank you.
All right. It's TopstepTV. Enjoy your lunch. We'll be right back.
Click like, click subscribe. This is TopstepTV.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. We just had a great laugh behind the scenes about a question that our friend Cedric in the chat posted yesterday that we didn't get to, and we're not going to read it again today, but we just read it to each other a minute ago. Thank you, Cedric. We'll pass on your feedback to the man in question. But good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. You have made it to the group coaching hour. It's that time of day where we three, me, Hoag, and Hoop, take your questions from the chat, and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. We've got a question form pinned to the chat right now. If you're waiting to the last minute, now is your chance to grab that link and post a question to us. Maybe we'll get to it. Good afternoon, though, gentlemen. Hoag, Hoop, what's going on? Hoag, what have you been up to the last couple hours?
Just doing my thing. I had a little bit of lunch, and now I'm always looking forward to hanging with you guys and answering questions during group coaching. I love this.
Yes, this is what we do here. Hoop, what are you up to? You in the markets? What are you trading? Tell us everything.
No, I once again, I watched the fireworks show of gold. I'm down $6 and extremely happy to be down $6 on a day like today. Yeah, just watching the gold show is just, we were joking about before we came on air of what, a lot of traders when I'm in Discord will ask me, like, what was it on the floor? And I know Hoag, JD, you probably get some of this, is that I said, if you were in a pit and that went on right there, that hour and a half of just absolute mayhem, I joked around it, that there would be brokers sitting on the step having orders just flowing out of their pockets, trying to figure out where price is, what's filled, what's not. So appreciate the efficiency of today's market, I guess, right, Hoag? So
yeah,
that's what I look
at. At least
at.
you get your fills right away.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys. Well, we've got some good questions from our friends in the chat. We could start with one if you're ready to go. It's 12:24 in the PM. Let's get into it. We'll take this first question from PBJ. Does that mean peanut butter and jelly? Or, never mind, I won't say what the other acronym I was thinking is. All right, PBJ wants to know, hi, Hoag. I hear you talk about the fair value gap. I have learned that fair price value is the same type of thing. Are these the same thing? Can you please show me on a chart? Thank you. So fair value caps, also known as single print TPOs, right? It's kind of the same thing, isn't it, Hoag?
Sort
Everything
of.
Everything with a different name. There's certain circles that call them fair value gaps. Some people that call them, what's the word I'm looking for? Why did that just escape me? Inventory zones. But there's a couple different names to put on these types of patterns or these types of locations on a chart. But Hoag, this question was directed at you. Show us, please, where you find inventory on a chart. How do you identify it?
So the single prints that I talk about are fair value gaps, but I kind of look at them in a little bit of a different way. So this is off a 30-minute chart, and this is yesterday's ES. So we have a high right there. Let's just say that high is 67.47.5. All right. So at some point, the market pushes above that and moves considerably higher, and then the next bar doesn't come and close to the previous high. So you end up with a single line of TPOs or a fair value gap because there's no other price bar overlap in that level. And you're also going to notice that you're not going to see a lot of volume in these single prints. This is where the market, traders, buyers actually just decided to come in and considerably move price higher very quickly without a lot of time to react in this area and very low volume. So that's kind of what I'm looking at when I call a fair value gap. There's lots of different ways lots of different words to call them, and there's lots of different ways to use them. I'm not using them in the traditional ICT way. I'm just kind of pointing out that they're very similar in the structure of the market, right? So you have a high, the market pushes higher, and the next bar never closes to that initial high of the session there. So what I'm looking at, again, is fair value gaps. Yes, they are. Do I look at them the same way, or do I use them the same way? No, probably not. I view them as weaknesses in structure, where Bryce didn't have a lot of opportunity to conduct any business. So I look for the market to come back to them in the future at some time. Okay. So when we're talking about fair value gaps, fair price value, I think, is what you would probably be thinking is like the value area of a particular um session, right? So like fair price value would be where 70% of the activity, or the time in the case of market profile, or volume in the volume profile, you get about 70% of the volume or the time in a specific time period or a specific session, where most of the trade is occurring in that area. So your fair price value would be a fair value area, right? So let's just take a look at where value area is in progress in the S&Ps right now. Okay, so you've got the point of control, which is right here around 67.55. You can see these yellow lines here. This is the expanding value area, how value area changes through the session. So we would say that value in the S&Ps today is between 67.50 approximately and 67.68. That is where approximately 70% of the time in this session has been spent as it relates to the point of control. So there's a big difference between like a fair value gap and fair value or a value area. You could feasibly say that the value area is where fair pricing is occurring, and where traders are comfortable conducting business. They're spending time there. You're always going to see more volume when price stays in a particular area. The unfair value or the unfair price would be outside of value. Okay, so this move down here, it was below value. It could be considered an unfair low. An unfair low for who? An unfair low for shorts. Okay, we also had, I had another look below here. This is all kind of unfair. It's below value, and then we did see some rejection of price there. Sellers backed off, buyers came in, and they've moved price back inside of value. You have the same thing here. I mean, the market opened with a gap, and price was rejected quickly from that area. This would have been an unfair high, or unfair for who? Unfair for longs. So you're looking at fair value inside of value, unfair value outside of value, and that's really easy to kind of see. Excuse me, that's kind of easy to see when the market is in balance. When the market is out of balance, it becomes much more difficult to recognize where the fair price is going to be, because the market's out of balance and it's seeking fair balance. It's seeking a fair price. So I think that is, I think, what you're trying to get to with this question. And if it isn't, feel free to ask again. But that's kind of what I'm thinking you're kind of leading to, is fair value gaps. People use those for executions and exits on trades all the time. I look at them a little bit differently. I look at them as weaknesses in structure. Now, we talked this morning in the opening call about these single prints being weaknesses in structure. Okay, well, what's happening? Well, we are coming in, and we've kind of walked through two of those weaknesses in structure before we started to see some buying coming in on a high volume node. Okay, You can look at this in any number of ways. If we were to look at the value area in gold today, which the market fell out of balance. There is no value in a directional market. It is seeking value. I hear a hoop laughing here. So here, let's see what it looks like now. So, all right. So you can see in the attempt to create an area of value when the market is directional, you see how the value area low just keeps pushing lower and lower as price brings price lower, brings volume lower. The point of control is low here. So we've got value constantly moving in a directional market because it is seeking value. It is not in value. It is seeking value. I'm not sure, again, if that's kind of what you were looking for in this question, peanut butter and jelly. Hopefully that's going to help you, though.
I think that pretty much covered it. Thank you, Mr. Hoagland. Very detailed answer. Thanks for the question, PBJ. Hoop, you want to shout at this one? I know you're looking at the profiles all day. Do you take any stock in single prints?
How do I follow that up? He just pointed out exactly. Once again, I'm like Hoag. How ICT people look at a fair value gap. I just look at it as like Hoag says. I look at it as a point of interest.
Right.
You know, I mean, that's just, how does the market act around, does it want to retest it? Just like, normal gaps, right? Everybody used to say every gap has to get filled, and I'm like, no, it doesn't. How it reacts around there. I mean, I would also look at a day like today, where's the POC? Once again, I don't use volume profile a ton, but I will be aware of where it's at. Like, what's it, 67.54.5 right now is what it shows on mine in a 30-minute. So, yeah, I mean, they're all points of interest. I think, you just have to to me, the way I look at them is how kind of Hoag says, just, points of interest and how the market, reacts around them. That's kind of how I treat them.
There you have it. Fair enough. All old concepts with new names. How do you feel about that?
Yeah. Well,
none of this is new information.
Change the question.
Liquidity sweep.
Yes.
Liquidity sweep. Yes.
You
all
love that one. I know, JD.
I say it all the time now. I can't get enough of it. Liquidity sweep. These concepts have been around for decades upon decades, folks. They've just been given new names by some new actors in the space. That's it.
The only one I don't respect is cons. Cons sorry. Cons I can't ever get used to.
PBJ, yes, these are areas where the market didn't get a lot of time to facilitate trade. If they are revisited, those are targets where you might see more participation occurring. Yes, they can be targets. They can be opportunities for executions, but I'm looking for the market to treat them as weaknesses, and weaknesses tend to be revisited. There's the answer.
There's your answer. Very, very good answer, too, by the way. Thank you both. Thank you both so much. All right, let's check in on the market real quick. I want to see what the tilt's up to right now. We are at 65% long in the ES, 64% long in the NQ, 53% short in crude, and 74% long in gold. The gold tilt loves hanging out above 70% so far this week. We're seeing a little buying coming in gold right now also. All right, before we get to the next question, let's take a short news break. What's happening at Tesla today? Tesla set a record for its vehicle sales in the third quarter. Let's roll that video. The news pushed Tesla stock up, and CEO Elon Musk's net worth hit a new record. The company reported selling nearly 500,000 vehicles worldwide from July through September. It was a 28% jump in sales over the second quarter. American buyers rushed to buy Teslas before a $7,500 federal tax credit expired on Tuesday. 2 days ago Tuesday, the electric car maker's sales report helped to briefly lift Tesla shares about 2% in early trading this morning. Musk now has a net worth of more than $500 billion. Forbes reports that makes him the first person in modern history to top the $500 billion mark. How about that? All off of federal tax credits. for electronic vehicles.
Hmm.
How did we get into the wrong business, guys?
Anybody got a Tesla here?
Nope.
Ever been
Got
in
a
a
hybrid,
Tesla?
not fully electric. Oh, I've been in Teslas, yeah.
Scary. When you hit the accelerator, it doesn't sure as hell doesn't sound like a Chevelle, Hogue. You
No,
hear
I bet.
nothing. You just go.
I bet.
Yeah.
A friend of mine
Right.
who's an electrician, his company just bought him a Tesla to use as you know his company car.
Sure.
I have not taken a ride in it yet. I'm looking forward to it though. It should be interesting.
Should be interesting. All right, guys. We've got a question here. Topstep X functionality from Darren. Darren wants to know, how do I get the split screen for two different pairs, i.e. the MES on one half and the MNQ on the other half? Well, if you look on your Topstep X platform, there is this little icon that looks like a bunch of little tiny boxes right up here in the corner, and it says select layout. Actually, let me load a different layout, one that I don't typically use on TopstepTV. Let's use my reversal challenge layout. Here we go. So you see I have three. I have my screen split into three here. You can change that to anything that you want, though. Let me find it. Just had it. Oh, my toolbar's in the way. There it is. So here we go. Select layout. You can do anything from 6 to, is it 12? Is 12 the max or 10? Here we have 10, which is quite a bit. But I think anywhere from 3 to 6 is fine. I like 3 for the reversal challenge, looking at 3 different time frames for a single market. But that is the way you do it. It's very simple point-and-click functionality. This little icon up here that says select layout, click on that and select the number of different frames that you want inside your window. Simple as that.
Yep.
Have fun with it.
Piece of cake.
Piece of cake.
Let's get back to JD1. All right, guys. Next question. Well, this is more of a comment. RC says, "Hey guys, I'm addicted to TopstepTV and I've become profitable. What should I do?" I don't think you should do anything, right? You're watching TopstepTV and you've become a profitable trader.
Don't fix it.
No. You're doing it right.
Yeah. I'm not sure what you're fishing for there, but just keep doing what you're doing. Here's another one for the profiles. Can you please explain what the B shape, P shape, and D shape volume profile mean? Is it supposed to allude to a buy, sell, or a hold position? You guys both love looking at the profiles. Who wants to take this one first? I'll let you guys decide.
I can take it. I'll
Yeah,
take it.
you
Go ahead, Hogue.
All right. So let's look at the profile from the gold yesterday. All right. So we put in an all-time high and we leave the opening range at the high of the session, and there's a pretty good push lower. So if we were to look solely at the volume profile, it's very thin on the top here. So the top half of the profile is very thin, not a lot of volume, not a lot of time spent there. All right. So what are we looking at? We're looking at the shape of the profile, and a B-shaped profile similar to this. Okay, this is a little exaggerated, but this is a B-shaped profile, very thin at the top, and you get the lowercase b sitting here, just kind of hanging around and you know, kind of stacking up volume down there. This is indicative, and it's not always going to be this way. This is indicative of long liquidation. It's not a signal that's going to tell you to buy or sell or hold or anything like that. It's just a context tool. So when we see a B-shaped profile like that and we lose open interest, that is confirming that we didn't see new selling coming in. You know, the market overall moved lower through the regular trading hour session, but that wasn't necessarily new selling. That was old longs liquidating. It doesn't hold the same water as new positions coming into the marketplace. Okay, this is anything up here is all responsive selling. So the longs decided, you know what, we just put in a new all-time high. We're going to lighten up some of our positions. So we are going to get into the sell side and we're going to liquidate some of those longs. Okay, that's fine. So we do have that confirmation. We did lose open interest on a down day with a B profile, B-shaped profile. The context of that is, you know, if we were to look at the bigger context in gold, you know, we're looking at a pretty substantial upside auction. Did today change anything? Maybe a little bit. No, I don't think it did. But when we're looking at yesterday's B-shaped profile, that was long liquidation. All right, what happened today? We opened, we spent some time, we put in a new all-time high, and then some of those long liquidators came back into this market and they became very aggressive to the short side. So you're going to probably see another B-shaped profile. This is going to be more of a double distribution trend day, but if we just hang down here for the rest of the day and stack up volume, and basically the regular trading hours have already ended here. So, but again, we're probably going to see a B-shaped profile. So my suspicion is going to be we're going to lose open interest. We're not going to gain open interest. This isn't new selling. This is old longs liquidating positions. And one thing about that you do want to kind of note about long liquidation, it actually takes selling power away from the market. If you're getting out of longs, you have to sell. That is selling power. When all of the longs that want to get out are out, that is going to remove some of that selling power. Why does it have a B shape? Well, it's because longs are trying to liquidate, and they're trying to liquidate without pushing price too much against their positions. So they're going to be aggressive at first, and then they're going to kind of slow down and just try and offers and put offers in and put offers in. And the same as the opposite when there's a P-shaped profile. If we have maybe a little bit of a P-shaped profile here, so we can see now, all right, well, we've got, pretty narrow volume down there, and then we kind of stack up volume up here. This P-shaped profile would be kind of construed as short covering, and that is the 30th of September. Now I can take a look here for you, and I can tell you that on the 30th of September we lost 23,000 in open interest. That was probably short covering, shorts getting squeezed as we were probably heading towards a new all-time high, because the all-time high occurred in extended trading hours session. And a D, like a symmetrical profile, just means that the market has found balance. It's in balance for the time being. One thing you want to note about that, though, is when that happens, the market has used up much of its ability to facilitate trade in that area. The longer it stays in there, it's like the market gets bored. And we can see that in the profile from yesterday in crude oil. So we can see, we have a kind of an excess high that occurred late in the session, but just on the profile, we can see that it's a really relatively symmetrical profile. This is basically almost a normal day or a normal variation day. You're going to see a lot of days like this when maybe there's a big release coming out the day before. Maybe it's a holiday, the day before a holiday. You'll see narrow ranges and very, very evenly kind of drawn out bell curves, if you will. The D shape indicates balance and boredom. Not necessarily. There's always opportunities, but the market may get bored there and might start seeking new levels to facilitate trade. Because what's the job of the market? The market's job is to facilitate trade. Hopefully, that is giving you some ideas about the different shapes of the profiles: B shapes, P shapes, D shapes, and how to kind of look at that in context. There's nothing that's going to say buy, sell, or hold. It's all part of the bigger picture. Great question, Robin. I don't get that one much.
How's that for a master class? Oop. You even want to try? You want to add anything?
It's the Meister at work. Come on, man. I can't even, forget it.
That's a mic drop. That's a mic drop right there. We should clip that.
Boom. Yeah.
Jeez.
Hoag talking P and
on.
V-shaped profiles. Good answer. Good answer, Hoag. Clear, concise. Well done. All right.
Thank
Let's
you.
take
Good.
another. Great question, too. Yeah, very informative. Hoag actually has a masterclass on the profiles right here on Topstep. And we get someone to drop the link for that in the chat for you guys. All right, guys. We got another piece of news to share. Guess what's not replacing U.S. workers just yet? Artificial intelligence. That's what they're saying, right? ChatGPT is underpinned by generative artificial intelligence technology. It can create original text, images, and other content in response to user prompts. The researchers looked at changes in the distribution of workers among all the jobs available in the economy since the chatbot's launch. The study's metrics show the broader labor market has not experienced a discernible disruption since the chatbot's release. However, they noted the adoption of the generative AI was at an early stage, and their analysis was not a prediction of the future. Several companies have warned that AI is set to reshape how they run their businesses. This is according to a new study by a Yale University Research Center. So, AI is on track, but has not yet really taken jobs away from Americans yet.
Well, I told you earlier, I'm looking forward to when AE comes in. Artificial exercise.
Hey, there you go. It's here, Hoag. Yeah, we shared the Peloton article this morning. Peloton has come out with an AI health instructor or personal trainer for their new line of Peloton products. Peloton stock dropped nearly 90% after hitting a boom during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah.
It's since fallen back 90%, but they've made a huge, huge investment into AI for a new line of products that they are releasing this month. So let's see what happens to Peloton. Raise your hand in the chat if you bought a Peloton during COVID. I bought a stationary bike, but not a Peloton.
I hang my clothes in the closet.
On the treadmill every day.
On the treadmill, right? Yeah.
Did you buy a Peloton, Hoag?
No.
No. Neither did I.
The Sport March special.
I have a treadmill I have an unused treadmill.
The Pelotons jumped from like $1,500 to $4,500 virtually overnight, and they really gouged the public.
Oh yeah!
Once everybody started announcing work from home, 2 weeks to stop the spread, turned into 3 months, turned into 3 years. Everybody bought some type of home exercise equipment, right?
100%. Yeah.
JD's F-bound in the chat. It wasn't my choice. All right. We got time for a couple of more. Oh, this is a good one. Line 277, Hoag. What are your opinions on scalping? I don't see much quick scalping for most of you top steppers. Sure, we have some guys that are in and out of trades all day. You see Fast Markets, you see Dakota, you see guys like Dakota, Barron, Braden. They're in and out all day. But I guess it really depends on what your definition of a scalp is. Andy's a scalper.
Yeah.
Andy's a sniper, yes.
Yeah.
She takes on trades for less than a minute. Is that a scalp to you, Mr. B? Yeah. If you're in the chat, what's your definition of a scalp? It's evolved over the years. A scalp used to be, buying ones and selling twos 100 times a day. That was a scalp in the trading pit. Then scalp on the screen became, the early days of electronic trading. We used to get in early and stack the book with 5 lots in the bonds and notes. So we had a 5 lot up at every single price. It's always been first in, first out when it comes to order fills. So you're looking for a favorable fill, and you'd either scratch the trade or get out at a 1-tick profit. That's what you did. And it was a race to get to the office early to stack Stack the deck. Get in there.
Let's be
You know?
Yeah, get
You
in
always
there.
wanted to be first.
Yep.
When you turned
Stay
on your
first,
screen
you're
and you saw
last.
30, it would be hilarious to turn on your screen and you'd see exactly 35 up at every price on the ladder,
Right.
up and down the ladder. So you knew at least 10 guys got in there before you, or maybe 10 guys got in there before you. But I don't know. What's your idea of a scalp? Hoop. What's the shortest amount of time you'll hang on to a trade these days?
I would say it's changed. You know, to be honest, you know, I was in, and Hoag, you testify to this, on the floor. The pork bellies were probably the most scalping pit. You know, we talked about, you know, we were mentioning a little bit yesterday, you know, about the pork bellies. They were kind of the golden, you know, back a long time ago in 1961 when they started, but they were a true scalping pit. And it was in, out, you know, 10 points, 5 points. And my once I said, I learned from my brother, and he used to do 300-400 a side in a day. In other words, 300 trades, contracts a side. So it's changed over the years. I think, once again, as a VIP coach, what I originally thought in season 1, what a scalp was, I learned that, you know, there's people that scalp for 30 seconds, a minute. And I'm like, that's not what I thought a scalp was. You know, I'm thinking, you know, 5-10 minutes. So we've talked about this one. It's relative to the trader. I think it, you know, I've had conversations with Hoag. I've had conversations with D. There's just a lot of mental capital when you are scalper. I don't care what anybody tells me, you know, in, out, looking this, and Nasdaq creates, to me, I had a long conversation with my VIP team last night, and I have probably 75% of my traders that trade NQ, and, you know, there was some, you know, not so good conversations like, hey, if you're going to trade it micros. So scalping is, you know, I used to watch guys scalp 1,000 lots in the euros. So that's 2,500 a tick. I mean, it used to make me scared of watching a guy, you know, take 3 handles of heat on 1,000 lot. You know, you're just sitting there going, how do you do that all day long? You know,
right.
So scalping is such a wide range of what it can be. Like you could scalp the shit out of the gold today. But yeah, I mean, it's such a loose term. I think NASDAQ traders love to use scalping.
Yeah.
I mean,
we got 1 minute left. What's your take on scalp trading? Is it worth it? Should we be promoting it? Is it a good thing to do?
I don't promote it. But it's also, you know, to each his own. Scalping in the pit was, you know, I'm 2 bid and a half. 2 bid and a half. I might get hit on both sides at in the same second.
Right.
That was true scalping, right?
Yep.
Now
Bing bong.
it's more, you gotta be, you're not gonna beat the machines, which are basically the ones that are doing the true scalping right now. So you've gotta be a little bit longer time frame. If you're gonna be in the machine's time frame, you're probably gonna get run over quite a bit. So you've got to expand beyond the machine's time frames. So to me, I mean, anything less than a 2-3 minutes is a scalp. And if I'm in a trade for under 5 minutes, it's a loss.
Yep.
That's the other thing you got to identify, right? Yeah.
Yep.
All right, guys. Well, unfortunately, our time together has come to an end. It's 12:56 in the PM here on Chicago time. And that's all the time we have for group coaching. Hoag and Hoop, thanks again for joining us. We'll see you again tomorrow for some more group coaching. We'll put that form back in the chat tomorrow so you can ask all the questions you want for the 3 of us, and we'll do our best to get to them. We're going to step aside, though. Trade with Topstep's coming up next. I'm going to be sitting in with Jack and Baron, and we're going to be trading it up, hamming it up, having a grand old time. So stick around. Trade with Topstep coming up next. TopstepTV. Let's go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
data feeds are everything. Everything. Can't be connected 3 different ways from Sunday, or now one of those 3 different ways could fail. You want to have a direct connection to the CME, and Topstep X has the ability for you to do that. And that's the coolest part.
Fast, reliable, and stable.
There you go.
Happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome to Trade with Topstep. Joined by JD and, of course, Baron from the laptop. What's going on, Baron?
Just having PC issues. So I'm on my laptop, but yeah, not a whole lot. How you doing, Jack? How you doing, JD?
Doing pretty good. Been a down and up day so far. JD, you were on the last segment, so they know how you're doing. But anything you're seeing right now of interest?
We see equities rallying right now. ES keeps inching higher. I believe the same is happening in the NQ. Yes, it is. Gold also ticking higher at the moment. Crude oil ticking lower. Every index, every stock index is on the up right now. So I'd say that's the direction we probably want to be in for this segment. Let's draw in our favorite little channel lines. Looks pretty textbook. Keep playing it till it's time to stop playing it.
We did get it.
Yeah, we did break the IB low on NQ, and it looks like we just hit that upper VWAP band. I would potentially look for shorts here. I mean, we did grind up, but this looks like something I would short if I was trading Nasdaq.
What are you seeing? What's triggering a short to you, or what's
So we broke the IB low.
talking to you?
We broke the IB low. We're starting to stall out at this upper end. We just wicked the 618 of the fib from that pre-market high to the low of New York, and it looks like we're starting to come down a bit. So I would just trade this back towards the lows. Not necessarily target low of day, but I would just trade it back towards lows. There are some extensions to be hit on that. I would see if we can have some of that downside continuation back into like that 24 960s to like 24 990s, somewhere in that area.
Let me pull up the NQ. I'm looking at the ES. Yes, I do see what you're saying. So, reaching the IB low, you're not seeing that as acceptance of sort of that first hour range. You're looking for more of a rejection, obviously.
Yeah, typically, I mean, the way when I was trading NQ, this is a standard setup for me where we break the IB low. I want to trade back towards the side that broke, especially when those further downside extensions aren't hit. And we only hit the 0.1 extension. So I'd look for that 0.2 that's sitting at 24,975. See if that can come through and hit. But yeah, typically how I would trade Nasdaq is if you're looking to use the IB, I like to trade the retracements on it.
Gotcha.
All right.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just drew in the initial balance low on the NQ here. It's this white line I just put in right around 25,072. Go ahead, Jack. Sorry about that.
I'll kind of split the middle and agree with both of you. JD, you had the ES up before you had your fancy little channel.
Yep.
I guess I'm kind of in the same boat. I'm looking for a first short target. Once again, all dependent on how it gets there at 67.70, which I think would probably be the top of the channel you drew or close to it. As far as pullbacks go, I'm not all that interested in small pullbacks right now. I peeled off the ES we had earlier because I remembered that I had something to do and didn't want to just leave it without a target. But we did find a nice low there. I just remembered Braden closed out. I was going to ask if he was still holding runners, but good day from him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're pretty middle of the range right now, so it's a viable option not to do anything too, unless you're already in a position.
Yep. We traded back through settlement. We're inside the initial balance in the ES right now. Got yesterday's volume point of control at 67, 64, 75 are right there right now. We're approaching the midpoint of this channel line, this up channel that we've been in since roughly 10:30 this morning, Central Time. We've got our value area high from yesterday at 67, 69 half. That's also our high of the day from yesterday. So I think we retarget that. That's the way it's looking right now. It's not too far off, only a good 4 or 5 points, but maybe we could see some a retracement lower after a retest of yesterday's highs.
So you're looking for a retest of yesterday's highs. Oh, sorry. Yes, yesterday. Yeah.
Sorry. Yes.
I thought you meant overnight. bullish.
No. I'm sorry. Yesterday's high 67.69.50. Just a couple ticks away, couple points away. We saw a little bit of resistance back there earlier this morning. A little congestion between, I don't know, not too long after the open, between 8:40 and 9 o'clock. Bounce off there a couple times. Maybe we'll see some more rejection at that area. Maybe we'll see some traders step in and sort of protect that level again.
That's what I'm thinking. I like that 67.70. Will we get there in the 1 o'clock hour, though? Remains to be seen. Looking through the ladder here, nothing too interesting popping out. NVIDIA
Could be long into it. We know what our risk is.
You got the trigger,
just
JD.
below this. Yeah, I would risk just below this 9 EMA if we were to buy into this retest of yesterday's highs. It's basically a 1-to-1. 1-to-1 R. Is that worth it?
We're calling out a certain person in chat for not taking their own trades. Is it worth it? I think that you did what you need to do. You can click the button. It's not what I'm looking for, but you've explained it to me in such a way that I think that, yeah. While JD is pondering whether he's going to click that button, real quick, I just want to run through what's going on with some of the stocks and other markets we're looking at. NVIDIA is below 189 now, but still up close to 1% on the day, 0.9%. Broadcom up 2%. Tesla with the switcheroo down 3.78% right now. Meta up 0.2%. Weird way to say percent. In the stocks, I've been kind of surprised given that big sell-off today. A lot of the besides Tesla, although they're a much bigger market cap, I've seen a lot of the real speculative stuff getting pumped hard. Off its highs a little bit, but like Quantum and some of the nuclear stocks, which is a little bit unusual to see when you had a big
Palantir's
sell-off
making its way back
this
up.
morning. Sure is.
Palantir?
Yeah,
What's
Palantir.
their,
How heavily loaded are you guys into Palantir now? Have you covered any?
Oh, I covered all mine a long time ago.
Oh, you did? I thought you were still...
In fact, you might say from time to time I've dabbled in over-covering, if you know what I'm saying, JD.
Noted.
Yeah,
very well noted.
The all-time
Duly
high
noted.
for Palantir is somewhere in the 190s. Let me take a look real quick. It's actually 190 exactly, pretty much, would be the all-time high. So they're within about $3.50 of that. I kind of put, though, Tesla and Palantir and stuff in sort of different boats just because, Tesla's got over $1 trillion in market cap. Now Palantir is worth $443 billion in market cap. So they're a different ball game than some of the companies with, zero revenue that are pumping today as well.
Mm-hmm.
I was at AT&T, we were working with Palantir on some of their data side stuff. And
Terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, I was helping them build out some AI, and like some of the data, like the way that you can work data on their platform, it's crazy. I remember seeing the stock below its IPO. It's like, because I was working with them and I knew like what the capabilities were and like how the AI craze was going to pop. I wanted to buy it and then I just never did. Now it's at 186.
Yeah, left out. I think I was all out of everything by 115 or 120 or something like that. But Godspeed to everyone who's still in there. He's a long-time holder. Well, JD, it looks like we're going up towards that. Did you do it?
Ran away from us. No, ran away from us there.
Yeah, I feel
wanna chase
you're
it.
trading the ES, right, JD?
Yeah, I'm looking at the ES.
I feel like
Bumping.
it can
Wasn't looking
pop
for
up a little bit higher. That IB
I wasn't
high
looking
is
for
at
a huge move. Wasn't looking for a huge move, and it didn't want to chase it.
Yeah, there's need to see some either this start to consolidate a bit or some bearish momentum step in. But I mean that IB highs at 67.80. We're coming up towards that upper VWAP band. See if it rejects there. We're right where we rejected previously on NQ. So see
All right.
see what happens. Anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen,
could see
including
some-
it looks like reading the financial juice. Elizabeth Warren, I presume that just says Warren, but I presume that's what it is. Calls for Trump to release the jobs report despite the shutdown. Apparently, JD, they already have the jobs report, but they're not gonna tweet it out.
I guess not. Is that a thing? Can they ask people to work on their day off and just bring those numbers into the president so we can announce them? Is that what would happen?
Yeah, I mean, as long as they, I don't care how they get it out, as long as they tell us in advance and not just shoot it out
Not just
there
say
at
it, yeah.
an unexpected time.
So they probably had that data on Tuesday,
Yep.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Wednesday, government shutdown. Nobody's at work to cover the release of the data. Is that correct? So what are the expectancies of the president to release
He might.
the data?
I don't think the president has the data yet. I think this has to do is more of like whatever the rules of furloughing are and stuff like that, right? Like you're not supposed to, do that. Plus, the market, it's hilarious. It's like we're rallying because we're not going to have numbers. Like imagine how hard we're going to rally when we switch the 6-month earnings cycle.
Yeah, right. What are the
feel like they
chances
should just
of
keep them.
asking a federal employee to do volunteer work during a furlough? What are the chances that they get out of bed to do it? Is that a valid question?
I think it's just rules or whatever else.
Would you do it?
Are you asking me if I knew the unemployment numbers and no one else did? Would I do it? No. Powerful
Depends
piece of
how
information
complacent
to
you
have.
are in your job.
Do you think the best thing you could do with it, Barrett, is just release it?
Just release it?
I feel like the data should still come out because I mean I get it's government shutdown. The funding's not there, but that data impacts it can impact so many different things that I feel like they should still be releasing economic data, whether it's shut down or not.
Yeah, I mean that works for like this one because it was almost there. But say we're still, if the government shut down for another month, it's like, well, who's collecting it? Who's doing it? Basically, there's like one guy working at the SEC right now. I know they don't do it, but I saw that somewhere. There's they got the skeleton crew in there.
He's got to lock up, make his own coffee. Poor guy.
Is that so? If you're a federal employee right now, is it just you pretty much just have free PTO? Is that how that works?
Kind of.
They're not getting paid. This is not paid time off.
Yeah, but they get paid at the end, generally.
Oh, do they?
Or
They
that's-
reimburse them for all that time?
Mhm.
Back pay? Interesting. Yeah. Vacation.
I could use
What
a
do they
good
care?
furloughing. We
I mean, based off that news report James did the other day, probably a lot of people catching up on their sleep.
yes, 100%.
What was that news report again?
It was like 30-something% of people who are using PTO are just using it to catch up on sleep.
Oh, yes. I believe that. You ever come home
I feel
2
like
days early from a vacation and just rest before going back to work? I do that
Well,
quite a bit.
usually I would
to
have
be
that
honest with
buffer
you.
in there. Usually I have a little bit of buffer. So like you go on the trip,
It's pretty
come
common.
back.
My
I
wife
feel
doesn't
like a
like to do
short.
that.
I feel like this is a decent short location on NQ. It's back right where we rejected previously, but I don't know. It's hard to short this market right now. It just keeps ripping up.
Yeah.
We did have that sell off this morning, but it's just gotten bought back up.
Were you trying to?
The same way on the ES. It's just that, like, if you did, let me take a look at my little tools over here.
MP calls this the treasure map formation on the 15-minute chart. The V-shaped bottom in the ES. That is what he calls it, the treasure map.
Will it be treasure or will we get plundered? I kind of like the short there. Same place in the ES, like 67.70, but then it's like where, like, I don't know where I'd put my stop. That wasn't. I guess it depends on how confident you are or how long you're going to hold the short if it goes in your favor. But like highs of day, that's giving you like 12 points of risk.
Sometimes I just do bracket orders where you just have 5 points of risk and you're shooting for 10 points, 10, 15 points in there. Just give it some leeway. I mean, you can also use micros to just like average into the position and have that wider stop.
I mean, we're 15 points from all-time highs, right, guys?
Yeah.
We just buy into this.
You got the controller, JD. I'm saying that I wouldn't, but don't let that. Says there's no ES short. There's an ES short whenever I hit sell and I don't own it. This is also like the 67 70 as well.
70?
I mean, like we may put it, like, even if you put a position on here, I think this is going to be a little bit of a rock fight. So JD, if you're feeling it, do it.
Sorta. Trading 70 right now. We're about to trade 70. See what it does here. We're right
GC
on
looks like
yesterday's high.
GC looks like it's just holding 38.70s. It bounced out of our value area low for the week. Pretty big range today though in New York session.
Yeah.
I'd look for that.
Gold's-
If anyone's trading GC, I'd look for that to come back up to the overnight VWAP at 38.84. That bounced perfectly out of that value area low.
During this session or later tonight?
I'd look
Gold
for
has
it during the New York session. Sometimes it slows down during New York. I've also seen it in PM just absolutely start ripping or flushing.
Yeah, it's hit or miss. Gold has officially settled for the day. Settlement time for gold is 12:30 p.m. Central Time. That's when the exchange establishes settlement price for the following trading day. And you usually see volume and volatility really drop off after that hour. Not the case yesterday. We saw some pretty decent moves in gold after 12:30 going into the New York equities close. So there are anomalies. But for the most part, gold tends to die after 12:30 Central Time.
On Tuesday, we bounced right out of the overnight VWAP. It was also 0.5 of the New York range. And then we continued just slow grind up to those highs. And then, yeah, it was pretty much dead on Monday. But yeah, I mean, recently there's some volatility in gold. There's some pickup.
There is. Especially at all-time highs. You just got to keep buying the freaking dip, right?
Yeah. Well, I think judging from it, I think a lot of the early dip buyers obviously got harmed this morning, but overall, once again, another dip to buy. I see what Muhammad said in there. I agree. I usually don't like taking shorts unless you see some sort of pop with the stops. Like the price action here has been very grindy while we've been on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if it stalls, like if, and I think that's a good point, especially with the way that we've just continued to push highs. If we were to stall out and build some form of structure, and then you have more clearly defined risk, I think that short makes more sense.
Mm-hmm. Switch over to the 5-minute.
What was the strategy going into today, Baron? Where were you trading? Were you on gold again, or were you back in the equities?
I traded last night on gold. I was looking for shorts. I was looking for us to break the 3880s level, break a New York low. That did end up happening, and then we started to turn back up. And then this morning, yeah, I missed that big move on gold. I tried to buy the dip. Got a little bit of pushback on that. And then yeah, I was looking for it to bounce at the weekly POC and the VWAP.
Yep. We were on the right side of our opening range breakout trade this morning. We did trigger a short at 39.06, but it came and ran our stop. Ran all the way up to yesterday's high at 39.2270, which is a double top at all-time highs, right?
Well, we got Goolsby coming up in 5 minutes. He's going to be on Fox. Don't switch to that. Keep watching us at least, and then we'll tell you what he says. JD knows we got questions for Goolsby. Like, what was he talking about with this live Fed meeting?
I don't know. Are we able to pipe this in?
No,
probably not.
it's like the last thing in the world we can. It's on like Fox Business or something.
Fox Business. Yeah, I see it now. Looking for headlines. There's nothing moving markets right now. We're in just a dead zone, it would appear. Equity's a flat line. If I had put that trade on, I'd only be up 3 ticks right now after about 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Which always scares
Bilbo,
me.
Honestly, like if ES makes a new all-time high today, that would be objectively hilarious.
I think it would be criminal.
Financial Juice still has the unemployment report on the calendar for tomorrow. They haven't taken it off yet. Do you think that means anything?
Means someone forgot to delete it. No, they'll keep it on there because theoretically everybody could sing, Kumbaya tonight, and we could have the number. I mean, they have it. Someone's holding it in a briefcase.
Well, the last time we had a long government shutdown, it was because it was for like a month, right? I wasn't trading.
I've got the data. Hang on a second, I'll find it. Give me one
second.
second.
Then I know there was last year there was the potential for a government shutdown, and they alleviated
it. Last government shutdown was December 21st, 2018 to January 25th, 2019. 22 trading days. The S&P averaged a 0.47% return on each of those days, rallied 10 points during that government shutdown. 22 days. 22 trading days, I should say.
I really hope we don't get 22 trading days of this.
Yeah, right. In fact, the last 5 government shutdowns have all been positive for the S&P 500.
I
Let me,
think the short might start to play here on
Yeah.
NQ. It hit that upper VWAP band again and it's starting to reject.
Told you a rock fight here.
Yep.
Same thing with ES. ES also just hit that upper band. So I'd see if there's rejection here.
JD, I'll
Looks
be
like it's
sad.
just a little bit.
Yeah. I'll be sad that there's no non-farm number, but no CPI, no PPI.
Yeah.
That makes me really, really down.
What would they do to affect? We've got another Fed meeting coming up at the end of the month. Is it October 28th and 29th, something like that?
October 29th, yeah.
If we're still under shutdown, if the federal government is still shut down at that time, what does that mean for Fed rates? I guess I'm asking someone pull up the Fed
No,
Watch tool.
they're going
Tell
to do
us
what they're
the
going to do.
probability is.
99.8% or something that they're going to cut a quarter point in October, barring something crazy happening. Also, I've
Even
seen
without
all
the jobs
those.
data, without the inflation data, they'd still do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they still look at other sources. They still look at ADP, and others. I was going to say too, though, there's correlation. I think I talked about these yesterday, where like I see all these stats about, over the last like 94% of government shutdowns, the S&P 500 is up 12 months later. It's like, well, yeah, that's usually the case. That the S&P 500 will be higher in a year, but also if you think about it, they're never gonna. It's not politically viable to shut down the government, like in the midst of some crisis brewing. It's not like when Lehman collapsed or February 2020, they would shut down the government as things were deteriorating.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe they would. Who knows what's going through their heads?
Would they get PCE data, or is that another federal report?
That's federal report. That's the Fed's favorite inflation gauge. Personal consumption expenditures. It's how much people are making versus how much they're spending. Upticks in income versus upticks in spending. It used to be called personal income and outlays. I don't know when they changed it to personal consumption expenditures, but yeah, the Fed looks at that number very closely as a gauge for how individual households are doing financially.
This doesn't sound crazy, but like whether you want to go long or short, it's not a bad place to do it.
Yep.
We're getting the rock fight at the 770 level. So this is where your like risk reward comes in. This is sort of could be a kind of sticky area with the 0 dates. And then as long as your reward is bigger than your risk, it's not a bad place to launch from.
Yeah, this is what I would be looking for. And I would take a stab at a short.
NQ?
If I was still trading in Q.
Who cares? I care. The house account's up $24 because the ES long paid, but we lost on both of the opening range trades in the morning.
Range breakout trades. Yeah.
So those canceled them out.
So 2 losers and a winner for the house account. Up $24 on the day. Day's not over yet. It's just so slow right now.
It could pick up here. We could have a spike in power hour.
Robin in the chat says, guys, what do you think? I just entered a long in gold expecting a pop to the upside. Can you discuss that? I think we did just discuss that, didn't we? Baron, you're looking for a move in gold.
On a higher time frame, I like gold to head back up. We hit that that volume area low from the weekly volume profile. Starting to see acceptance back above it. We accepted back above the lower band of VWAP. I would like the gold to head back to either the VWAP from the overnight session, which is sitting at 38.83, or back up to POC at 38.96. I think that 3,900 level is key area to keep an eye on. And that POC is sitting right next to it. So I think a gold long is valid, just for a slow
I do
grind
too.
up.
You're chewing through where it didn't trade very much at all, the single TPOs, as Hoag would say. I'd rather be long than short, but once again, none of this is financial advice. We do have...
Yeah, there's a big, like if you look from 38.71 up to, I mean, even all the way up to 3,900, there's not much volume transacted there during the New York session. So when you get big volume channels like that, typically price just pushes up through it.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to play it safe, cover in, depends on what you're risking. You're not risking a lot. 83, 883 or something like that. But I don't know. We're giving advice. We shouldn't be doing that. We can sling news clips though. And Gabe, I think we have
can.
Some memories are unforgettable and some will now come with a cost. Snapchat is asking its biggest users to pay a monthly fee to keep their memories. That's a feature the social media platform started in 2016, which allows people to save videos and photos as opposed to letting them disappear after a while. Since then, more than 1 trillion memories were saved, and Snapchat's parent company says it needs a little financial help for its infrastructure. The company says users who have more than 5 gigabytes worth of memories will get charged. Analysts say Snapchat has about 460 million users per day.
Would you pay to save your snaps? Isn't the whole point? Wasn't the whole point of Snapchat to not have anything saved? That it would be wiped away immediately.
There's a feature on there to save stuff. I personally haven't used Snapchat in like the last 5 years, so that's not a big deal to me. But
never
like,
once used Snapchat.
Like, you have 10 years of data on there almost, so I don't get why that doesn't just save to your device storage.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it on?
Can't they just sign a deal with like Google or AWS or something? I don't know why I want Snapchat building infrastructure to hold this, but
yeah,
they can do them.
There's other free apps that do that. Why would you pay Snapchat to do it? That's just me.
You can also just save everything to your camera roll, so you could just go and save everything, and then you don't have to pay.
Davi, brutal. They should sell you back your quote lost memories. I like that. As he flies his
that
Snapchat
is a great idea.
Hook up.
That's how you build a company, right?
Yeah. Oh man, that business model.
The other thing is they give you notifications of, it's like, remember this, and it's like a memory you saved or whatever. And sometimes it will just like pull up like previous relationships or stuff like that. So maybe you don't want to save those memories.
Creating drama in your life for no reason. That's funny.
I mean, that's what the internet's for, JD.
Exactly.
That's why I'm not a poster.
You'd be hard pressed to find a post from me out there anywhere. Except for here on TopstepTV.
Well, the model's been completely
JD, are you worried about deepfakes at all of you coming out eventually?
Deepfakes of me?
Yeah.
If somebody wants to deepfake me, I mean,
let's put it this way: the world will be in disarray and over before somebody has a reason to deepfake me. I would think, right? Like, I gotta be down the list. If there's like 9 billion people, or how many billion people are on Earth? I don't know. I'm very low on that list.
Well, Jack, let me bring something up. While I was working at AT&T, right? We were issues issues where customers were getting calls that sounded like their family members from people who had ripped clips, audio clips or video clips of that person off their Instagram or whatever it is. They were calling
Yeah,
family
I'm-
members and they were scamming them. So, you know, that
You
could
know,
be
That's dangerous. Yeah.
Well, thankfully, like I see how that could be a huge problem. My grandparents have all passed away. I don't know because it's the call like, you know, help! I'm in a
It sounds
Romanian
exactly like
prison and I need $500 to get out. But then you question them. What happens? I think my parents or wife would probably ask some follow up questions. I don't know.
you would
ES
hope.
isn't moving, so throw out
You
anything
got me
else you
worried
wanna
for
know
my
in the
parents
chat.
now, though, Baron.
Yeah, my mom's just getting to like 70, so I'm a little bit concerned there.
My parents are clickers. Well, I got this message from a strange phone number, and I keep clicking on it.
So yeah, Baron.
Don't do that, Mom.
My dad's 78, but the good news is he's kind of beyond this because he literally does not know how to use a phone. Like you couldn't even scam him because good luck, man.
My mom.
It'll go to his hearing
my mom's
aids.
kinda
It'll
my
say
mom's the
hello
same
for
way.
like 5 minutes.
She does everything by paper. You know, we still have calls here and there, but I feel like she would know.
We are glued at the moment to around 67.70 in the ES. When did your parents become clickers, JD?
I remember the first time we got my dad an iPhone. It was for his birthday, like I don't know, 15 years. One was like the second generation. It doesn't matter. My brothers and sisters and I all chipped in and got him an iPhone. And my sister was showing him how to FaceTime, and he was like, "Oh my god, it's a Dick Tracy watch. I always wanted one of these, you know." And from then on, like he was hooked. Like his face is always on his phone. Like he puts it right up to his face like this and scrolls, you know. It's always in his hand though now. So like, yeah, he's a clicker.
You want to hear something hilarious, JD? And maybe you can get this. I saw a genuinely funny object when I went to my parents' house last. On the table, my mom had purchased a physical book, like a paperback book, about using ChatGPT.
That is good. That is good. Did she finish it?
I'll quiz her.
Did
Still
she use
67
GPT? Did she use GPT to summarize the book?
No, she uses it to kind of turn family pictures into uncanny valley things. Anyone see any markets that are moving? Let's take a look.
Gold's grinding higher a little bit, but nothing crazy like this morning. NQ's flat, yes, dead. YM's. I mean, it was moving up, but now it's pretty much dead.
The only
Russell-
interesting thing, yeah,
Russell
Russie.
Jack is.
Well, you know why that ties into the Russell. I imagine is liking the fact that if we go to my charts,
Interest rate
the
cuts.
10-year yield is actually going down. I've been marking for a while. We're kind of out of. We tested below this sort of support. That white line is where we were at the moment that they said a quarter point cut. So I've been keeping an eye on that. It'd be good to see the 10-year go down for everyone. I'm always more interested in the interest rates that are set on the market as opposed to the Fed. And lower 10-year rates would be great.
Checking on the Tilty. Not much happening. Gold is still 74% long. I feel like gold has been above 70% in the tilt all week long. It has rarely dipped below 70%. Crude oil,
This is one of
66%
those.
long.
This is one of those times of days where you go outside and you touch grass for a little bit.
Yeah. Lunching hours.
But keep watching
Still
us
got
on your
about.
phone.
Say again?
But don't go out and touch grass if it means that you're not watching this stream right now. Leave that on, or leave it on while you're going. But first, hit like and subscribe.
Log in from another device too, please.
Yeah, well,
We got an Andre sell-off in the Andre sell-off happening in the ES right now. Just broke 7 ticks. There we go. We're moving.
ES won't quit. One thought I'd like to throw out there about gold, though, is the very reason you're talking about how the tilt's always long gold. Is I think that's how you get this situation where you just get absolute rips to the downside because everyone's leveraged long and it's paying for the most part, but then
There's days like
you
today.
get smacked, just waterfalls.
Yeah, I had some gold options that I opened last Friday. I closed 2 yesterday just to like cover some basis on it. I woke up this morning, I saw it start dumping and it broke that 3,900 level. I was like, I need to get out of this before it goes further. And I mean, the contracts were worth $11 at the peak, and I checked after I sold them, they went down to like $4. So massive decrease.
Justin asks, how does liking, subbing, and watching actually benefit TopstepTV? Do you get paid for viewers? 2 answers to that question. One, we don't monetize the live stream. You'll notice that there's no commercials when you join the live stream. We could, but we don't. More importantly, if we have more subscribers, more likes and stuff, more people might see us and we can grow our audience. And in that way, I do get paid because Topstep will pay me based on that. Not exactly, but something like that.
Something like that.
I think that's a big problem with streaming now too, is the ads. Like you're trying to watch something live and then you've got a 30-second commercial for something that's like I'm gonna miss out on the whatever's going on.
Yeah. And plus
it is a pain.
Just you get some of like the worst. I guess you can signal certain things out, but it's the Wild West when you start monetizing the ads because you get ads for the craziest shit. I saw the grossest ad like on a golf video the other day. Like I couldn't believe it was being played on YouTube. It was about I won't go into it. Needless to say, I did not.
Do tell, Jack. Do tell.
It was about cleaning out your colon or something like that. But it was like, what?
They knew you were around that age, Jack.
They knew I liked golf.
Cracking you?
You've been getting data scraped for how many years now, Jack?
A lot. I think I still have the number. I have one of the first 10,000 Facebook accounts, I believe.
Do you really?
Yeah, that's the only reason I keep it around. I haven't used it in a decade. 67.
Did they give you shares of that?
What's up?
So did they give you shares for you being one of the first 10,000 to use their platform?
No, but I bought shares and then dumped them at a loss. It'd be worth about $700,000 right now. I was on campus, Taz Trader. Actually, I wasn't even on campus yet. It was like it was like right when I got my I was summer after my senior year of high school. I believe that. Other Andre sell-off. We'll keep an eye on it, but I see Gaben back. So let's do a little jabbing while we're still here, boys.
Let's do it. All right, we got Seb locked out with 1K during slow markets. Shout out to Coach Dakota. If you're not tuning in 7:30 Central Standard Time, Sunday night through Thursday night, you have Coach Dakota hosting slow markets right here on TopstepTV. We got Robert up $690 on 2 accounts locked out for the day. Great work there, Robert. Got Aman just passed my very first combine. It's my very special day for me. Failed many times in the past. Thank the Lord. Aman, great work. Thanks for sharing. Glad you're here with us. And congrats again on the first combine. It's a great feeling. We got Yabbersmack Holdings up 1.4 grand. 5 trades, 80% hit rate. Annual lockout for the day. See you boys next week. Shout out to Yabbersmack. We got Investing for a Living up 724 for the day. Locked myself out until 3:45 p.m. We'll be ready for MOC. It's an interesting. I like the lockout, but interesting that you're going to unlock yourself for probably the worst time to trade at the end of the day, the last 10 minutes. But hey, manage that risk, and maybe there's another opportunity that presents itself for you. And then shout out to 25FX, past my combine, great work. Shout out to everybody showing up day after day and jabbing away. See you tomorrow. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you, Gabe.
Hey, Jack. Oji-Wan Kenobi in the chat says, hey, you want this budget thing fixed quick? Shut down the markets until it's passed. There's about a 0% chance of that happening. But
yeah,
that's the rule. Capital markets can't be closed for more than 3 consecutive days. Is that the rule? That's why they have futures markets open when the New York Stock Exchange is closed. Something like that.
Yeah,
that would also like that breaks a lot of principles around like free market and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's other places to do it. For instance, Polymarket is looking for a $10 billion valuation. The news story we didn't get to earlier.
Interesting.
Would you buy into it, Jack?
More than
if they IPO?
A 10 billion? No.
I think
Probably.
I think I would buy some, because if I think about like the sports betting industry, right? That is a massive industry. I don't know what the market cap is on sports betting. I would have to go and look at the numbers on that. But if based on just human nature, we like to bet on things, right? So I personally would look into some of the fundamentals in the numbers and see if it makes sense. And then if it does, I think that it might make sense. Gold is getting a pop up here. It's up about, it's like a 2-point candle. Not a major candle, but still.
Yeah.
It is seeing that grind higher back towards VWAP, back towards that POC.
So the TikTok valuation was only $10 billion, right? TikTok US?
That's not, I mean, the real value. It's like just the
You're
US.
expecting more of
and
a...
like splitting half with China or something. The value of TikTok, if it were its own standalone company, I'd assume would be hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, right?
Mm-hmm. I think they were looking for a minimum of 40. They came at them at 10. Something right around 10.
But remember,
funny,
that's
though.
presumably just for the U.S. business, right?
Just for the U.S. Just for the U.S., yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the thing with Polymarket or like all the event things is they have like wild events on it that seem easily
manipulated.
I don't know. At least, yeah, like sports betting, they're pretty good. Like I don't really do that either, but they're pretty good about tracking you down to find. If you're shaving points, they're probably gonna find you.
Or
which
if
is why
you're arbitraging between like 2 different sports books.
Yeah, but they have all these markets on like Polymarket that seem to me easily manipulated.
I have something on this, Jack. I saw a video of this guy who I think he's in college right now, but he's going to college to essentially become like a quant trader. and there was something on, it was either Kalshi or Polymarket, based off what would be said during a South Park episode. And he came from the standpoint of everyone's going to be streaming this. So he got a cable box, plugged it into his computer, ran a bunch of math on like the spreads and a bunch of different things, but he had the information on what was being said like 10 seconds before the market would realize it. So he was able to take advantage of that.
That's wild. Well, it's also, is it even illegal? Like, say, we've already been over how I'm not important for deepfakes, but like, say you're Trump, for instance, or like someone where they have markets on what you're saying. How is it even illegal if somebody makes a market without my permission for me just to say a word that's at like 2%? Like, just come out there and be like, I don't know, toothpaste.
But also
you know what I mean? Like, that's not...
with like sports books, you could be betting on a player if the player's tuned into the sports book and they're linked up with the right channels. They could also throw games, right?
Possibly.
Theoretically, it's like a form of insider trading.
All right. Well, we are going to be wrapping up pretty soon to get ready for Power Hour. I'll just give the heads up now. We got Chad and Brad. Brad's in the Express funded account right now. Chad's been chipping away. But the real question is, where in the world is Chad trading from today? So they'll be on a little bit later. Glad to hang out with you guys. We're still stuck right at this 67.7.
It
a
hasn't
little off
moved.
topic, but
The only thing that really moved was gold, and it moved, since we came on, it moved like 5 points. So nothing crazy, but I mean, if you have low risk on that, it's tradable.
all right. Well, things are sure to heat up because they're coming from a heat level of very little right now. So things are going to heat up for Power Hour. Stick around, Baron. Good to see you, man. I'll see you later this week or next week.
I'll be on slow markets as well tonight.
Oh, yeah. Check out 7:30 Central, YouTube. Dakota and Baron will be on slow markets tonight. Yeah, that's all we got for now. Let's keep an eye on these markets. Finish out strong. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
Let's go. Upper right-hand corner, we got Chad joining us all the way from Hawaii. Lower left-hand corner, his BFF, trading buddy, and accountability partner, if I do remember. Brad, lower left-hand corner, my partner here in Power Hour. Dolby time. Let's get right into it. Chad, you have a position on in your XFA. Tell us about it right here, right now. We're trading 25,115.
Just staying not too big, 6 micros. Just kind of getting in on the zombie crawl and taking it slow.
Okay, you're long from 25,107, correct? 6 micro Nasdaq.
Yep.
Okay, last trade 25,114. Brad in the house. This XFA up about $200. Trading the ES last trade. Brad in the ES 67.68. Pretty wild ride this morning. Talk to us about your thoughts on the market and any prices of interest here in the ES. Brad.
Yeah. Gosh, what a tough trade. What a really rough spot to actually take anything right now. I guess I was able to capture a good part of this bounce, but before that, I have 3 of my other XFAs are locked out at my daily loss limit, so they're all down 200. I've actually been copy trading for something new, which is Chad doesn't even know about that yet. I've been dabbling with the copy trade.
Surprise.
I found that I ended up, having like 5 accounts. I was just trading too much, to try and trade each one of them individually. And I would be up 1, maybe 2 of them, down on 2 or 3 of them. And I was just kind of chopping sideways. So I thought I'd give the copy trade a shot. And it's actually helped because it makes me more patient. Which, I'm a lot more discreet and selective and patient on when I'm going to take my trade so far. I mean, this is relatively new, but until today on those copy traded accounts, I had 4 days in a row of profits. And so today's my first losing day in 5. And then, but then with the other single account, I pulled one out to keep it ready to trade for the show today. And I was able to get that one up up $200. I'd have it locked out if we weren't on the show. But tradertainment.
Right. The monster must feed.
Yes.
Dolby time. Good stuff. Brad, we'll talk about that here in a little bit. First time Chad's hearing about this. We'll get Chad's thoughts after this. Dolby time. Looking at the Nasdaq. Big sell-off in fast markets. We are grinding. We got bids in.
105 to 85. Let's see if we can get filled on a pullback, Trey.
105 to 85.
I like
105 to 85. Yep.
I like it.
Let's take a look at some of these other points. Okay, we'll start at 105. Very good. Quick Delta update. ES minus 12,000. Nasdaq minus 3,500. We might have some setups in play here in Power Hour. Gold on the move higher. A huge range in gold. We're talking about $90, $80 range in gold. We bottomed out at 38.42 about 3 hours ago, and we are moving higher. 38.81. Gold on the move to the upside. Take a look at crude beneath $61, trading $60.55.
This feels like all-time highs.
Yeah.
Again?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It held all day. I mean, Hoag was talking about it in the open this morning in his pre-market analysis and talking about how toothy the market profile was. And if you look at what happened today, it stayed in value of yesterday's value all day long. It's traded the entire day above the value area low. And if you look at the market profile, it went back and filled in the really, really toothy parts of the profile from yesterday. And so I think it's got a solid chance now that with kind of, balancing out the market, that we've got a good chance of pushing some highs. I'm just looking for a little bit more of a pullback. I'd love to see it kind of pull back to the 67, 63 area on the ES. Which a lot of times in the first kind of 10, 15 minutes of Power Hour, I get that, although I'm afraid the pullback may have already happened.
Well, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Brad. We play a game called Above Below. I'm going to ask you what the price, you trade the ES, so we're going to do the ES. I'm going to ask you what the price on the close will be in the ES. Put it up to a poll here. Will it be above or below that price on the close in the ES? Brad, last trade, 67.70. What will the price be close in the ES?
I'm going to go with 67.76. It's one of my key levels I'm watching.
Okay, 67.76. Above, below.
70.
Beautiful.
Chad, looking for what's your upside target, Chad? You're long from 25,107
Micros. Yeah, I would shed 25,138 as my first target, and then 25,162, which would be kind of right where the drop happened this morning. I'll be pushing for a little bit, but I'm kind of holding on to this zombie crawl. Like even a pullback, I'd be wanting to add more than I would be concerned getting out at the moment.
Adding into it, okay. Dolby time, we like starting with the 105s, right? 105 down to
105s. Down to
Poll
85s. Yep.
All right, little pullback here. Nothing on the tilt. Just here we go. We got 75% long in gold in the tilt. Gold continues to push higher here, up $40 off the lows. And looking at the range on the day, kind of in the middle of the range for the day. Yes, you heard that right. We're talking about an $80 range in gold today. Last trade, 38.82. The star.
Something else.
2025. Yep.
It's going to be interesting if crude doesn't hold here, I think. Like above.
Where's
60.
crude at? It's starting to sniff sub 60s, right?
60.55.
Yep, 55 cents away. It was just trading 65s the other day. It was just trading 65s the other day. Yep, $60.56 last trade there. Again, you got the countdown clock, lower right-hand corner, 51 minutes till the closing bell. It means 41 minutes till MOC. We got Brad and Chad in the house. Chad long 6, micro Nasdaq 25,107. Chad, when you get the news from Brad that he's copy trading, what are your initial thoughts? You just found out here on TopstepTV. What are your initial thoughts when you hear that, Chad? You're smiling.
Well, I'm excited for him because it means he's got more accounts to trade.
Okay.
I've been on holiday for the
I'm
last,
excited about that too.
month. Yeah, so yeah, I'm happy for him. I knew he had a couple XFAs. Sometimes in our group chat, we are too afraid to mention our P&Ls because we're afraid of jinxing ourselves.
True. Yeah, true.
What's the phrase when you want to take a
take a screenshot?
Yeah,
you
when
should
you want
take
to
out
take a screenshot, yes,
Call
that
it.
feels very true. So maybe he hasn't been telling me he's copy trading because he's afraid of what that will bring about.
You got it. Yep, I was keeping that between me, myself, and I.
And here we are.
Well, now everyone on chat
and now,
knows too.
yes,
So.
how many thousand people know all about it?
Yep.
We do have another buddy too who copy trades, and I mean, look, when you do really well with it, you tend to do well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's kind of interesting. You're just consolidating your decision making. You're just like, I'm gonna make one really, really, really good decision, and that's it.
Yep. I have become a lot more selective, and to be honest, the only reason I was able to have some confidence behind starting to go down that road is just I've been a lot more disciplined lately. You know, I've had these XFAs for, going on probably some of my longest XFAs. I'm in 3 months,
That's
3,
good.
4 months,
Nice.
probably. So, which is by far a record. So I can tell that, just, and I give so much credit to the lockout tools that you guys provide, because it's been a lifesaver for me, for sure, especially the daily loss limit and the lockout.
Do you use the realized or unrealized trailing aspect of the loss limit?
You know what, Dolby? I'm so thankful you asked, because I am going to set that right now. I am up 200 in this XFA. My daily loss is $200. I'm going to set it to trail so that at the very least, even if I lose this 200, I will just be flat on this. I won't dip into the red. So
I think that's a powerful tool.
As we speak. That really is, yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to enable trailing. Right, 200, enable
Beautiful.
trail. We're going to save that. And there it is. Should be good now.
Great stuff. Good job. We do have we got the poll up. Looks like 66% are saying above. 67, 76.
Above. Wow.
Above. Yes.
That is really bullish. That is really bullish.
Love it. All-time highs, again, printed earlier today, 67.82. We are seeing some headlines coming out. No real movement from Putin. Putin oil to immediately top $100 a barrel without Russian supplies. The ones, some people are preparing nuclear tests. If they do that, we would also test. These are coming from Putin here, hitting the wire. No major reaction just yet. We'll keep an eye out for that. We did have Goolsby speaking. He has concluded. I was kind of trying to push back to our 2 more consecutive rate cuts, 25 basis point rate cuts. So we'll see. Okay, we'll see how this plays out. Here we go. Yes, 67, 68. Brad, you got your eye on those 63s. Are you actively working a bid? Do you want to see how we get to those 63s?
I do. That's really important. I want to see how we get there, and I want to see how it reacts. So, I'm looking for, I'd rather get a long with a price above that level as long as I see strength come in. But what I'd hate to do is just pop some orders in right there, because honestly, from a structure standpoint, if it breaks here, it's got a lot of room to the downside. So, for me, trying to catch that or speculate where, it's not what I'm looking for, especially being up. I want to be really cautious and protect this account for the rest of the day. And I would prefer to end in the green as opposed to flat. So, yep.
Brad, are you saving a payout for a little vacation? Come visit here.
Ooh.
A little aloha trip.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Good motivation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Chad,
You just got to get
then
there.
I can write it off.
Chad will say he'll pay for everything if you can just fly there.
I heard that.
All of it.
Plane ticket.
I heard that
Yeah,
too.
the whole thing.
I'm going to come use all his air conditioning. You should ask him about his electric
Oh
bills.
my God. My
Wow.
utility bill is crazy.
You just cranking
It's
it?
freaky,
Just
actually.
max?
What the hell?
I'm not, and that's what's the scary part. I mean, the house has 3 air conditioning units kind of separated out, so you can sort of have an open, like maybe air conditioning in the bedrooms, but like open air. It doesn't matter. I got to figure something out. Maybe the pool heater. I don't know. Something's.
I like it.
These are problems that are okay to have, but not really.
Not the worst.
They
No, not
they
the
get
worst.
more motivation from my XFA payouts. I'll tell you that.
That's right.
Where your head's at. We got about 15 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Markets are, yes, Nasdaq, pretty much in the range for now. We'll see where this thing wants to go. We did see a big push higher in gold. And now trading 38.79. All right. Feels like we might get some action here. All right, James, come on in. We've been running the Topstep TV survey for a few days now. Tell the people where to give us their feedback.
What's up, Power Hour crew? Hey, we want your feedback. Please take our 5-minute survey on Topstep TV and tell us what you like, what should be improved, and what you want to see next, okay? We're making updates, and your voice is critical because we do this for you. The link to the survey is going to be pinned in the chat, so please take the time, 5 minutes, in and out. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your honest feedback. Back to you, Andre.
Wow, nice. Easy, yes. The link up there, pinned at the top of the chat. Greatly appreciate it. We do go over each and every one. Always looking to improve here. Topstep TV, little pullback here.
Give Dre 5 stars, everybody. Give Dre the 5 stars that he deserves.
Let's see if we get a 5-star trade here. A little pullback. Got down to the 110s. Chad, you were talking about perhaps adding in or getting back into some more if we got back to entry, which
I
is
think if we
what
got
we're
a bigger drop, a little bit closer to the,
uh
I don't know. I do think that the buyers seem to be coming in, but it's just these slow crawls. My
just like
like when I start shorting this stuff on these slow crawls, I always just get effed. So I'm staying long, and I'm just gonna. If I started seeing faster price action, I probably would consider getting out or waiting. But to me, the slower, it's still long.
You have a buy-in at 77, so pretty wide stop on this trade. Actually, very wide stop.
Yeah, it's a new XFA, and it's a pretty. I mean, if I had 4 days in the green already, and I was, looking at a payout, I'd probably be trading this a little bit tighter, to be honest. And I'm also just getting back. I had some payouts when I was on the trip, but I'm also just getting back, and so gotta kind of regroup, see where, get a feel for the market.
So you
It's hard to
traded on
say.
vacation?
I traded on vacation for the first 2 weeks and did really well. Took a couple payouts, which was nice. But then when we got on the sailboat, it was not as easy. Once we were done, I had told a friend, I got him set up with Topstep and showed him how to do it. We're docking and having major problems with docking, like the wind and the situation, and they all speak Italian. He's the only one who speaks Italian, and he's like pushing the phone in my face saying, "What do I do? What do I do?" Like, I'm like, close your position.
What do you say?
We need to like throw the lines. You're the only one who speaks Italian. Let's like close your position. It's not the time to trade. He's like, but I'm down. Okay, we'll close it. It doesn't matter.
It's gonna fit right
Even
in.
more reason to close it.
It's gonna fit right in, Chad. I love it.
Yes. And then of course at dinner later he says, "Yeah, look what Chad, I lost because Chad had me close it." I'm like, "Oh my god."
It was your fault. Blamed you for it. Incredible.
Did you guys have internet
This
on
is
the boat?
early years of trading life.
Did you have internet on the boat, Chad?
Just basic data. I mean, the islands we were sailing, Aeolian Islands, were pretty much decent data. Not like enough for me to be on the show, but enough to get some, basic data.
Some trades in, yeah.
Be in a trade.
Yeah.
You got to be really somewhere crazy to have no data anymore, like the Amazon or something.
Well, it's hard now. You have to find
It's
out.
Starlink. Yeah, Starlink. You can still
Starlink now. It's
in there.
Incredible.
All right, we're getting a
Delta
little push back up here.
Negative Delta growing in the NQ now to negative 4,200 in the ES, minus 13,000. When we started, Power Hour ES was minus 12,000 and Nasdaq was minus 3,500. So negative Delta continuing to grow. Nothing really on the tilt. Yeah.
Why? Who is trying to short this? Oh,
someone's in.
Okay,
Maybe
that's
somebody.
me. One micro, big time. One micro long from 67.50 in the ES.
Nice.
I like the consolidation pattern. What looked like some strength, change of behavior on the market structure. So if I get, I'm starting the position here. We'll see. We get confirmation. It's a cheap trade, and if it goes in my
Hopefully we get
direction,
some
I probably
volatility
start looking to
down
add
in
here.
the market.
Okay, looking to add into it.
Yeah, it was waiting on me, clearly.
All right.
Me and my micro.
We got we're ahead long one from 67, 67 half. Last trade, 67, 67 half. Bottom of the hour in about 9 minutes. 9 minutes. The Nasdaq.
Come on,
around 25,000. 113. Chad's long. Also count working some bids around 105. Gold on the grind higher here. $40 off those lows again. 38.82 last trade.
if I was going to get that pullback I was looking for, I expected to see it in the first 15 minutes of the top of the hour. We didn't get it, so kind of shows me that the buyers are holding this up. So it's a cheap trade.
You're doing a
from
great
here.
job.
Crude is at a very interesting place if it can break out from this little range here.
To the upside?
Yeah, on the upside.
Okay.
I can see, I mean, if you were looking at it on the daily, it's kind of breaking the range. But also, if it ends in a bottoming tail, this could be the way up. I don't know. That's a tough one because it also does look like it's slightly fallen below back in August, the lows, and it hasn't been there since June. Below that since June.
Into the 50 handle?
Yeah.
Yep. We might be grinding here. A little downtick there in the ES, a little bit in the Nasdaq as well.
Come on down.
Keep an eye on that delta here. Interesting. Again, pin to the top of the chat. TopstepTV survey. If you'd be so kind, please fill that out. We got Brad, we got Chad in the house. One in Denver, one in Hawaii. Myself in Chicago. Waiting for the move to happen. Again, MOC in about 27 minutes. Chad, you had a little guest next to you. You wanted to give them their 2 seconds of fame. Look at this.
Yeah.
Quick. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Look at this. Trading buddy.
Yeah, these are making the moves. Yeah.
Oh. Yep. There you go. I love it.
We've been talking together. We hang out a lot because, got to keep myself entertained here in Hawaii.
Yeah,
Let's get to
I'm
the
talking.
boat.
Doesn't it?
What do you say, Brad?
I was going to say, doesn't Hawaii take care of that entertainment thing? Isn't that like their thing?
I was gonna save money.
I mean, yeah, but you've never seen Elmo play the ukulele, and let me tell you what, it's good.
It is good.
We're over.
Chad, I got it. Chad, in Hawaii, are you even aware that there's a government shutdown in paradise? Does that affect your day at all? It does not matter, does it? Government shutdown.
No,
Day
it doesn't
2.
really matter. And I feel like now it's become the norm that it doesn't even matter. It's like, what year was it when it really did shut down, and then everyone else was like, "Oh, it was just a few national parks or something." I don't know. I feel like it's become, sadly, like a lot of other news types events that
Priced in?
we don't like. Yeah, and not just priced in, but just like part of the norm. So it's like you don't take it seriously because we've been there. And I mean, like with that kind of goes with other unfortunate news events as well, I suppose I would say. I won't bring up which news events, but that when something becomes the norm, you kind of just doesn't seem to have the same emphasis.
I see what you're saying. Well,
desensitized.
Well, it's affecting markets a little bit. Well, not necessarily markets, but we will not be getting non-farm payrolls tomorrow. We will. However, senators are starting to demand that they do release the number. I don't think that will happen, but again, these are different times. So we will see. Again, no non-farm payrolls tomorrow yet, unless a deal is struck, but that's what it's looking like. Rules will be coming out about an hour ago saying with no data, the Fed is, quote unquote, essentially kind of flying blind. So, the saga continues. Saga continues indeed. 67.
I keep worrying that now I'm in a position that Trump's going to actually tweet out those numbers, because the rumor is that they have them, right?
Yeah. BLS said the numbers are compiled, and yes.
Okay.
I'm sure Trump wouldn't want to tweet in the middle of the day.
Oh,
no,
he's
if they're
very concerned.
Good numbers, yeah.
Sort of. Yeah, he wouldn't want to do something like that, I'm sure.
Never.
Cleanest stair step pattern in the whole wide world. Shout out to the logs.
The 5 minute?
Great trade going. Yeah, 5 minute stair step is just super
Show
clean.
us. Can we look at Dolby screen? Show us what you're seeing there. Last trade 25,120. Dolby time, yeah. There is
These little orange lines kind of denote the stair steps. So basically, it is just it's sort of a consolidation variation. So this is just a uptrending consolidation pattern because what you're getting is the range down here, and then it goes up, and then resistance becomes support. So you have a new range that forms, then it breaks out of that, and then resistance becomes support, resistance becomes support. Did it again. And it keeps on doing it. So it's a stair step pattern. So it just stair steps up the entire time, consolidations. So as long as we're doing that, looks good, great for the bulls here. But it's one of my favorite patterns.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on the ES.
Is that called the? Is that rally base rally? Pattern?
Yeah, there's probably
rallies.
Yeah, I think that's for sure what they're talking about. Stair steps, I think rally-based rally. I call it range over range sometimes. There's a million different things to call it, It's all marketing, whatever your style is.
I just went flat for the moment.
Did you?
I don't know. First day, I don't mind. I can see this just chilling out here, and I don't mind having a green day over 150 and lock those in. I like to lock those in when I get a runner day, I'm happy that, like, if I close I hate to trade P&L, but it's just part of like how this is set up. So
Chad, don't we all trade our P&L just a little bit? Don't we all have one eye on it? Yeah. All right, here we go. Here goes the grind. The rally, the move higher is on. Are the shorts getting squeezed right now? 25,124. You're closing in.
I also wouldn't want to be shorting it.
No, definitely not. Definitely. There's no where short unless you're looking at 180s, in my opinion. Or if you have something around like the 160s where you think it's not going to break out.
Yeah.
But definitely is not a short area. It's just I don't know if it's enough like a level to really rely. No one's in.
What we got?
I'm adding to my long, but I'm also tightening up my risk. So I just put on one more micro. So I'm
pretty
2
sure
micros
he can
long.
do whatever I do opposite. He's pretty confident in this time our trading lines together that he'll do pretty
What's
good.
going on right now? What's the average price there, Brad?
67, 68, 50.
Nice. Brad, did you see Chad get paper hands and you're like, this is the time to get diamond hands and size up? Is that what happens?
I got to show him up.
See how that works.
We're on the big show here. I'm gonna flex. I'm gonna pile drive in right now.
Go get him.
Sure, we might want to do the Thunderdome sometime between you and me, Brad.
Well,
I'd like to see you lose.
Aren't you two?
We're on the reversal challenge tomorrow.
Yes.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh,
I'm absolutely terrified.
Oh, I mean, Chad, have you done reversal challenge before?
I have not done it before.
Wow. Okay,
this would be a good one.
Yes, bring your A game. Again, last hour of the trading week, we do a reversal challenge, fun little game, purely in practice accounts only. Stay tuned.
Okay, I was gonna say, I was gonna ask about that. I was like, I don't know if I see Brad doing copy trading on his XFAs with a reversal challenge.
No, practice accounts only.
Absolutely not. Can we trade ES tomorrow for that?
No.
Brad, we changed the Nasdaq. They're trying to change the rules already, Dolby. Trying to change the rules. Yeah.
So sorry, Brad.
It's not about you being comfortable, Brad. This is about us.
It's wild. Thank you, Josh, in the chat.
How about a record for a blown practice account?
Muhammad's record has four in the same power. Same, yes. Four in the same reversal challenge. Practice counts only, all simulated, just for a little fun.
All right, I am not loving this.
How often do you size up in trades, Brad? And typically, what is your methodology? It's kind of been the theme of my week, is talking about sizing into trades. I think it's a fascinating conversation.
Yeah. Well, I've really been playing around, especially because I'm trading these 50K accounts, and I've got a pretty small daily loss limit at $200. So a lot of times what I've really been trying to do and have been starting to get a lot of traction with is I will try and get a base position with micros. And, that's anywhere from 1 to 3. It gives me so much more room to breathe and kind of, explore whether I'm right or wrong about, what I'm speculating. And then if I get some traction, I can move it into the positive. If I get up 50, 60, $100 in that, I also love, so it's kind of a swing and a scalp methodology, because I'll swing trade a couple of micros, but then I love to scalp out like 1.1, like 4 to 6 ticks in the ES. I love to do that. And if I'm up, I'll do that with an ES contract, which I call it stacking nickels. I can get like 50 to $75, and a lot of times I can bag those.
Love that.
In 30 to 45 second trade. And then I'm stacking that on top of my micro position. And, when I can get the direction right, that's what's really been working for me. Plus I'm buying myself more risk. If I can get $50 up with some micros, then I have $250 worth of loss to play with. So then an ES contract doesn't feel so bad, but I'm not going for the big swing trades with the ES positions. I tried that, and I think that's part of why my accounts were blowing up. So I think it's part of what's really helped me start to keep these accounts is just really getting more dialed in and comfortable with the scale of what kind of, or which and how many contracts I'm using.
So are you seeking out to build a cushion with your first trade,
Yes.
or is your first trade to
Yes.
build a base
Yes.
to trade around? Okay, so you're going for cushion.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think what's the trading coach, the lady,
Deanna
the
Stanford?
boss. No. Sorry,
No,
she's
say
the
with us?
the mental coach.
Psychologist.
The
Dr. V
Yes.
or Robin Dane?
Robin Dane?
Robin Dane. Robin
Oh,
Dane.
yeah.
So you know how she talks about like just make your first trade a win.
Yep.
And I can tell you, if I can get anything green on that first one, I'll take it quick. And I don't know, it just sets me off on a much better path. Sets me straight for the day. Because if I get a red one, I can get bent really fast.
Pretty quick. Yeah.
So, yeah.
I like that stuff. What do we got here? We got 15 minutes till MOC. A little interesting dynamic going on here. We got Nasdaq drifting higher here, 25,125 last trade. ES is not following along so much. You heard Dolby talking about the stair step we're seeing in the Nasdaq. Not exactly seeing that in the ES right now. Not seeing that in the Dow either.
No, ES is more of in like a traditional range right now since about 30 minutes ago or 20 minutes ago. So I can more clearly draw lines just horizontally across. We're not getting sort of the stair step pattern that we're getting in the Nasdaq where it's range over range. This is just ranging.
Let's see where this thing goes. I heard Brad talking about getting bent. You know who else can get bent, in my opinion? Bring it in, James. Come on in. Let's run this story. FIFA, you're in my crosshairs. Let's run this. Yeah. Where are my tickets, FIFA?
The first wave of tickets to the 2026 FIFA Men's World Cup officially went on sale Wednesday. 4.5 million people entered a lottery in September for the first chance to buy tickets. Winners get time slots to buy tickets over the next few days. This will be followed by 2 more lotteries, then sales on a first-come, first-served basis. There will also be an official resale platform. Initial ticket prices run from $60 to more than $6,700. FIFA is using dynamic pricing for the World Cup for the first time. That means prices can change based on demand for them. The 2026 FIFA World Cup.
Didn't get my email back from FIFA, waiting for my name to be called so I can get those tickets. So yeah, FIFA, where you at? Anyways, dynamic pricing, I'm sure.
Don't they know who you are, Andre?
No, I am just another number and I'm still waiting for my number to be called. So not yet. Come on, FIFA, hook it up. See, ES 67, 66, no 65s.
Now they're going to get my 63s.
Yeah. Overnight VWAP 67, 61. We'll pull back in the Nasdaq as well. 25,113. Stepped out at 25,125. 125.
Are we going to get filled?
Dude,
I am going to lower the 105s down to 80. So we're going to see if we can just get the 100s.
All right.
This might sell with a little bit of velocity. I think we can.
I'm glad I got out.
Picking up to the downside here. Yeah, nice.
I think it could be a bounce from here, but I still think I'm glad I locked that in.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a good call, because if you don't have the mental capital to deal with a pullback, then just flatten the position and move on. It's going to stress you out more than whatever the loss would be.
Well, and especially knowing it's a locked in 150 green or more day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't want to play with it being 145 day.
Right. And now maybe it makes you try to go back and trade more to hit the 150s, and it's your first day back. It's just, I totally agree.
Yeah. Take it, go slow, get some kind of lock in a green day, build a little momentum. And if this had ended up being a $200 day versus a 150, okay, well, it's not a huge deal. Like, because I'm looking for the days where I can build a little bit of momentum and then go and make some bigger moves and lock in some much larger green days. Typically worked for me in the past. If I can just, if I can get a $200 day and then it becomes a 4 or 6, then I can push it. And I know I have, a little bit of buffer to push it. But this late in the day, and already over 150, I'm actually going to lock out just so I don't have the temptation.
Dolby moved it down to what? Starting at hundreds?
I moved from 105 down to 80, so now the stack starts between 80 and 100.
Got a
So
headline
theoretically, we would have gotten filled, but only within 1 micro.
Did trade down to 103s. I saw what you saw there. U.S. Treasury Chief, I believe, talking about percent, quote, hold on, there it is. Sees a big breakthrough ahead of China trade talks. Quote, big breakthrough. Pretty ambiguous, but I figured I'd read that. 10 minutes till MOC. 10 minutes till MOC. Market on close.
Are you holding into MOC?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I have such low risk on. I got one more order placed on the bid at 64.50. I'm liking this bounce, the strength that came in. We'll see if it continues. But if it goes any lower than this, I've got my stop at 62.50. And it'll cost me probably $75 if it goes all the way through to my stop. And that'd probably be it for me for the day.
Chad, you're locked out. Brad, along to MES. Again, these two are trading buddies. How long have you two been trading together? Over a decade, right? Why are you smiling, Chad? How long? Over a decade.
Wow.
I think we came up with a number of years. I mean, there was definitely some years at least I took off.
Yeah.
But I think our first few trades were probably 13 years ago. What do you think, Brad? 14?
Yeah, I think so. Probably somewhere in there when we were trading options together.
We could go back to when the stock plug had a run up out of craziness and we were doing options, and whatever time that was the time we started trading, or at least I did with him.
Brad, Brad, are you in 3 now? What's your average price?
I am in 3. 3 micros from 67.25.
Nice.
67.25. Your same risk down around 62 or so.
62.50. Yeah. Yep.
All right. Very good.
So do you have like a max contract you're willing to get in for adding into a trade?
Is that for me, Dolby?
Yeah, Brad.
Yeah. I guess yeah. You know what? It depends on where how much loss, what my loss limit is. You know, if I've built that cushion, I'm and I have the direction, I'll go up to a full mini. Other than that, with the micros, I've been pretty much trying to stay between anywhere from 3 to 10. You know, I will go up to 10, which is basically the equivalent of a mini, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Nice. I'm always curious to see what traders' plans are for adding size. It's one of the most difficult things to do in trading.
Sure is.
It is.
Love it. In the chat, be so kind. Please click subscribe. We crossed 183,000 subscribers. Click notify. Chad, all the way to Hawaii. Brad in Denver. Trading it up here. We'll see MOC in about 7.5 minutes. What will the numbers be? Market on close. We had a big one yesterday, right, Dolby? I think we were like...
Yeah, it was pretty wild yesterday.
Yep. A little pullback in the ES. Gold flattening out here. 38.81. Again, making new all-time highs. 3 minutes after that New York bell rang, and it was look out below. It's continued to sell off about a $70, $80 sell-off. Delta update, minus 14,500 in the ES, minus 4,400 in the Nasdaq. Again, that is continuing to grow.
Come on, MOC.
Yeah, now not living in Denver, it's I don't have the temptation. Brad can't convince me to go out for margaritas after market close like he usually would.
Oh, really?
Bad influence, Brad.
Man, he was always very convincing. It was just like
Some days they sounded better than others.
I can imagine.
Ooh, nice little bid here in ES and Nasdaq.
Saw that.
Yeah, for sure.
Nothing crazy. It's like 5 points, but
it
looks good. It looks good. I know. I got Trey.
I know it. It's well, it's all perspective. When we're seeing this tight range, we're looking in the Nasdaq, looking around 25,000, 110, 105 up to 25,000, 125, and you do see a little bit of a wick. It's a little bit of a move here.
Yeah.
Gold has found its spot. Chad has locked it up. Brad, long 3. MES 67 quarter. And we'll see 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Let's go, MOC.
Yeah, no non-farm payrolls tomorrow.
Help us get filled.
Anything on the ladder here?
Nothing
So
crazy.
do you guys think with the lack of data, and I'd be curious what the chat even has to say about this, but and I think there were some historical statistics about how the markets, like during the past shutdowns, kind of just was on the rise. Do you think it's kind of going along with the idea of like not shorting a quiet market? Obviously, if we're not getting these data points coming in, then in essence we have a quieter market, right? Do you guys think that we're in an environment with this that there's a little bit more likelihood that this thing could just kind of drift up with the lack of news?
I'll go. I think it just creeps up just because it creeps up. I'm not shy.
And the mechanics, yes,
100%. And I'm not. It sounds like a dumb answer. It's what can really take this thing lower. I mean, higher interest rates,
right?
Maybe that. Besides that, no news, good news. This market is resilient. It shrugs off almost everything. I'm talking about the equities, of course, and how gold as well. Talking about equities, it just seems just up and to the right. Government shutdown, only real effect it's having. We're not going to see non-farm tomorrow. I mean, I guess shoulder shrug to that too. We'll get back to that. I want to hear Dolby and Chad's answer that real quick. We are seeing people in the chat. Yes, we're aware. The traders are currently unable to activate or receive new accounts. We are aware. We are working on it. And I'm sorry. We are aware of it. We will keep you updated. We are actively working to resolve this issue. We will reach back out with updates as soon as possible. Appreciate it very, very much. Thank you for sticking with us. We'll keep you updated. We apologize for any inconvenience and appreciate your patience. So we see you. We hear you. And we'll keep you updated. 3.5 minutes till MOC. What are your thoughts? Dolby time. Dolby time on the government shutdown.
I mean, as a day trader, I don't know how much it would like impact my trading per se. Because like if I lost a trade day trading and I was risking like 15 points, I'm not writing down and like, oh, the government shut down, it ruined my trade. It's like there's probably something else. I think in general it helps to have like a vision or a slight bias of where it might go, so you can get either long or short. But I don't know. As a day trader, I don't try to spend too much time in the nitty gritty of what is the macro fundamentals of trading. I care way more about, am I hitting my setup? Am I managing my risk? Because that's the stuff that's really going to show out on the P&L.
Chad's in Hawaii, and Chad's saying what government shutdown? Shut down? What?
Doesn't even know.
Is my Mai Tai?
He's counting palm trees.
Yeah, is my Mai Tai?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, very good. We got about all right. So I talked to Brad. Brad, here you are still on three MES. Coming into MOC. Market on close in about 2 minutes. What's your approach? You got your stop. You accepted the risk. Trade's still valid.
You got
so
it.
How do you approach this thing?
Yep. Structurally, we're still in a good trade. So I've accepted the risk. My stop's in place. MOC's coming up. We know the market's going to juice here, and we'll just see if it goes in my favor. Although I don't necessarily love it at this point, but trying to make something out of not much here.
Yep. Welcome to Power Hour. Sometimes also to that point, if there's also this, no news, good news, bad news is good news, and then good news is good news. What I mean by bad news is good news. The jobs report comes in weak, like ADP was expected to come in like plus 50,000. Actual came in minus 30,000, somewhere around there. Market rallied, right? Bad news with the labor market that he lead the Fed to cut rates again, right? So catch 22 there. At the end of the day, we're making all-time highs. Made all-time highs yesterday. Made all-time highs today in the ES, Nasdaq, and gold for that matter. So it's one
push here on the ES.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, nice push in the NQ as well. We did get a little bit of a wiggle on the dome in the Nasdaq about 30 seconds ago. So something might be happening soon.
Still working the hundreds? Dolby time?
Oh yeah. Looking for a quick little flush of like 25, 30 points and then bids to the upside.
So what, 1 minute to MOC? What are we at?
30 seconds. 30 seconds. Buckle up. It's going to go start with the ES, then the NASDAQ, and then the YM. Again, let's go around the markets. Last trade in the ES, 67.67. NASDAQ, 25,115. Dow trading 46,809. 10 seconds till market on close.
Don't hate this setup.
Okay,
I'd be thinking about it long if I wasn't already in one.
We go.
Very envious. Can we get one?
Light sell side, 400 mil sell side ES, 400 mil sell side NASDAQ, 80 million sell side Dow. Those numbers can and will change. Again,
all right, we're in.
400 mil sell side, ES, NASDAQ, Dow, 80 mil sell side. All right, we are in Dolby time. Talk to me about this. I'll keep an eye on these numbers. They can and will change.
We're in one. That's all I got for you.
All right. Lukey Luke in the chat says, wow, so lackluster. And those numbers can and will change. Again, in about 55 after, we'll see another injection of liquidity. Brad, you see that. Light sell side. Will it flip buy side? And those longs may look better here.
Yep.
We'll play this thing out.
My stop's still in the right place.
Okay.
Just gonna let it roll. We'll see if it can flip this. If it can flip this candle, this 5 minute. kind of break the highs of that spike on the ES. What was that level? Would be 68.75. So if it can push up 69 and above, then I'd actually be getting pretty happy to be in this trade.
Very good.
Let's go. New highs.
Yep, Chad. When we came on for Power Hour, you were long. But with those longs, you got out, close out for some profits. But your upside targets were 138 and 162. Do you still like those for
Yeah.
targets? You do. Okay.
I would say if there was more time in the day. I mean, I like them for tomorrow's targets. If it's if we get another drop, or if we start over, after hours. I tend to trade better after hours, and also pre-market. So actually, that's why I think I was doing so good in Europe, and also in Hawaii. I do decent just because I don't have much of a choice to trade. You know, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. is the last 2 hours of the regular trading hours. So
Oh wow.
For you, yeah, that's right.
yeah, so market open for me, I never
Brutal.
did well with market open, as Brad knows, but it's 3:30 in the morning here, so it's happily, I had to
Brutal.
move to Hawaii just to get out of being able to trade market open. Is really what
That's what you had to do. If you physically removed yourself to the furthest
Yeah.
time zone.
Yeah. That's why I vacation in Europe, because I know I'll trade better there, and I just think, well, better to do it in Paris.
That's right.
And it's more appropriate to drink all that wine after hours too.
There you go.
True.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, still
And
staying
I think
sell
2
side
glasses
here.
of wine, I tend to trade much better. 3 or more, I
Just
do
flow
not.
with it.
DLL. Yeah.
There's a
2
fine line
glasses
there.
of wine, TP, 3 daily loss limit.
Yeah, that is exactly kind of the equation.
Yep. It's a balance. We've all been there.
Power hour. I'm sorry, power hour. No, hashtag power hour. I will stay tuned for that. No, Andrea. I don't know if we have that. Also, we are looking at. Nope. Okay, sounds good. No hashtag power hour. The MOC still staying sell side. Minus 500. Sell side ES minus 700. Really, Nasdaq minus
Watching Crude
132.
right now too, to see if it can break through this range.
Okay.
Yeah, it's starting to push up.
It's going to test the top side of the range or the bottom side of the range for Crude?
It's currently at the top of the range for like a
Oh, wow.
5-minute.
Yeah, but it's coming off of its
near the
bottom.
top.
It's coming off of its lows.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has plenty of white space to the top. But it also, on the daily chart, it has plenty of space on the bottom side too.
It's real interesting under 60.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah, under 60, I think I could easily see it going down to 56, 57.
Yeah, Crude might be a great trade under 60, just because the volatility might really come in.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. 15 seconds. How's count long?
Wow.
We in one Dolby time? One, right?
Long one. Micro Nasdaq 25,100. Still
See
bidding
what
down to the 80s.
Right.
Let's see.
And all right, we'll push lower
There
there.
we go. I'm about to get stopped out, I think.
Hold this
Right, long
thing.
2.
Long 2. Delta growing hold. Mr.
Going to the
Nonick,
negative?
light sell side. Light sell side. Talking like 700 mil sell side, Nasdaq and ES. Dow 200 mil sell side. Long 2, Dolby.
Long 2.
Brad trying to hang in
97
hanging in there.
One tick.
Hanging in there. Yep,
Oh, yeah,
hanging in
we're
there.
hanging in there. Brad's diamond hands.
One
He's
more
totally
tick of
fine.
breathing room.
63s
63s are holding. Come on.
Delta growing in the Nasdaq minus 5,100. When we came on for Power
They're
Hour, it was
crazy.
minus 3,500. They are pound in there. Gold 38.81. Last trade there.
All right. See what happens.
All right, this might be a buzzer beater here.
Well, it's always a buzzer beater.
Yes, it is.
We're
We got
taking this at 3 o'clock.
Okay. So, Chad, I have to ask. We'll let Brad manage this trade in the last 3.5 minutes. Chad, you get off of Power Hour. What's the day look like for you in Hawaii? Where do we go from here? Beach, pool, figure out the air conditioning situation.
Yeah. I think I'm still fixing some 2024 taxes. So a little bit of
all right.
other.
Let's not.
Let's do some accounting.
Oh
Yeah, so
there we go.
no,
Okay,
I'll do
so
some
good.
other work.
book work.
I've been gone for so long, so I've got a handful of. I do a lot of software, actually, gizmos and gadgets. So got a few appointments.
Okay, very good.
And
Paradise.
and I'm waiting for my car to arrive. I've been waiting for it to come for a long time, and now they're telling me October 20th.
Whoa.
It's floating on the ocean somewhere. Or has it even left the port?
Yep. So we have a truck here now, and I got a little scooter. Oh my gosh! Yesterday, I took apart my entire scooter, thinking that I took apart the entire scooter, thinking that I put too much oil in it, and it turned. We changed the spark plugs, everything. At the end of it, my buddy's like, "It has gas, right?"
Oh no!
'Cause it wasn't starting.
Chad.
Oh my
Brad.
gosh!
Oh,
What is
man.
that?
You
What
lost
does
your
that
man
say
card.
about me?
Oh,
Oh
man.
my God!
Man.
I want to.
Everything we need to know.
And then
That's what it says about you.
I go to get a gas tank at the gas store, $35 for a 1-gallon little. I'm like, she tries to give me a sales pitch. Well, this is great.
Wow.
I mean, they can charge you whatever in that case because they know, like, dude, you messed up. You're like, if you need this gas can right now,
Yeah, right.
they can. Yeah, we saw you walk to the gas station, so we can charge you whatever we want.
Dynamic pricing, Chad.
Yeah.
Right?
Anyway,
They know.
always check
He looks
the
really
gas
tired.
before changing spark plugs.
I love you, Chad. Absolutely love you. Before 90 seconds. All right, house account long to MNQ from about 97 half, 25,000. 97 half, and we got Brad long 3 MES from 67 quarter.
Yeah.
Up
I moved my my TP down to 68. I'm just going to be happy to get out of this thing. I don't have much as far as expectations go for this to have too much gas in the goose.
Gas in the scooter. Gas in the scooter for
gas in the scooter.
Well
played, Jay. Well played.
Sorry.
How do I say I'm gay without saying I'm gay?
Sport here. All right, let's see how this thing plays out. How's it got long? How's it got long in MNQ? How's it got Brad long in the ES? 30 seconds to go. As always, we're gonna see these two in the reversal challenge tomorrow. This is gonna be a lot of fun.
Is that an all day, the whole time is reversal, or just a certain amount?
An hour.
Amount?
Just the last hour.
Oh my!
And we can do any size contracts.
We'll
tell you the rules later.
We'll talk you through it. All simulated.
Okay.
Yep. 10 seconds here. Dolby time. Brad, talk us through where we're gonna get out.
I'm out. I'm out.
Nice.
We got some sells at highs.
Put about
nice.
$13. Put about $13 in that.
Love it
on that trade.
We're flat. We got 61.
All right. Well done. Well done. Shout out to Chad. Shout out to Brad. We're going to see these guys in the reversal challenge tomorrow. Dolby time. How about that? Squeeze out a couple ticks.
Great stuff.
With that being said, shout out to all the Bellers. All in this together. We're keeping grinding. Every day brings us new opportunities, new challenges as well. You don't know what's around the corner. Stay tuned. We'll get back at this tomorrow. That being said, I'll throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer.
There we go. Absolutely. Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Dolby. Thank you, everybody out there. All you TopstepTV fans, thank you. Thank you for watching our show. Whether you've been here since 7 a.m. or you're just now tuning in for At the Buzzer, we couldn't do this without you. So we appreciate you watching. We thank you for your time. Coming up next, At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. Stick around. They're going to get you ready for that 5 p.m. reopen as they recap the entire market day and drop the knowledge that only Coach Jay and Coach Paul can share. Then later tonight at 7:30, Coach Dakota is back with Slow Markets. Tonight he's joined by Baron, so you can catch Baron and Dakota tonight on Slow Markets, 7:30, right here on our YouTube channel. Tomorrow morning at 1:30 a.m. Central Time, Aaron Trades is hosting London Open, so don't miss that. It is Friday tomorrow, so there is no Euro trade with Deanna. So sorry, Deanna fans, you'll have to wait until Monday morning. But Topstep TV, we're going to be here at 7:15 a.m. tomorrow morning doing this whole shebang one more time to finish out your week strong. So stick with us. Stick with At the Buzzer. And as always, I'm James Harden. You've been the chat. And as always, this has been Topstep TV. Let's go.